We're here at the appointed hour. It's our regional council meeting of Thursday, December 10. And the first thing I'd like to do is our call to order. Madam Clerk, let me throw it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'm going to provide a very shortened review of the protocols for electronic participation in this council meeting. Voting for this meeting will be conducted verbally. For procedural votes that do not require a recorded vote, the chair or I will call for any objections. If you have an objection, please indicate your name and objection. If no objections are stated, the motion will be deemed to be adopted. For recorded votes, I will call upon each member in alphabetical order based on last name. I will confirm the vote of each member. If you do not respond when called upon to vote, I will call your name a second time. If you do not respond to the second call, you will be recorded as abstaining from the vote, and your vote will count in the negative as a nay vote. If you're participating electronically and are leaving the meeting, please send an email to council@peelregion.ca to indicate that you're leaving the meeting. If you leave the meeting for any votes thereafter, you will be marked absent. We'll now commence the meeting with roll call. Mayor Brown? Mayor Brown? Councillor Carlson?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie?
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla? Councillor Demerla? Thank you. Councillor Dasco?
Yes, here.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Downey?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning. Here, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini? Councillor Groves?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Innes?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac?
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Mahoney?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Good morning, everyone. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Right here.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Starr?
Present.
Thank you. And Mayor Thompson indicated he would join at 10 o'clock. Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Thank you. And I see Mayor Brown is present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, it's Fortini. Sorry, I had some trouble getting on. I'm on.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, let me turn to our Indigenous land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather and which the region of Peel operates is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewa peoples, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently, the territory of the Mississaugas of the First Credit Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have this opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give respect to its first inhabitants. Okay, moving on. Declarations of conflict of interest. Do I have any? Hearing none. Next item that I have is the approval of the minutes. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Dasco, that the minutes of the December 3, 2020 Regional Council meeting be approved. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That carries. Madam Clerk, I'm okay there? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the approval of the agenda and reminding everybody that if you remain muted when you're otherwise not speaking, thank you. Madam Clerk, the approval of the agenda, I know we have some additions, so why don't I turn it to you to format us accordingly?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Council will recall that they approved amendments to the procedure bylaw on November 12, 2020, as it relates to items received after distribution of the draft Regional Council agenda. These amendments now require revised draft agendas to be provided to Council members on the Monday prior to the meeting date that's set for the Council meeting. Any materials, including requests for delegations, received by the clerk after the revised agenda is distributed, and which relate to an item listed on the draft agenda, will be presented to council at the time of the approval of the agenda portion of the meeting. At this point, we have 9 new items that are to be added to the agenda, which will require council approval. What I will do is go through and identify each item, when they were received, and the page length for each item. And then each item will be emailed separately to council this morning. The first item would be a delegation from Michael Bissett, who's a partner at Boostfields Incorporated on behalf of the Bolton North Hill Landowners Group. And that was received on Tuesday, December the 8th at about 2:45 in the afternoon, and it's 1 page. There's also a delegation from Kevin Bouchard. He was a senior associate with Weston Consulting on behalf of Dillon Business Center Incorporated, and that delegation was received on Wednesday, December the 9th at about 11 o'clock in the morning. And that's about 7 pages. There's also a letter from Jennifer Jarzek, Planner in Policy and Advocacy with the Build Association. And there is a letter dated December 8th, a correspondence item that we received on Tuesday, December the 8th at about 5 o'clock, and that's about 23 pages. There's also another item of communication from Michael Bissett on behalf of the Bolton North Hill Landowners Group, and this is in regards to the regional official plan. This was received on Tuesday, December the 8th at about 7:45 in the evening, and that's 4 pages. We've also received a communication item from Jennifer Jarzak with the Build Association, and this communication item was received on Tuesday, December the 8th at about 6 o'clock in the evening, and it's 31 pages. There's also a notice of motion that we received from Councillor Parrish regarding a proposed standing committee, planning committee. And this was received on Wednesday, December the 9th at about 7 o'clock in the evening, and it's 1 page. We also received a letter from the City of Brampton dated December the 9th, providing a City of Brampton resolution regarding regional council composition. This was received Wednesday, December the 9th at about 8 o'clock in the evening, and it's 2 pages. And there is also a letter from Mustafa Ghassan with Delta Urban Incorporated, representing Lark Investments Incorporated. This is a letter dated December the 9th. This is in regards to the PL 2041 Regional Official Plan Review and the Municipal Comprehensive Review Update. And this was received Wednesday, December the 9th at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 6 pages. And the last item was received is a letter from Stephanie Smith, who's a legislative coordinator with the City of Mississauga. The email was received December the 10th, providing a City of Mississauga resolution regarding regional council composition. And this was received today at about 8:30 in the morning, and it's 3 pages in length. So the motion before council.
So to my colleagues with that preamble, the motion that I have before me, and all the clauses have been enunciated by the clerk, those are all the additions we need to the agenda if someone would move and second that accordingly.
Mr. Chair, I have my hand up for a question.
Councillor Sato, a question with regards to the agenda. Yes, please.
Actually, with regards to what the clerk just gave us, first, I have no problem adding those to the agenda, but I would like to point out that last week or 2 weeks ago, we received in the morning on an item that we were dealing with, the motion by Mayor Crombie, the clerk received a letter from our Mississauga Board of Trade related to that specific motion. And the clerk did not put it on the agenda. It was not shared with members of council that morning. I received a copy directly from the Board of Trade, And I think I was probably the only one sitting around this table that had seen it. And it was put on the agenda for the following council meeting a week after we had dealt with the issue. So, you know, I'm a little concerned that that we're accepting letters, most of them from developers, I guess, that are coming in late this week. I'm not as concerned with the motions. I think the motions that were sent from Brampton and Mississauga, they were only dealt with yesterday, and Councillor Parrish's relates to that as well. They should definitely be received and dealt with today. But, you know, I think we need some real clarity about what we receive and what is shared with council. I was quite annoyed that 2 weeks ago, the letter from the Board of Trade was not shared with members of council on an item that we were discussing in depth at the council meeting, was put on a meeting a week later, which is absolutely useless. And yet we're accepting late letters from the development industry at the meeting today. So I'm not going to say no, don't put them on the agenda, but I think you know, I think we need to be a little bit more clear as to what's shared with members of council. And we should have had that discrepancy 2 weeks ago. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps the clerk can provide some, it's a fair point, Councillor Sato. Perhaps we can provide some clarity on that. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Sato, my understanding is that we only received the letter from the Mississauga Board of Trade after the meeting had started, and I believe that was the reason why it didn't go on the agenda. These items that I mentioned were received prior to the start of the meeting.
And I understand that. However, council should have received, even if it wasn't put on the agenda, the fact that the clerk's office did not share a letter that was received with members of council by an email on an item that we were in the midst of discussing, which was a very critical item that was on the agenda. And councillors did not have benefit of knowing what the Board of Trade had sent. Now, maybe the Board of Trade, we should tell them from now on, don't send it to the clerk, just send it to all the members of council. But, you know, putting it on a week later, I mean, I don't care that it was received after the meeting started. It was relevant to the discussion that was going on. So, you know, maybe don't put it on the agenda, but at least share it. And that was not done. And that's my big concern. Thank you.
Councillor Sato, well said, but in fairness to the staff, I'm just trying to go through the mechanics in my head. So there we are, we start a council meeting like today. If at this moment something's going into the clerk's office, who would you like to address it? She's sitting here beside me, I'm chairing a meeting, you're sitting in your space, the commissioner's there, all the staff are here trying to conduct a meeting. Would you have us stop the meeting and say, is stuff coming in the middle of the meeting that we should be dealing with, when it falls on the obligation of the letter writer, I think, to respect our rules? So I understand the concern that you raise, but as a system, I don't know if many organizations can say the meeting started, but here's new items. We've already approved the agenda. You would have had to gone back and reapprove the agenda, and maybe every hour I have to pause the meeting to say, has something else come in that we're discussing? I mean, in fairness to process, it's a very difficult thing. I'm also very grateful to you for raising the point, because it was a couple of months ago, it was hammered out at our Policies and Procedures Committee, where I was taken to task, and I guess rightly so, for all these last minute additions. Today I have 8. What would you have me do with them? But I put them on the agenda. I asked for you folks to approve the agenda, but hope I don't get questions when we're here at 6 o'clock tonight, because you've agreed to deal with them or not. So it's quite a conundrum that we have, and on behalf of the staff here, you can see the structural process problems we have in trying to deal with them. So your point is well made. Maybe the message for everybody is, especially the other 8 that we're dealing with, you know, respect our process, because especially in the COVID world, it's quite cumbersome for us to get everybody the latest information, and in the hope of transparency, et cetera. But I am grateful for you for raising the point, because I don't think we're there yet. But be that as it may, the other point that I would make in fairness in going over the agenda with staff, in fairness, if I may say, to 8 of the items before us, they do relate to matters on our agenda today. So I have to acknowledge that. These things happen. I leave it to the judgment of my colleagues to deal with them as you see fit, because the clerk's office and I are here at your behest. So with the point that you've made, the explanation that we've been given, and being cognizant of it going forward, especially to the letter writers themselves. I come back to the motion that I have, which is the approval of the agenda as amended. Do I have a mover and a seconder? I see Mayor Brown and I see Councillor Raz. So that has been moved and seconded. You've heard all the additions. Madam Clerk, all I need is, do you need a recorded vote for that? So all those in favor, are there?
Mr. Chair, you still have people on the board.
Oh, I don't see any on, I apologize, Mayor Crombie. I don't see any on mine. I apologize. Did you have something? Go ahead, Mayor Crombie.
Oh, I did, and I saw Councillor Parrish, although she's now put her hand down.
Oh,
But I had my hand up as she did as well, but now you're taking the vote.
so my apologies, Mayor Crombie. I had nothing on my list, but to anybody, if before I take the vote, any speakers or comments, Mayor Crombie, I will go to you first.
This is an ongoing issue, as Councillor Sato has described, and no, I'm not willing to take documents that come in after the meeting has begun, as happened last week, and I was quite incensed that they had done that, and certainly the Board of Trade in Mississauga and Brad know the rules. They've been at this a long time, so they should know better. And if the meeting has started, as you said, Councillor Sato, they can send it to us directly. But I don't have enough tech savvy to get out of one screen and into another to read that email. So I apologize, but no, I don't think it's fair to us to be digesting new emails and new letters once the meeting has begun. It's enough that we're getting new documents the day before, the night before, but during the meeting, no, I don't find that acceptable at all. So I think the clerk did the right thing to put it on the next week's agenda, and in the future, Board of Trade or whomever, name development group, can send it to us directly if they want us to look at it. But no, not to be considered during that meeting. I completely disagree. I think we've been at this time and time again, and I'm sorry it wasn't considered for that debate, but they know the rules, so they should have got it in ahead of time.
Mayor Crombie, thank you for that. Councillor Parrish, I see your hand. Go ahead, Carolyn.
What I was going to suggest, if Alan's agreeable, and here it is, Mississauga and Caledon putting in a motion together. If he's agreeable, if the meeting is going on overly long, ours can serve as a notice of motion for January. So I'll leave that as added, but then we can delete it if we're running out of time.
I think that's quite helpful, Carolyn. Thank you very much. Again, with apologies and to the technical staff here, I don't have my usual list of if I have any other speakers. So if the clerk can see it and I can't, or we see no other speakers, I'll ask out loud though, and you'll have to chirp up verbally. Does anybody else wish to speak to this motion regarding the approval of the agenda?
Yes, Chair, it's Councillor Downey.
Go ahead, please.
I agree with the issue of pieces coming on later or immediately in the morning. I think, though, the problem is that what I see happening is that we're becoming very selective about what we allow and what we don't allow. So we either take them or we don't. I personally am not prepared to review a 25-page document while I'm supposed to be paying attention to a presentation. So I say, like, either move them all or none. You can't be picking and choosing what you want to keep on and talk about. That's all.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? If not, and I really appreciate the conversation, thank you very much. I think it's a message to me and all of us that we have to do a little bit better, especially the proponents of the correspondence. But with that, for today's business, I have the motion duly moved and seconded. I will call for the vote. Only those, Madam Clerk, what's the easiest way? Because are there any objections? And you have to be clear.
I object.
I see one. I see Councillor Downey as two.
Sinclair, no.
That is
You
three.
better take the vote, because I
Yeah,
don't know.
Bonnie, that's where I was going. Madam Clerk, I think we need a formal vote. Thank you, Bonnie. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you would take a formal motion on the approval of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll call the vote now. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
No.
Mayor Crombie?
No.
Councillor Demerla?
No.
Councillor Dasco?
No.
Councillor Dillon?
No.
Counselor Downey,
No.
Counselor Fonseca,
No.
Counselor Fortini,
No.
Counselor Groves,
No.
Counselor Innes,
No.
Counselor Kovac,
Okay, no.
Counselor Mahoney,
No.
Counselor McFadden,
No.
Counselor Medeiros,
Yes.
Counselor Paleshi,
Yes.
Counselor Parrish. Sorry, Counselor Parrish, could you repeat your vote?
No.
Thank you. Counselor Raz,
No.
Counselor Sato,
No.
Counselor Santos,
Yes.
Counselor Sinclair,
No.
Counselor Starr,
No.
Mayor Thompson, not sure if he's arrived yet. Counselor Vicente,
Yes.
and that fails.
So the motion mails. Thank you. So Madam Clerk, I guess what that leaves me with is I now need a motion to approve the agenda as was presented, correct? So if someone would move then the agenda as was presented. I see Mayor Crombie as my mover. I need a seconder if someone were to waive, and I see Councillor Parrish. So there you have it, the council agenda as was presented. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That carries. Thank you all, and thank you for your thoughts on the subject. Great. Okay, moving on, we have our consent agenda now that we have to deal with. So that gives me the delegations that we have, and I wish to be clear, that's the listed ones, 7.1, 2, 3, and 4. Madam Clerk, 7, 5, and 6 are no longer on my list, not having been granted consent on the additional agenda. So that brings us then to item 8. Of course, we're going to have the COVID update, 8.2, funding. 8.3 is the Region of Peel's submission on long-term care. It is a report. Does anybody wish it held? Item 8.3. So that is on consent. 8.4 is also a report, COVID-19 Infrastructure Resiliency Fund. Does anybody wish it held? If not, it is on consent. And Madam Clerk, you did point out the update on COVID-19 funding for the vulnerable. That true does not include a presentation. Does anyone wish that held, or do I have that on consent? Very good. Thank you all. Moving on. There are 2 staff presentations that we will deal with at the time. I'm on to item 11, which is items related to enterprise programs and services. On consent, 11.1, a crane swing agreement. In fact, the next few, and they're all standard agreements. On consent, 11.2.
Hold, please.
Hold 11.2. Thank you. 11.3.
Hold, please.
To be held as well. Item 11.4. On consent, 11.5. On consent, 11.6. A committee report. On consent, items 12, communications item 12.1, the letter from Mayor Thompson. On consent, 12.2, a response from the minister. On consent, 12.3. On consent, items 13, 14, 15, 16 dealt with. 17, items related to human services, 17.1. On consent, but boy, I would be remiss in not acknowledging the great work regarding the Port Credit West Village and Councillor Dasco. This is an amazing story of the housing we're going to get down there. Councillor Dasco, you're becoming the man that's the Midas touch. You're doing so many great works down there. Want to acknowledge it. Most recently just told to me by my brother. So I didn't want that to pass without acknowledging you and all the great work that everybody did on that file. Thank you for allowing it on consent, but well done to you. 17.2. On consent.
Actually, Chair Yannick, it's Councillor Kovac. Could you hold kindly 17.2?
17.2 to be held, Councillor Kovac. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, communications item 20.1. On consent, Madam Clerk, 22 and 3 were not granted approval, so we are no longer dealing with those. Is that correct? On the addition, okay, so 22.2 and 22.3 aren't formally on the agenda. Moving on, we have notices of motion that we will deal with at that 21.1 and 21.2. That brings me to the bylaws. And then on to the in-camera matter, so just to see if we can get some staff back to work that don't have to wait for in-camera. 24.1 is just the minutes. Do I have those on consent? Very good. 24.2, a land acquisition on consent. 24.3, another land acquisition on consent. And the rest of them are going to require oral updates. Okay, very well done. So Madam Clerk, with that and with thanks to all, over to you for the vote.
Chair,
Sorry?
it's Councilor
Yes.
Dillon. I just want to make sure 22, because I had an internet connection issue. 22.1 is not in consent, right?
Point one. Did you wish it held, Councillor Dillon?
22.1, my motion, yes.
Is to be. It is not on consent as we speak. It's to be held. Is that correct? So yes, we are holding it on your behalf, Councillor Dillon. Okay,
Thanks.
very
Chair?
good. Thank you. Yes,
Chair?
question? Yes,
Is 2.2 also held?
Madam Clerk, 22.2.
The
Is it
motion,
held?
Or we had,
It is held, I'm told. Councillor Maderos' motion is held.
Thank you.
sorry,
Okay.
Chair, just the reason I held it because there's a delegation for it today. I believe
Okay.
Judgment Sodi.
Yes, that is correct. Okay,
Okay.
with that, I think we're there. So now I need a formal motion with regards to our
Mr.
consent.
Chair,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
please.
22.2 was not approved.
Madam Clerk?
You just skipped 22.1, 22.2 because they were not approved on today's agenda. And then when it was asked again, you said, yes, it was held.
No, Councillor Downey, I believe that's with 22.3. 22.2 was in fact always on the agenda that was presented to us.
Okay.
Okay?
It's on the printed agenda.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, Mayor Crombie. So it was 22.3 that was added and not approved along with the rest of them. Correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, so with that, and thank you for those clarifications, I now turn to our consent agenda as moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Downey, that the following materials listed on the December 10, 2020 Regional Council agenda be approved under the agenda. Madam Clerk, the vote over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this requires a recorded vote. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes?
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla?
Yes.
Councillor Demurla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Maderos?
In favor.
Councillor Maderos in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes?
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Not sure if he's arrived yet. Councillor Vicente? Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Counselor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. That brings us to delegations, the 4 delegations that we have on our agenda. And I remind all of our delegates of our 5-minute time limit for your presentations, please. And of course, I remind all my colleagues, only inquiries or questions of the delegates should you wish. So with that, we're up to 7.1. Alice Castleman, founder and president, Association for Canadian Educational Resources, and Catherine Soplet, founder, Building Up Our Neighborhoods. Ladies, welcome.
Hi there. I'm just checking. Alice, did you get on the line?
Of course.
Okay, so Alice Castleman has been having some difficulty getting in, so I'm going to make the presentation very quickly.
Thank you, Catherine. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to reference that the slides and the text that are referenced are in the slide deck. This is a very complicated and meaty request. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Project Crossroads Climate Justice for Science for Trees and for People is a proposal designed for impact to address Peel Region's trifecta of equity crises, climate change, racism, especially anti-Black racism, and COVID-19. Project Crossroads put a new focus to use ACER's research data to calculate carbon sequestration as a tool to achieve greenhouse gas emission targets. Next slide, please. In October 20, I'm not seeing the slides on my screen.
But they seem to be cycling accordingly, so I think we're on cue.
That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it. In October 2020, tree installations in Brampton, ACER's Project Crossroads delivered aims and objectives of the Peel Climate Change Plan, inclusive equity, climate change mitigation, and creation of green infrastructure. ACER's results are also a proof in concept to meet Canada's federal overarching call to support community health and well-being and meeting climate change goals. Please play the video. We're going to hear from ACER's volunteers.
And because of the pandemic, I've been doing online school, so my classes actually start at 12 o'clock. So I thought, why not wake up early and come out and help the community in the morning before school?
When I first went over there, it was like, well, I'm going to just go do something in the community because I want to be involved more. But what I took out of it was like the benefits and the effects they have on these people living in Knightsbridge, in Folkestone, in Fallingdale. They love it and it benefits them, their children, our seniors that live in the neighborhood.
And my students have come out to help. They are helping tag the trees, measuring them, using a machine to help measure their diameter.
Yeah, we were measuring them on the root collar. And with the root collar, we measured at DBH and did the crown, where we measured from one side to one side, and then did that again from a different angle.
So tree mapping is about measuring trees on campus, and we need to identify trees, label them, and map them on Google Maps. And we have done overall 400 trees on campus. It is quite exciting.
Thank you. The request slide, please. Slide 3. Thank you. This is a list of ACER's requests, a letter of support for a proposal to Environment Canada, and referrals to various Peel Region staff for the Climate Change Plan, Diversity, Equity, and Anti-Racism Community Safety and Wellbeing Plans. We'll return to this slide at the end in answering of questions. For now, we're going to skip the dishes and go to the next slide, please. ACER requests a letter of support. Look at the upper right-hand corner. The total value is $1.5 million over 4 years. You can access the proposal by clicking the link in the Peel Region agenda. At the center of the slide, look at the bullet points which align with the Peel Climate Change Plan. In 2025, by 2025, ACER will engage more than 2,000 people from all ages and backgrounds to plant 7,500 native tree indicator species for climate change research. After year 4, more than 18 tons of carbon will be sequestered where people most need shade. Next slide. ACER's collaboration can get the job done. Project Crossroads results are boxed in the upper right-hand corner. Project Crossroads sets out to restore urban tree canopy in areas of unmet need, to educate residents about climate change and empower them with skills and knowledge to plant, monitor, measure, report data, and mitigate the impact of future extreme weather events. ACER's Climate Action Collaboration in Knightsbridge area of Brampton was funded in April by Arbor Day Foundation under the TD Green Space program. In July, you recall, it was Arbor Day Foundation that recognized City of Mississauga as a Tree City of the World. 5 planting events contributed to the City of Brampton Sustainable Neighborhoods Action Plan, the SNAP. Bramley SNAP collaborators also include Toronto and Region Conservation Authority and Peel Region Healthy Community Initiative. ACER's impact is already rolling out with the mulch measure and more tree keeping unit taken up by 5 public schools since mid-October. Under COVID lockdown, ACER was cut off from its usual person-to-person to outreach, and to amplify its invitation to residents, ACER joined with the Boys and Girls Club of Peel and in order to get the message out through social networks. Next slide, please. Project Crossroads sites were prioritized by the City of Brampton to focus on the Bramley Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan. Next slide, please. This is the rationale covering a sequence of photos. If I could just indulge another 30 seconds. Next slide, please. Established in 1987, this is what ACER is about and its array of programs. The arrows represent the latest program iteration for Project Crossroads in 2020. Next slide, please. Educator Alice Castleman founded ACER and stubbed for Canada's maple tree genus. Alice created the Association for Canadian Education Resources to develop relevant Canadian science content for her students, as none existed at the time. Today, we see the same gap in Canadian content as public schools address anti-Black racism. Next slide, please. ACER targets planting sites in order to foster equity. ACER's Project Crossroads was first announced at the Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee in September 2019. In November 2020, ACER was proud to report back to Poverty Reduction Strategy, on the Bramley SNAP project, which was funded and adopted during COVID lockdown. Next prize, please. In December 2019, Mississauga staff created the overlay of low tree canopy with health vulnerability and higher rates of crime. High heat island areas are adjacent to environmentally degraded industrialized areas. On January 15th, this map was the subject of a public question for Mississauga Affordable Housing Plan. The question is, can tree canopy be designed in where new housing is built in heat islands? Next slide, please. These are the crises in the region of Peel. On the left image, we know that climate is a crisis. This shows a Peel region tree canopy mapped against well-being with the Peel region neighborhood information tool. The center image shows the dark purple areas of well-being. The rightmost image embraces him as a crisis, especially for recent immigrants. In the center panel, that's where the highest density of recent immigrants. In the rightmost image, the health data of COVID caseload by postal code falls in the same racialized and health compromised areas as the heat island targets. The next slides show how ACER's map of Bramley SNAP related to the public schools. The top photo is the ecosystem of agencies whom we tapped, who were able to reach their residents. And on the bottom photo on the right is where our volunteers, family bubbles, and students were having a great time, and you heard about that in the video. Next slide, please. These are simply photos of the Planting for Change, the Mulch Measure and More program. And next slide, we get 1 million trees, not only from planting them, but from stewardship. This is an outdoor online remote unit presented to 4 school boards in Toronto and Peel, and also presented to OASBO, the Ontario Association of School Board Officials, who are responsible for procurement. Next slide. This is affordable, it's accessible, it's integrative, people of all ages and backgrounds. Next slide. This is a planting in Malton, where kids are having a lot of fun learning about the Mulch Measure and More component of the Planting for Change project. Next slide. Easy to understand tools, low tech, pencil and paper, or could be digital. Next slide. Calipers. If you don't have calipers, you can use a string. Next slide. This is more about the carbon sequestration. This diameter by height. By species, using carbon calculator and a Treepedia, you can calculate what the carbon sequester is. You can best do this in winter when there's not very much foliage. And with that, next slide, we're going to take your questions. And if we could display slide 3, please, that will be the subject of the question. Thank you so much for the extra time.
Catherine, thank you and well done. And I believe I have questions. I'm going to apologize to my colleagues in advance. My usual scroll is not working, so I'm going by hands that you've plopped up. The first, and I'm going to ask clerk to keep helping me to make sure that I follow it, but I do see Councillor Demerla, I see Councillor Raz on my list, and beyond that, I'm going to have the staff continue to help me to make sure that we do this properly. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Catherine. Welcome. And is Alice on as well? Alice, are you on?
Alice, can you hear us?
I don't think she was able to get on.
No, it didn't. No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, but Catherine, please convey my regards to Alice as well. I just wanted to congratulate all of you, and especially Alice, who started ACER. I've known Alice a long time. She's just a powerhouse, just the kind of person we need in our community. And I wish she was here so I could in person, or well, virtually in person, say I'm quite familiar with the program. The video was fantastic. It's nice to see. And I know that is Alice's passion, is to get the young involved. And she is so passionate about trees, educating the young about the trees. And she is, you know, she breaks that stereotype. She's, I don't know, is Alice how old she is, but she loves technology. So she's always pushing for technology. So well done, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I don't know why we wouldn't support this request. And if we can direct perhaps the chair on behalf of council to support their request into the federal government, I think that would be wise. Thank you very much, Catherine. Nice to see you again. And I'm just wondering, with the information that is collected about the tree and the you know, the diameters and the size, who is that shared with?
So ACER collects that information and posts it on its website. So it's public access, and it's shared with anybody who cares to look it up. Alice, of course, is connected to the International Climate Change Research community, and there's a current project arising out of this Project Crossroads and the COVID adaptation to move from pencils to pixels with a tree tracker app that will assist. So you saw a slide with an aluminum tag, which is a permanent tag attached to the tree. I was to encircle the tree. We're not stabbing it into the tree. And the tree tracker app will note the location, and it will be easier to load the data into the app so that aggregated it can be manipulated and, you know, shared openly.
That's great, because I'm sure municipalities and other organizations would be interested in accessing that data. So that's good. Yeah, thank you for coming today. Really interesting work, and happy to support it, Mr. Chair, and I can move it.
Thank you. Councillor Daskal.
I just wanted to again put forward my support and thanks for all that has been done. You know, Alice does such a great job, and I've got to say, Catherine, you've stepped up and stepped in very, very nicely, and you present ACER's story very well. So yeah, very supportive, and it's nice to see you doing the presentation. We're just missing Alice today, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I too want to extend my congratulations and full support to you, Catherine, Alice, and to ACERS. And I just want to say a huge thank you. You stepped forward when the city of Mississauga was looking at moving forward with how to best prepare stewardship for tree planting in a COVID-friendly way. All of you step forward with Acer to practice that in the Burnham Thorpe Snap, which is in Ward 3 in Fleetwood Park. I want to extend a huge thank you to that, and I'm happy to work with you offline to continue on with tree planting, not only in the Burnham Thorpe Snap, but also throughout the Dixie Bloor neighborhood, which is there's been a great deal of interest and demand in working with groups like Acer with young people to be educated and be more involved in the 1 Million Tree campaign. So again, my great out to you, Catherine, to Alice, and to Acer, not only for your education, but your stewardship towards the Region of Peel and the City of Mississauga and the TRCA climate change and resiliency goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I too would like to just extend a thanks to Catherine. I had the opportunity to be here this presentation maybe a year ago, Catherine. I think we both had we were both presenting at the school board the same night. So thank you for drawing the connections between stewardship, community stewardship, community pride, and just the environmental piece. So I think it's all very important, and your organization has done a really good job tying it all together, for the betterment of the community. So thank you, and I'm happy to second the recommendation.
Thank you. Alice, thank you very much, and Catherine as well for your presentation. Well done. And I do have a mover and a seconder. It's been moved by Councillor Rass. It has been seconded by Councillor Downey for receipt. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much again, Catherine and Alice. Okay, that brings me down to 7.2. Jutvinder Sodhi, resident, City of Brampton, and member, Homeowners Welfare Association, concerned residents of Brampton. Mr. Sodhi. Jutvinder, you're up for your presentation, item 7.2.
Yes,
Can
please.
you're ready to go? Go ahead.
Please. Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and the members of the Council and Peel Region, Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to bring up the important issues which we struggle for years continuously, and it was overlooked. It wasn't addressed by the Region of Peel. So today we are highlighting the safety and of the people on road as well as at home in their neighborhoods. So please go for the next slide. There are members, I think you already saw, it's a team of homeowners welfare associations and concerned residents. So the point is the crime. We all face that, and it's not been addressed. Personally, I have delegated from 2015, 16, 2017, 18, 19, and in 2020, this is the second delegation. I think the things are not being resolved, things are not being handled in an appropriate way where we could accept that, hey, we see the drastic change in positive side of it, rather it's moving on a negative side. Due to the recent increase in crime, Brampton, Peel, Mississauga, we are in desperate need of a police station in east and west side of the Brampton. Also the Bolton. I will go with the more details on it. If you look at can you please go for the next slide? If you look at it, there is a Bramley City Center police station, and recently there is one small being established at downtown Brampton. If you look at Mayfield and Highway 50, it's almost more than 22 kilometers away. Winston Churchill and Mayfield is also more than 25 kilometers away. And these new subdivisions in all these Brampton areas has been established over the years. Every year, new subdivision, new area. We are not talking about smaller house, smaller lots, smaller roads, smaller parks. That's a separate issue for not a proper planning, but we're talking about the safety. So these new subdivisions are buying houses, a townhouse for 800, 900,000, a semi-detached for $1 million plus, and a detached normal house for a small family is 1.2 million to 1.6567 million. They contribute tax based on their value. So their contribution is a huge. Just only Wales of Humber, where I live personally, and we contribute almost $4 million taxes for every year for the city and the region. And in lieu of that, there is no left merging lane on Core and Mayfield, Clarkway or Humber Station, no right or left lane. People die every day on Highway 50, Mayfield. These are regional roads, and every day. For example, I give you another example of 4 angels lost life on Countryside and Torbram Road. Do you know there is a gas station on the corner? There is no visibility for the traffic. I have sent a slide to the city of Brampton. When we approve these kind of plazas or these kind of establishments, business establishments, they take away visibility of the drivers. And 4 angels, while police was chasing, they lost life. Ijaz Chaudhary, another example, international student stabbed in daylight. When the day I sent an delegation, there was a daylight robbery in our area, 2 cars stolen every day. At daylight, morning time, 8 o'clock in the morning. And there was a car stolen for a lady from their driveway. Break-in, I think most of the councillors are aware of it. I've been on behalf of concerned residents and homeowners welfare association in the past. We have delegated, we have notified, and police presence is negligible. Response time is poor, days and days and weeks. This is not acceptable. This is not a third world country. This is the Canada where we expect a respect of a taxpayer. Road conditions, I already mentioned Highway 50 and Mayfield, same as Steeles, same as Derry Road, same as other roads. So because Brampton is a labor supplier, a city of houses and houses with almost negligible business, so we go out to work. So in the morning, rush hours, traffic and heavy vehicles and everything else, it's layer of provincial, federal and municipal, regional level. But again, we are starting from our region. Same thing, overall the solution required. And for the Bolton, for example, Bolton, I'm a member of Business Improvement Association, BIA. I'm a board of director, team member, and I have a property in there. Amazon, and another one, Canadian Tire. There are buildings being built on Coleraine Drive, heavy traffic. The population has been growing, new subdivision, new area has been developing. We need to be simultaneously increase safety and infrastructure accordingly, not to leave the people at the mercy of God just by not taking an appropriate action at times. The way Brampton has been developed, the same thing will now be happening with the Bolton. If
Mr. Sodhi,
yes, please.
Carry on,
Yes,
please. You have 1 minute to wrap up, please. One last minute. Go ahead.
I believe all the entire council members and the chair are already aware of because they all drive on these roads. It's not something you guys live in a different space versus us. So we need a resolution. I've never been invited by any staff member, any councillor, any member after 6-7 years. Hey, what is your solution? What are your recommendations? What you looking forward? Never happens. Why? Once we do a delegation, there should be an investigation. There should be a staff looking at it. There should be a discussion starting on having some simple solutions, having more time on the traffic lights, left turns, more on major intersections to save people's life. I think that this is the last thing I would like to see is someone dying on the road or at home. When I'm working, my children at home, I'm keep calling them. I'm not focused on my work. I'm focused on how my children are, how my mom is, how other family members are, because break-ins it's daylight robbery. This is the chaos been made. We really appreciate and thank you. This time, after 6-7 years, continuous journey of raising flag with these beautiful and kind of elected representatives, I think you need to focus on it. Sometimes we focus on small things. We don't care about the public life. We're looking forward. In a Mississauga, just on a Mississauga councillors, I've been a school council chair member at Marvin Heights School, at Morning Star School. We had raised the issues over there too. Having a flashlights on Morning Star Road and having flashlights on close to Marvin Heights School. So
Mr. Sodi, I think, Mr. Sodi,
I know it's not important. Thank you. This is not important, I believe, and looking forward to a solution.
well, then we wouldn't have had you on our agenda if it wasn't, sir, and I think you've been here before as well, and we welcome your comments. There are questions at this time of your presentation. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm just wondering if we're going to be bringing up the 22.1.
Would you like to bring it up at this time, Mr. Dillon? Councillor Dillon, I'd be happy to if you'd like to speak to it.
Yeah, so first I just want to thank Mr. Sodi for delegating. He's quite active in the Brampton East area, Ward 8, 9, 10 in particular. And so I just want to thank him and his association for his great work. Excuse me, and a number of other community groups that have really come to us and our council, myself, I know Mayor Brown and Councillor Singh as well, in terms of some of the police presence in Brampton East. And just speaking to the motion, I think everybody has read it. You know, we passed something in the city of Brampton a couple of weeks back. And what I had stated there was, you know, at Brampton, we do speak about fairness all the time. And so I'm really glad that our council was able to recognize that in the east end of Brampton, you know, there's not a lot of police presence. And so Ward 8, 9, 10 represent about 33% of the population, about 200,000 people. In Ward 9 and 10 in particular, the wards that I represent is the only ward that doesn't have any type of police presence at all. And so we worked with the Peel Police. They were able to provide us some stats. We saw some pretty disturbing trends. And so in Ward 8, you know, crimes against a person have increased in 5 years by 52%. Crimes against property by 19%. Ward 9, crimes against a person increased by 53%. Crimes against property increased by 52%. In Wards 10, crimes against a person increased by 46%, and crimes against property increased by 31%. These are just within 5 years, and so we do have a mixed type of community. We have, you know, townhomes, we have detached, semi-detached, we have some of the estate homes. They're paying, you know, upwards of $50,000 a year in tax too. And so they have a lot of their community and neighborhood issues that they bring all the time. And so we've had, I can't even count the number of community town halls we've had. People are, you know, anxious. They're just generally worried about their own safety, the safety of their property as well. And so I know, you know, members of our council can attest to it. You know, Councillor Fortini, Mayor Brown, there's sometimes hundreds of people at these neighborhood town halls in regards to community safety. And so, you know, I'm really glad that our council passed the motion to, you know, cover the costs of a facility. And so that's what the motion is here today, is to essentially, let me just pull this up. It's basically asking a community station in Brampton's East End for what I've outlined in the motion itself. Another point is that it takes 23 minutes to drive 19 kilometers from 21 Division to the northeast corner of Brampton. And so the request is that, you know, we get a community station, and we're asking that the Peel Regional Police be requested to present the Regional Council a proposed implementation plan, including location, costs, and other significant issues connected with implementing a community station. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, I have no other questioners. So Councillor Dillon and Councillor Parrish, did you have a question? I see you waving. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, my hand has been up as well. Can you look at the raised hand board, please?
There it is. Very good. Councillor Sato, then Councillor Parrish. Councillor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I read the motion and I listened to the deputant, and it sounded like he was talking about my ward. Exactly the same issues, the road issues, the crime issues. 11 Division is actually holding a session for residents on car break-ins and car thefts next week because we've had so many in the west end of the city of Mississauga. It's been a huge issue. I hold town halls and I get the same number of people out that you do. I know Councillor McFadden holds town halls and gets large numbers. We have had increased crime, drug issues. My Meadowvale Town Centre is a huge issue. Extremely high, dense population of young people, and a lot of young youth that are at risk. A lot of issues there. And when I read your motion and I saw you used timing to get to the station, I did some calculations, and for residents in the north end of my ward, it's a 25-minute drive to 11 Division Station. So, the numbers are pretty well the same. I did have a community station at Meadowvale Town Centre, and Peel Regional Police, when they decided that they were going away from the community station strategy, they closed it down, and I've been inundated with requests from my residents to put it back, and it has met with no luck with Peel Regional Police. So I certainly sympathize with what you're asking for, Councillor Dillon, but I'm wondering why you're asking. This is a police issue. It should be dealt with by the Police Services Board. And so I'm wondering why you are asking regional staff to bring a report with costing for a police station when there would be no funds from the regional budget that would pay for a police station. It would have to be all part of the Police Services Board budget. So I wonder if you could explain that. It's very unusual, quite frankly. When I dealt with getting my community police station, I went to the Police Services Board. It was never brought to Regional Council. I'm not sure that Councillor Parrish's was brought to Regional Council for approval. As you know, it has to be incorporated in with the police board budget. So could somebody please clarify that for me? I mean, I could add Ward 9, Mississauga in there as well. And if I looked at the population of Ward 9, 10, and 11, which Councillor McFadden, Carlson, and I represent, we have exactly the same issues. We have exactly the same population. We have the same distance to the 11 Division Police Station. So, I mean, I could take your motion and I could change the numbers, actually, not even change them, because I think they're the same ward numbers in Brampton as they are in Mississauga. So you just change the name from Brampton to Mississauga and you have exactly the same request. So I would like clarity on this. I am concerned that regional staff are being asked to do costing for something that's not our responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Sato. Perhaps if I could, your point is well made. At best, we could inquire of the Police Services Board to consider and look into and whether it's appropriate. But certainly we at the region itself can't do some of the things that you've spoken to. So your point's well made.
So could I suggest then, Mr. Chair, because I'd like to support you, Councillor Dillon, in your request for a community station. And if council approves this and sends it back to staff, then in January, I'll just use the wording exactly from your motion. And I think Councillor McFadden and I will bring the motion and to the January meeting for exactly the same thing. And Councillor Carlson.
So can I respond, Councilor Sato?
Yes, you've been named. Go ahead.
So, Chair, may I? So this is costed by the city of Brampton, the actual station itself. So we're not asking for the region of Peel or city of Brampton to pay for the cost of the community station itself. So if you read one of the whereases, it states that whereas the city of Brampton staff have been directed to identify a location and costs for a potential community station in Brampton's East End to be provided to Peel Regional Police Service at no or minimal cost. And so, we're looking towards somewhere similar to Cassie Campbell Recreation Center, where they have a community police station there. We're looking at Gore Meadows and other city-owned facilities right now. And so that's the discussion we've had, preliminary discussions we've had with the Peel Police as well. And so I guess that's the catch there, that we're offering the facility at no cost to the police, and we're asking them to provide a plan back.
Well, Councillor Dillon, you're not asking the police to provide a plan back. You're asking regional staff. I don't understand why your motion is here at Regional Council, because you're clearly, you're asking Peel Regional Police to present to Regional Council a proposed implementation, which I understand that, but that's not something that Council would be approving.
Right,
so I don't understand why you're asking us as regional councillors to ask Peel Regional Police. My community station was in a city leased facility as well, and we didn't charge Peel Regional Police, but there were costs to operate the facility that were borne by Peel Regional Police. So, personally, I think that your motion should be referred to the Police Services Board. I don't think any of us object to community stations, but, I don't think it's appropriate for Regional Council to be approving it without, I don't have any statistics in front of me. You've given statistics that police gave you. I don't know what those statistics are, because they're not in your motion. I don't know if they're worse statistics than what I have or not. So it's really hard for me to say that I support a community station in your community without having a full report. I would suggest that, and I know I can't move deferral, Mr. Chairman, but can I move referral after speaking? I think it should just be referred to the Police Services Board.
Sorry, may I respond, Chair?
Yes, you can speak to that, I'm told by the clerk. Go ahead. And I still have a list of speakers to the motion itself, but Councillor Dillon, one last point before we'll let the others speak perhaps, and then deal with it accordingly. Councillor Dillon.
For sure. So we've stated that, and I appreciate the points that you made, Councillor Sato. What this is asking is, essentially what Brampton has done is said that they're going to provide the facility. And what this is saying is from the regional council's perspective, that we support, this community station, and that what we'll do is we're requesting the Peel Police to present regional council a proposed implementation plan, including the location, costs, and significant issues connected with implementing a community station. So this is from a regional perspective now, that we've essentially, stated already that the city's providing it. From the regional council is what I'm requesting you guys today, is to support it and ask Peel Police to request the Peel Police to provide an implementation plan. And so I thought it was clear, but that's essentially what it is that we're saying as a regional council, we want this, and we're asking the regional police to provide regional council a plan.
Well, Councillor Dillon, I'm not going to support your motion. I'd love to, but quite frankly, I don't know if regional council should be supporting a community station, because I don't know if it's needed, because I don't have a report in front of me with any statistics at all saying that your wards and your community need a community police station. And without that report, to ask regional council to say that regional council support, even in principle, a police community station for the city of Brampton's East End, without a report giving us the reasons why, like, you know, I just can't. You know, when Councillor Parrish was talking about her community police station, she brought all kinds of statistics in writing to council, but I don't believe we had a motion that we supported it. She dealt with Peel Regional Police directly. And, you know, I sympathize with you, but if I guess I've just never, you know, I mean, I've been around council for 30 years and I've never had regional council support saying we agree that this should be happening in this community without any data and statistics and information to back that up. You know, I love
Councillor
community
Parrish,
police stations.
sorry,
So
Councillor
anyway,
Sato.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, point
That's just
made.
my feeling.
Thank you. Point made. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you very much. And when I did get my community station in Malton, it was a 2-year struggle. When the community police station was closed by Chief Evans, I did bring it to regional council. And I can't remember if I had a motion or whether I just sort of vented and all the councillors nodded their heads that I had a good reason to vent and the station shouldn't have been closed. And I don't have a problem with supporting in principle a community station for Brampton's East End simply because of the distance and the time lapse. It's very the same as I have with my with the change station. The travel time up to Malton was about 22 minutes as well. So I think if you take the second part of your motion off, and then we just support the concept for you, because what I eventually did was we did get all the statistics, but we also got a lot of local residents to prepare a delegation to the Police Services Board. We went to the Police Services Board and gave them a document, was probably 40 or 50 pages deep, on what had gone on in the past, what our problems were, and what we needed. And the Police Services Board made the decision. What they ended up doing, and it's not terribly costly in that Westwood Square donated their space for 2 years. I don't know if that'll go on beyond 2 years. They have 2 full-time police officers there from 8 until 4. A lot of community coming in, just being happy to see them there, as well as reporting things. But the other thing that's important, and you might try this angle as well, is we've probably at any given moment got 5 or 6 officers in the lower floor. They come in from a different door. They have lunch there. They do their reports there. They have computers set up and so forth. So if the city of Brampton were willing to take care of the space, take care of a computer rest spot, then the officers who are patrolling around Malton anyway don't have to go all the way back to this main station for their lunch or their break or their reports. They do them right there. And they're there 24 hours a day. And there are police cars parked out in front in the mall all the time. They've got about 10 reserved spots. So occasionally the mayor uses one of them. But anyway, it's very comforting for the community. I understand why you want to do this. And perhaps if you just take the "and further" off, and we just give you support to keep on with your task, which is, and I'm happy to coach. I can tell you what we did. I can show you the report. And I didn't even ask. I had a couple of members of the community do the asking at the Police Services Board. And I'll tell you, they're very receptive board. And the new chief is fantastic. He's very receptive, and I think he believes in community policing. So if you wanted to, just take that second one off.
Can I speak?
And leave it as we support it in principle, and then we let you do all the hard work and deal directly with the Police Services Board. I think the message we're sending is we like community police stations, and we support your need. And as I said, privately, I would be happy to help you with a presentation for the Police Services Board.
Thank you. My list to speak to the motion is Fortini, Maderos, Brown, Downey. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I understand what Councillor Sado's, she brought up some good points, but Karen Parrish said it right. When you see a police car, it makes the people more comfortable. I just had a town hall of all the cars being broken in, and they say it takes forever for the cars to come on the east end. You know, I don't know how we did the one downtown Brampton. We have a station there if it came to the region, but if we get the support here, it's just bringing it, when we go to the police board, it's showing that this council is supporting it. So that's what we're looking for. So I'm in support of it because I see what goes on in the East End. And, you know, like Karen Parrish said, when they see a police car, it makes the people feel a little bit more safer. So I'm in support of it. Thank you, Gurpreet. And I think I was a seconder of this motion, but I thank Gurpreet Dillon for the hard work.
Thank you. Councillor Maderos.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. And I think my colleague, Councillor Fortini, touched upon it. The only thing I would remind Councillor Sado and others, no two areas are the same. And, you know, I had the opportunity to speak with the chief, and Brampton East has its own characteristics, has a diverse population, has a concentration of, you know, it's a different type of profile, different type of neighborhood than other neighborhoods. And that doesn't take away from the need in other neighborhoods, similar to the debate we had last week. So I do think that, you know, and I appreciate the guidance from our colleagues and from Councillor Parrish and yourself. You know, I do think that there's an opportunity for us to, or for Councillor Dillon to now move on to the police board. But I do think it was still important to come and use this forum and have someone delegate. And just as a reminder, you know, one thing that Councillor Dillon could have done is lined up 20 people and come and do other delegations. He brought one individual who represents an organization and wanted to bring these type of matters to this forum for precisely this, is also to be able to get your feedback and also to, you know, a lot of times when we come with good ideas and the back and forth that we can have in this type of forum allows us to really put a better motion forward. So, you know, I have no problem when people bring motions that are not necessarily rightfully here, but certainly I'm more than happy to sort of add and provide my constructive feedback to, you know, even get a sort of a more sort of successful pathway. So I think this was great on all accounts, and I'm happy to support Councillor Dillon. And I think when he goes to the police board, the fact that he's already come to the city of Brampton, he's come to the region, he's shared with all his colleagues, and I think that gives him more of a comfort to the Police Services Board. So I thank you, Councillor Sado, and everyone for that constructive criticism and that feedback and for providing that support. And thank you, Councillor Dillon, for bringing community safety again to Peel Region, to Council, because certainly these are one of the top issues that we hear about at the door. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to support you, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, and I will also support this, and I want to thank Bavinder for his advocacy. There's been a number of community groups that have been presenting, not really know what the process is, presenting to police board, to city council, to regional council, just to highlight that this is a need in the community and if some investigative work can be done. Obviously, this will be an operational decision of the chief in terms of highlighting where he wants to use his resources, but just like we highlighted a need in Malton or the substation, the virtual station we have in the downtown in Brampton, those are examples where we've highlighted to the police where there's been community feedback, and I think it's consistent to offer them that same feedback on something that we've heard so loudly in Brampton East. And so I wholeheartedly support the motion and look forward to the information that we get back.
Thank you. Councillor Downey.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I actually took my name off the list, but I do support the idea of community police or satellite stations. We did a similar thing in Southfield Village, which borders Councillor Pelletier and Councillor Dillon's wards, where it was integrated into the community hub, community recreation center. And it works, that level of presence works, and the residents appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to say, Councillor Dillon, I feel your pain. I know what it's like to have a community that feels that they don't feel safe. So I'm happy to support your motion as amended, as recommended by Councillor Parrish. And although I think Councillor Sato makes a good point that eventually this is a decision that has to be made at the police board. So I'm sure you will make your case there. And I look forward to making my case as well at the police board early next year. And I wish you the very best, and I'm happy to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sato. I think you're back on my list. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. So as I said before, I fully support community police stations. I would like to see them all come back. So I'm going to suggest, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Parrish had suggested that you remove the last statement. I'd like to suggest that you just amend it slightly to say that the Police Services Board be requested to revisit the issue of community police stations throughout the region of Peel. It isn't something that has been on the radar of the Police Services Board for some time. They did remove them. They were extremely popular when they were in place. And I actually got mine many, many years ago. It was the first one in the region because Councillor Carlson and I gave up the police station that was to be built at Thomas Street and Erin Mills Parkway because it was pointed out to us that there was a greater need in Malton for a police station. And it was supposed to be built at Erin Mills Parkway. It was always in the plans, and Thomas Street. It's now one of our paramedic centers. But we gave that up so that because it was pointed out that the crime rates and the need was greater in Malton. Unfortunately, that was never built. But I said at the time, well, give me a community police station then as a backup. And Chief Lenny at the time said, yes, I will. And he did. So, I fully agree. Having the police there rather than just driving around in the cars makes a big difference, makes a huge difference. So I would suggest that if you could change your last statement, because I think we've heard around the table that we all support them, that the Region of Peel Council supports the idea or the strategy for community police stations, and that we request the Police Services Board and Peel Regional Police to revisit and to look further into where community police stations can be implemented throughout the region of Peel.
Thank you.
I think that would cover all of our areas that we have concern for. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Parrish and then Councillor Dillon. Councillor Parrish.
Well, thank you very much. George and Sato lost their police station, and then we got the police academy over on Derry and here Ontario. That wasn't quite a police station in Malton. But anyway, the problem persisted. We got no coverage at all. That money just got shifted out of your hands. But I think what I'd like to do today, I like the direction this is going in. I'd like to leave that first statement because Councillor Dillon's brought it to our attention as an urgent problem, and I think that first statement should stay. The second statement might say something like, and further, that the Police Services Board be asked to revisit the concept of community stations. They were closed under Chief Evans. I think the new chief has a much more community-minded outlook on things, and so I think we leave the first statement because Councillor Dillon and Mr. Soti have done all this work, and it'll make him at the head of the line. And further, that the Police Services Board revisit the concept of community police stations in the region of Peel. I guess I would just be Brampton and Brampton and Mississauga because they can't enforce it anywhere else. But I don't want to lose that first statement. I think there's been a lot of work put into this, and as I said, we can continue working on how to do a presentation at the Police Services Board and get that thing rolling, because a study of police services or community police stations all over Brampton and Mississauga is going to take time. It probably won't hit for another budget year. So I think we leave the first part of the statement and I support it. I also support and further that the Police Services Board be asked to revisit the concept of community police stations.
Thank you. And if I could, before, and I think I've got Councillor Fonseca on my list now, but Councillor Dillon, if I could, from Councillor Parrish's comments, it already is a conversation the chair has had with some members of the board and the chief. And as Councillor Parrish has enunciated the model that we have the facilities here, officers are in the community in any event, can they take advantage of the facility? That's something we've done before and has led to success. And I think Councillor Parrish is right to point that out. And I think there's a wind of finding favor with this one as well because of the good work our Brampton friends have done. So Councillor Dillon, you might keep that in mind as you put your final motion to me. Before you do, Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be really brief. I just wanted to say thank you very much to Councillor Dillon for bringing this forward. I think it's been a great conversation. Thank you to Jotvinder for being here, and to Councillor Fortini for seconding it. I do fully support the recommendations and all the comments that have been made by Councillor Sato, Councillor Parrish, Councillor Downey. With regards to the importance of the community stations, not only having a presence in a community and giving comfort to the community members, but also the connections that can be preserved or be enhanced when a community policing station is in place. I had one, just like all of us, we lost community stations. I had one in the Dixie Bloor neighborhood area, and with the loss of that station, it wasn't only the presence of the police, but it was the connections that those police had with other neighborhood organizations. In my case, Dixie Bloor, which connected the police and was able to establish, they were able to establish so many great relationships with youth at Dixie Bloor, with Our Place Peel, the shelter, with seniors organizations, with different seniors, youth, family groups within the apartment complexes within Dixie Bloor, and also the different neighborhood watches in the single family and townhouse complexes. It took many years to build those up, and with the loss of the community stations, suddenly there were no connections there. And so I just wanted to say that I fully support it. I think it has been a great conversation, and to add and to emphasize the importance of revisiting community stations throughout our communities. I think it goes into our supportive community and safety plan. And again, I do want to thank Councillor Dillon, Councillor, and in particular to Jotvinder for being here. And I hope you do present a delegation to the Police Services Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Last word to you, and if you can give us clarity on how you would like that final clause to read. Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, firstly, just want to thank everybody's comments today. It's been very helpful, and I'm sure everybody here has issues within their own community. Everybody's communities are unique, and so in the future, if somebody brings something forward, definitely would love to support. I know when Councillor Parrish had brought forward or discussed the Malton Community Station, just as a person who's lived in Malton, I understand some of the needs that they do have. But I'd also like to learn some of the needs and the issues going on in other communities as well. And so I'd love to support anybody else going forward. And so for this particular motion, I think what we'll do is leave the first part, therefore be resolved that Peel Council support in principle a Peel Regional Police Community Station for Brampton's East End. I think that's very important that it will show the police board that the council is united in support of it. And I also think the part about reopening the issue of community police stations is important as well. But I think just for this particular motion, I want to add here that this be referred to, this motion be referred to the police board. I'm wondering, just from your advice, Chair, or anybody else, if that would be helpful or not, because I also want to recognize that we want the community police stations to be revisited, but just specific to this motion, I wanted to also make sure that we're addressing this and that it, directly goes to the police board. So I want to refer this to them as well. So just your advice, Chair.
Yeah, and I think you've gotten good advice all around the table. I think the second clause and final clause should read, and that the council's support be referred to the Police Services Board as it relates to this motion, and the point about and implementing community stations region-wide or something along those lines. But I think that's totally appropriate. I think our team here can get the flavor of that accordingly. And with that, you have moved the motion. I have Councillor Fortini who seconded the motion. I will take it as read because we've been over the salient clauses. And Madam Clerk, over to you for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown? Mayor Brown? Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
Yes.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros? Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And I'll go back to Mayor Brown.
Yeah, in favor.
Mayor Brown in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Very good. That carries unanimously. And while I'm at it, I'm sure Councillor Dillon and Councillor Fortini would be happy to move receipt of Mr. Sodi's presentation. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you to Mr. Sodi as well. Okay, moving on. We're on item 7.3, then 7.4. Phil King, President, Orlando Corporation, regarding PL 2041 Regional Official Plan Review and Municipal Comprehensive Analysis that we are doing. And I was reminded by staff to be clear on the following, that with regards to these presentations that remain 7.4 and 7.5, the remainder of the delegations on today's agenda are related to item 10.2, PL 2041 Regional Staff Official Review and Municipal Comprehensive Review. The staff reports and presentations on the agenda today will provide an update on the official plan review work to date and next steps. No decisions of council are anticipated until spring 2021 on the details of the OP review and the MCR. With that in mind, I would ask council to just stick to the clarifying questions at this time and remind those that did not get on the agenda. This is still a work in progress, and I'm sure we'll hear from you in the next available time or in the new year as we work towards dealing with the matter in 2021. So with that, Phil, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of council. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm here to provide you with some input on the staff report on the 2041 plus Regional Official Plan Review and Municipal Comprehensive Review. My comments will be targeted to employment specifically relating to the methodology and timing for settlement area boundary expansions. Orlando has been involved with staff on the Growth Management Committee and have been active in providing comments at the various stages of the review of the region's growth management strategy. We recently, on November 3rd of this year, had a review with staff of the region's approach to future planning for employment and appreciate the effort staff have made in working with Build and with Orlando in this regard. The combination of all the consultations between staff, its consultants and industry and its consulting team are presented in the report, now in front of Council. We've reviewed the report and want to share some of our concerns on the growth management approach staff is taking as it relates specifically to employment growth. With the structural shifts that have been occurring in the various employment sectors, the region needs to reevaluate how it plans for growth and how it finances growth. As a background to our comments, we wish to remind Council that over the last decade, the region of Peel has not met its growth targets for employment. Peel may have been able to maintain historic trends, but continue to be below forecasts. Some of the structural shifts in employment trends that were occurring prior to COVID was a significant weakening of bricks and mortar retail in favor of online shopping, and office growth slowing due to reducing workspace and combining with hoteling and space sharing. COVID has exacerbated these shifts with working from home and may change how employment growth occurs going forward, putting further risk on the region's finances. The region needs to reevaluate how it funds the infrastructure to accommodate growth. Development charge receipts are extremely at risk for the office and retail sectors. You've heard me caution many times at this point over the years that the current financing model is not sustainable, and it's time to set up or shift to a different financing model. The one bright spot in employment has been and continues to be employment lands growth, primarily industrial. Over the last couple of decades, industrial development has seen unprecedented growth due to the structural shift away from goods production to goods movement. Peel is well positioned to accommodate a significantly higher share of the industrial growth as long as we provide industry multiple choices of suitable industrial land. Staff have identified approximately 2,000 hectares of vacant or underutilized employment land in Peel. Approximately 950 hectares of that is located in 3 employment areas: Southdown, Secondary Plan Area 47 in Northeast Brampton, and Steeles and Heritage Road in Southwest Brampton. Staff anticipate full development of these lands when calculating the need for additional employment lands being designated to accommodate growth to 2041 and beyond. Our submission is that is a grave mistake, and if we do not designate significantly more employment land now, Peel will fall behind in attracting future industrial growth. To support that statement, we can advise Council of the following facts. Notwithstanding the 2,000 hectares of vacant land available, significant industrial development has located outside of Peel due to not being able to locate on suitable land in Peel. The word suitable is what I want to explain. We respectfully submit that when analyzing the vacant land available as well as designating future lands, there needs to be a deeper analysis of the suitability of land for development than has historically been undertaken. There are 4 key areas to review for suitability. Topography. It needs to be relatively flat to accommodate the large footprint warehouses. Environmental factors, creeks, woodlot, etc. Industrial development needs large, unencumbered parcels of land. Access to the 400 series highway, primarily the 401, without traveling through residential neighborhoods. And ownership. It needs to be owned by active industrial developers. Orlando's been in Peel since the 60s, and as its largest single taxpayer, we would like to continue developing in Peel. But lately, we've not been able to find suitable land in Peel and have been forced to assemble lands in Halton for industrial development, along with a lot of our competitors. Why is this happening? I mentioned the 950 hectares of vacant land or underutilized land in those 3 major areas. Why are these lands not developed? In Southdown, the access to the 401 is challenging. The 401 is still the major truck route from the bridge at Windsor. The lands are not owned by developers. Steeles and Heritage, excellent land, flat, serviced, minimal environmental factors, but the land is not owned by developers. Maple Lodge Farms is the largest landowner in that area, and they want their lands as a buffer to their operation. OP 47, the lands have been in the GTA West Corridor freeze, and there's been delays in Peel's environmental assessment for the roads. But the lands, again, are flat with minimal environmental features, and they will be developed because they have industrial developer ownership. In fact, it's the only suitable major industrial area for growth of industrial left in Brampton. We submit that the region needs to designate and service significant new industrial lands to meet its growth targets and provide choice for new industry. Do not assume that the current vacant land is all suitable for development. If that was the case, a lot more of it would have been developed over the last decade. We also dispute the suggested timing for development of suggested expansions of settlement areas. You'll see that in the report in Appendix 4, Section 2D. In our view, the primary areas for employment land expansion are Bolton, Mayfield West, north of the existing employment lands, and both sides of Hurontario Street, north of Old School Road.
Phil, about a minute more. Phil, about a minute more to sum up. Thank you.
Okay. And some areas of Tullamore are suitable. Bolton is an extension of the existing industrial development. So is Mayfield West. Hurontario is flat. It has large contiguous parcels in between well-defined creeks, and it has good transportation, Highway 10 directly onto 410. Tullamore has some topographical issues and some transportation deficiencies until the 413 is constructed, but it is an extension of an existing industrial area. The previous provincial government took the approach in the growth plan that regions had to match their designated land to the growth targets. That has restricted the designation and protection of employment land. This government is taking a different approach and using the targets as minimums. Here is the region's opportunity to protect and designate significant areas of employment for the future. We submit that this will benefit the region in the long term. One final point I want to mention is that the function of the East-West Corridor, Highway 413, we need the region's support in providing input to the province that the 413 will not price out truck traffic like the 407 has done. If it does become a toll road. It is imperative that trucks utilize this road to support the employment lands that will be designated along its route in Halton, Peel, and York. That's a benefit for the whole region. So that's my submissions, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Phil, thank you for that, and I do. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Phil. And I guess going forward, what can we do as the region appeal to assist, and especially going through this planning exercise, to work with what you need? Because, for instance, Caledon only has 20 hectares of developable land left for industrial. When the last population numbers on the last term of council voted to leave it till the official plan, we are turning businesses away that want to come to Caledon. But having said, you've brought some really good information forward. We used to have a planning task force. I guess what I'm asking for, do we need a working group to be able to allow groups like yourselves to be able to have a say as we go forward? I know we're going to have public input, but what can we do for you? Is a public forum enough for you, or would you rather like to have more in-depth workshop with council to have a better understanding on how we can implement that we do not get ourselves into this deficit that we're sitting here at right now, and especially when our development charges costs at the region are humongous right now because we just don't have that employment ability to move forward on employment line.
Mr. Mayor, we'd be glad to assist. We have been working with the region for years now on this. I think it's critical that the region listens to the industry as to what industrial developers, what they look for when they're locating or buying land. We're the ones that build the buildings and attract the business. And if we're not looking at a section of land, there's a reason. That it's not suitable for the type of development that we're that we know is out there. So that's why we, as Orlando, had to move to Milton and assemble lands out in Milton, because we couldn't find suitable land in Peel region. So we'd love to have stayed in Peel, but we have an opportunity here with these settlement area expansions to designate future employment land along the future 413. And some of those lands can actually be developed sooner rather than later, like the Huron-Ontario corridor, because that doesn't have to wait for 413 to come, where some of the other areas do. So, as I said, we'd be glad to help us and our competitors. We've got some good industrial developers in this region, Panattoni, Prologis, all very large companies that do the same thing as we do. And I know they're struggling with the same concerns that we have.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll keep the rest of my comments for when the reports come forward, and I'll be back on at that point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. King, for your delegation. And just a quick question to you. You mentioned industrial development in Bolton. And what type of industrial development are you referring to?
The vast majority of industrial development that occurs in the region and in the GTA West is distribution warehousing, serving the whole population of the province and beyond. A lot of it's been driven by, obviously, the online retailers. You see Amazon building these buildings everywhere. And others. So that's the type of industrial building. Unfortunately, manufacturing, we don't do too many buildings for manufacturing. I think in the last 10 years, we've done 2 buildings for manufacturing. The rest have been distribution warehousing. So that's primarily the lion's share.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to tell you that as the councillor for the Bolton area, my community, both myself and my community, we don't support any more logistics and warehousing and distribution centers in Bolton. We have a number of challenges with regard to the lack of infrastructure and accommodating the type of vehicular traffic that's required for these types of industrial development. So I'm dealing with a number of concerns from my constituents with regards to trucks on the road, and nowhere for these trucks to go except through neighborhoods and communities. So just for the record, I'm just going to put it on record that my community does not support any more warehousing, distribution, and logistics. We support other types of employment development, but certainly not that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Mr. King, for your presentation. And you touched on it briefly in regards to there's a shift in the types of industry and the sizes that are being used. And I'm wondering, what is your thoughts on the land methodology that's being used to indicate how much employment lands are actually required? And I was hoping that you could go a little bit more in depth about that.
I'd be glad to. As I said, one of the fundamental requirements of industrial development, and the type that is occurring or has occurred over the last decade, is large unencumbered parcels of land. When we started Heartland Business Community back in the early 80s, our cookie cutter building was 150,000 square feet. It's now 400,000 square feet, and sometimes larger. Some of these industries are looking for 1 million square feet of building. When you build 1 million square feet, you need very flat land for that. And having topography like a 30-foot grade difference across a parcel of land just wouldn't work. So there's, as I said, large unencumbered parcels of land is one of the key things to look at. And that's what we look at when we're trying to locate or assemble land. There's many others, obviously, that would, but that's probably one of the primary issues.
And what about in regards to how much land we actually should be banking for our economic viability in the future?
I think there's basically no limit to designate it. I know you have to service it, but industrial land values have gone through the roof because of lack of availability of land. And if we start designating additional lands, it will help financially with respect to bringing the values down. So as long, and if we protect the land now, especially along new 413 corridor, it's very rare that a municipality has the potential to have a new 400 series highway running right through the middle of it. So we've really got to make sure that we protect as much land as we can along that corridor. So I don't think there's a limit other than servicing.
Right. And what would be your advice or suggestion in regards to appropriate timing of readiness of those employment lands? I know many of us are going to be faced with the challenge of building community, the community lands, the residential, commercial components, as well as the employment lands simultaneously. In areas, as Caledon as an example, we're well behind that 60-40 ratio of commercial versus industrial tax assessment that makes us fiscally viable into the future. So I'm wondering, what is your thoughts on the timing and the sequencing, and if phasing is a good idea of bringing those employment lands online, and perhaps they should be done in advance of some of the larger residential components?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get into saying you should develop these lands before something else. I think one of the key components is, as I said earlier, ownership. If you have a piece of land that's designated in industrial or employment and it's not owned by active developers, those lands will take many years to develop. But if you've got active developers that have invested in those lands because they see that as being viable land, then that's a key component of getting those lands on stream. So a lot of the reason why the 2,000 hectares of undeveloped or underutilized land in Peel is because a large component of it is not owned by developers. So you need that component. Industrial development doesn't go as fast generally as residential. It takes years. Like at Heartland, we've been at it for 30 years, and we just finished our last industrial building in Heartland. So that's the sort of time frame. We're in it for the long term. So you do need that active developer concept.
Thank you, Mr. King. And I think to follow on Mayor Thompson's comments, and I'll circle back with staff when the presentation and delegation comes forward. But I know in Caledon, we are going to be commencing our own fiscal responsibility task force with the use of our consultants, Boston and Associates. And I think that I know that the fiscal responsibility is a huge aspect of the region's project moving forward. But I think that if we don't already have task forces out for the region of Peel and its entirety, that includes the landowners and people like Mr. King, I think that that's something that we should be considering, even moving today as a council, to create that fiscal responsibility task force, having those people sitting at the table, providing that input and working with our consultants. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you. That exhausts my list. I just wanted to add the chair will be circling back on this as well. Phil, thank you for your presentation. I don't know how many of you saw it this morning, but the lead editorial in the Toronto Star spoke to this. The fact that in Peel, amongst the many things we do well, Mayor Brown, you should be commended. A big shout out to you from that editorial for sticking up for the people that work in Brampton in these facilities that keep us moving and deliver product, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm well aware of it from our Goods Movement Task Force and Smart Freight Task Force. So the fact of the matter is, when I count my blessings, at the top of the list is the airport. And between the airport and Orlando, you have employed and paid more taxes than anybody in the region of Peel. And we want to keep people working. So you're getting a sympathetic ear here. Boy, we've got lots of residential. You can never have enough ready-to-go employment lands, because that's what we all need. So more to follow on this. We really thank you for your presentation. With that, I'm going to ask Mayor Thompson and Councillor Innes to move receipt with more to follow. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you for your presentation today, Phil.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Okay, and that brings us down to our last deputant, Karen Barrett, Senior Associate, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, on behalf of the Bolton Option 3 Landowner Group. Karen.
Thank you, Chair Unica and members of council. My name is Karen Bennett. I'm a Senior Associate with Glenn Schnarr and Associates, and I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of the Bolton Option 3 Landowner Group. We have read with interest all of the materials prepared by regional staff for your consideration today related to Peel's official plan review and the MCR update. On behalf of Option 3, we are very pleased this report is now out and is advancing through the MCR process, and that it incorporates not only the 2041 growth targets, but also the 2051 growth targets pursuant to the growth plan. We are specifically very pleased to see that all of the Option 3 lands in Bolton are shown as coming into the Bolton Rural Service Center boundary, and we're very keen to see this occur as soon as possible. We're also very pleased and appreciative that regional staff were able to work with the province, the town staff, and landowners involved in the ROPA 30 appeals to achieve a settlement to ROPA 30. We note the SABE map presented in a minute today, a little bit in today, does not reflect that settlement, probably because it just occurred, and we recognize an update will be required to this map to reflect the ROPA 30 settlement. As a bit of background for you, in working through the details for a settlement to ROPA 30, 90 hectares was identified to be available to be allocated to the Bolton Rural Settlement area in addition to and outside of Option 6. This 90 hectares was added to portions of Option 3 and Option 1 through the ROPA 30 settlement, which was approved by LPAT. With that addition, which is considered 2031 growth, but which is currently mapped as 2041 plus growth on the region's SABE map, we believe there is an extra 90 hectares now available to be allocated elsewhere through the region's 2041 plus SABE map. Building on the work that was done collectively and cooperatively by the region, the town, and all the landowners involved in ROPA 30, we wish to express our support for this additional 90 hectares to be added now to the northern portion of Option 1 to assist in completing that growth area for Bolton. As well, we are very keen to see this MCR process and the regional official plan review advance as quickly as possible. We wish to request that regional staff and members of council consider taking a phased approach to the MCR to advance the SABE map and growth management component of the ROPA as quickly as possible. You may recall the opportunity to take a phased approach to the MCR was supported as an available option for municipalities by Minister Clark in his letter of November 12, 2019. By adopting a phased approach to advance the SABE component of the MCR, this will have the positive effect of allocating the 2041 plus growth more quickly, thereby allowing local municipalities to commence their local planning work and ultimately accelerate Peel Region's much needed growth and housing supply as we come out of this pandemic-induced economic slowdown. That's my submission today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questioners at this time, Karen, I'm going to thank you for your presentation and ask that it too be moved for receipt by Mayor Thompson and Councillor Innes. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you to all our delegates. We now turn to our thank you, Karen. Now we turn to our own staff reports. On to item 8, COVID-19 related matters. Update on the Region of Peel's response to COVID from Dr. Lawrence Loh, our Medical Officer of Health. Dr. Loh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Today, as promised, I have a presentation that really speaks to the infusion of additional equity injects into our ongoing pandemic response. However, before I begin, I do want to provide, as promised in my memo to council yesterday, an update around the vaccine. We are very excited to hear that the first vaccine has been approved by Health Canada for COVID-19. This is very promising for the next phase of our continued battle against COVID-19. It is important for us to say that while there is a viable vaccine that has been approved by the federal government, it is still quite some time away before we are actually going to see coverage and uptake rates that will permit a loosening of measures and the current precautions that we recommend. So to the extent that we are certainly excited to hear about this, we want to remind the community that it is vital to continue to follow precautions around distancing, limiting close contact, and masking to make sure that we're staying safe. Peel Public Health is preparing for local mass vaccination with an aim to prioritize those who need it the most in line with guidance that will be provided by the provincial and federal governments. We are working very closely with the Ministry of Health to plan deployment in our region. Our COVID-19 immunization response will require an integrated approach with partners internal to the region of Peel, as well as external in the community to meet overall immunization goals. At this time, we are working with the Regional Emergency Operations Center to put together plans which will be rolled out in phases as we learn more from the ministry and the provincial leadership. A Region of Peel COVID-19 task force has been collectively planning and implementing a systems-level approach for mass immunization. There will also be engagement with local stakeholders to better inform the overall strategy within Peel and also build on the strengths of existing vaccine distribution infrastructure that are already in place. There are lots of questions around who will be prioritized to receive the vaccine first and how this will be determined. The province has provided a list of priority groups that will receive the vaccine, specifically targeted at red control and gray lockdown zones. The priority groups that have been identified so far include residents, staff, essential caregivers, and other employees of congregate living settings, such as in Region of Peel long-term care homes, as well as retirement homes, who provide care for seniors as they are at a higher risk of infection and serious illness from COVID-19. Healthcare workers, including hospital employees and other staff who work or study in hospitals and other healthcare personnel, and also adult recipients of chronic home healthcare. We will be using local data and working with our community partners to ensure that we are following provincial guidance and working towards getting vaccines first to those who need it most as soon as possible. During the rollout, we will also continue to work to ensure that those affected by COVID-19 receive timely care, including case and contact management, and also continue to work with partners such as school boards, hospitals, and long-term care homes to continue to limit transmission of COVID-19 in our community. Vaccination is one of the most effective measures to prevent disease and protect the community, and we expect that the COVID-19 vaccine is no different. Due to the phased nature of the vaccine rollout, we will all need to be patient, and residents, as I said earlier, are strongly encouraged to continue practicing the precautions that keep us healthy around masking, distancing, hand washing, and self-isolating and getting tested if sick. It is crucial that a vaccine in and of itself is not seen as a solution on its own, and we must continue to take the precautions seriously if we want to keep our community safe. I will now move on to my presentation, and in keeping the community safe, we'll speak to our ongoing work and our ongoing response as an update for Council's information. One observation that we have noted throughout this second wave in our community is that disparity and inequity has played a significant role in driving transmission in Peel Region. The least fortunate in our community are bearing the brunt of this disease by virtue of their circumstances. Often, these are our newest Canadians, racialized populations, those that are precariously employed in jobs, and essential workers that are not afforded time off if they fall sick or are exposed, and are also rendered vulnerable and their households where precautions aren't being taken. Equity is fundamental to local public health practice and is one of Peel Public Health's strategic priorities as endorsed and identified in our strategic plan. It is with this lens that we have collected data, engaged with the community, and built out partnerships throughout our response to try to reduce risk for hard-hit communities. The gray lockdown measures have been helpful to date in bringing our cases to a plateau and preventing further propagation in the wider community. But we know that additional efforts are needed to incorporate equity into our response. This presentation reflects our engagement with the community and enhancements to our response that have been implemented and are continuing to drive our efforts to get at many root causes that drive COVID-19 transmission in our community. It is, in fact, these same root causes that cause disparities and inequities in health status in our community, and these root causes that need to be addressed to ensure that everyone has an equal shot at good health and is protected against COVID-19. Next slide, please. A quick reminder of the overall public health goals of the COVID-19 response. The aim is to prevent severe illness and death due to all causes, including COVID-19, to protect the healthcare system capacity and its workers, and to minimize to the extent possible the societal and economic impacts of the pandemic on our community. Next slide, please. These are the activities that Peel Public Health has been continuing since entering emergency operations in January, as per our mandates as specified under the Ontario Public Health Standards. They include case and contact and outbreak management, known colloquially as contact tracing, epidemiologic surveillance and reporting of data, the institution and recommendation of public health measures, education, engagement, enforcement, and leadership, communications, and the continued delivery of critical public health functions to address other health concerns in our community. Next slide, please. In respect of case and contact management, our aims in controlling outbreaks, investigating exposures, and managing cases and contacts is really about reducing transmission and ensuring that individuals who test positive for COVID-19 in the region of Peel are able to safely isolate, and also that their contacts are able to take these steps to protect themselves as well. We know that an element of case and contact management is self-isolation, and in doing so, have aimed to provide Peel residents who face barriers to COVID-19 self-isolation with appropriate supports and services for home isolation and recovery. In applying an equity lens to this work, we have, throughout this pandemic, been conducting interviews with cases and contacts in their preferred languages, and we have also been collecting information to inform outbreak investigations and community exposures to better understand the picture of transmission. We have also expanded our COVID-19 isolation and recovery program that was started in May, and continue to provide targeted support for priority populations. Most importantly, we have worked very closely with community agencies and stakeholders to identify culturally appropriate community supports, and we continue to work with these agencies and stakeholders to identify how better we can target the disparities and the inequities that continue to drive transmission in our community. Next slide, please. Epidemiologic surveillance and reporting refers to the data that we report on in general to describe the health of the population, to identify inequalities and inequities, and also to paint a picture of transmission as it occurs in the region of Peel. We were one of the first health units in the province to start collecting data on race and occupation as reported by our cases, and we will continue that activity, and we will continue to report this data on our website to ensure that it informs action. Next slide, please. Public health measures. These are the policies and interventions that protect the population from acquiring or transmitting COVID-19. They are targeted both at the community at large and also at targeted settings in preventing outbreak transmission in various homes and community settings. In applying an equity focus to this, we are continuing to use data to inform potential policies and interventions, both those that may be considered or contemplated, as well as revising those that are already that have already been implemented. We have also, as you've noted in the last few months, started to advocate for supports to address the underlying social determinants of health, the circumstances that are really driving individual transmission in terms of people's employment circumstances, household circumstances, and social circumstances. We continue to facilitate testing and surveillance together with our Ontario health partners who have the provincial mandate to provide testing. And we also continue to provide support for outbreak management, infection prevention and control in working with community and stakeholder groups. Finally, we are also continuing to identify and reduce barriers to key interventions by engaging with government and community partners. Next slide, please. In respect of education, enforcement, and leadership, education, engagement, enforcement, and leadership. We continue to educate the public on strategies to reduce risk, engage with relevant partners and stakeholders, and ensure that the health of vulnerable populations are protected through education enforcement mechanisms. In applying an equity lens to this, we are working very closely and engaging with our community stakeholders through the community response table in consultation around various products, campaigns, and education measures that can actually be deployed to ensure that the public and specific communities are advised on measures that they can take to prevent themselves from acquiring COVID-19. We are also continuing to support and align our work with community partners around community services, and also we provide updates to those community partners through the community response table to ensure that our partners are informed and that we are also hearing from them around what they are seeing on the ground. We will work with partner agencies to enforce COVID-19 related acts, regulations, and orders, and continue to work in partnership in specific with the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development inspectors and other provincial ministries and agencies to address what we see in terms of disparity in the workplace and high-risk settings for exposure. Next slide, please. Finally, in respect of communication with the public, stakeholders, and partners, Peel Public Health throughout the course of the pandemic has aimed to provide timely access to information using various communications channels and also providing contextual relevance of information for specific populations while also responding in a timely manner to public inquiries. We will continue to use broad communications mediums and channels in order to reach our community through both comprehensive as well as targeted communications interventions. At this time and throughout the second wave, we have been expanding our community outreach and working with various community agencies and have continued to provide communication that is adapted to context, specifically around language, as well as socio-demographic circumstances. In responding to inquiries, as well as in broader messaging, we continue to respond both to the community at large, as well as to ensuring that messages and education are transmitted to specific populations. Next slide, please. So, in terms of next steps, this presentation today was intended to inform Council about all the various aspects of work that are continuing around COVID-19, and specifically around how we are continuing to incorporate our focus on addressing inequities and disparities through advocacy, through work with community partners. We have brought this forward today because it is very important for us to continue to be responsive to our community's needs and to identified areas where we can continue to build on our work and partnership to ensure that we are addressing the root causes of COVID-19 transmission in our community. Following Council, we will issue an executive summary to Council as well as to the community response table that will outline these expanded pandemic response efforts. And in the new year, we will be bringing a detailed report around the specifics under each of the buckets of work that I've identified to show where this dialogue has gone and the full suite of measures that we are continuing to engage in with our communities in the region of Peel. I will also mention that in the new year, we plan to bring an updated interim strategic plan, which will speak to the ongoing objective and work that public health will have in responding to COVID-19, which will guide our work in public health over the coming years as this response continues and the vaccine program rolls out. That will come before Council as Board of Health for endorsement. And finally, Council, I do want to close by speaking about something that's critically important as we head into the holiday season. As the holidays approach, I know that it appears that it is unfortunately not going to be the type of holiday season that any of us would have hoped for. I fully recognize that the measures that are in place are difficult to accept. I derive no pleasure from acting out of necessity to put in place measures and restrictions. And I do recognize that our community is tired and frustrated. Of late, regrettably, we are finding increasingly that this frustration is being misdirected. I know our essential workers in the community face this every day simply by virtue of going to work and being in service of our needs. And in conversations when I'm out with them, I'm hearing words that confirm my observations, that kindness and charity seems to be increasingly in short supply this holiday season. It is unfortunate that some in our community are losing sight at how all of us have been challenged by these unusual circumstances. I think I could make a pretty strong case that no one wants this to be over more than me and my team in public health. But that said, unfortunately, our public health teams on the phones and doing contact tracing are experiencing more and more uncharitable behavior from the community. And I raise it today because I fear it will only grow worse as this pandemic continues. I only get a fraction of it in my email, but I know our staff are dealing with many callers, many cases that are angry and aggressive, sometimes bordering on abusive. It's difficult because our staff have been doing this for almost a year. They are stopping spread, keeping the community informed and comforted, and doing incredible work against the tremendous odds presented by our context. They are struggling. Now, this isn't a problem we can solve right here, but I wanted to share with all of you to make sure that the message gets out. This is a month of giving and caring, and I think it's really important that we show a little bit more patience, a little bit more kindness, and a little bit more support to our public health workers, but also to all our essential workers, our hospital workers. They all deserve a little bit more patience. And I do recall, and I do note that while the pandemic's lingering seems to be bringing out the worst in certain circumstances, I know that it is an opportunity and has also brought out the best in many instances too. So my hope in bringing this today is to remind that especially during these difficult times, a little kindness does go a long way, and ultimately, it's easier to make it through these difficult times together rather than apart. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you. That concludes my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and there are several. And my first three speakers are the mayors, Crombie, Brown, Thompson. So I think it appropriate also to make you aware that we also have on the floor their motion, the salient clause, which reads, "Therefore be it resolved that the regional chair write to the Prime Minister of Canada and Premier of Ontario on behalf of the Regional Council to request that the federal and provincial governments implement and fund the necessary policies and programs to provide adequate paid sick day benefits to ensure accessible and timely income financial supports in order to remove barriers facing precariously employed Peel residents, which will allow them to get tested, self-isolate, and follow necessary COVID-19 control measures without fear of income loss and financial hardship, that the provincial government extend infectious disease emergency leave beyond January 2, 2021, and do this expeditiously to give workers job protection and peace of mind, and further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to all Peel area MPs and MPPs for their awareness and active support, and further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Greater Toronto Hamilton area municipalities." Mayor Crombie.
Well, thank you. And Dr. Loh, we want to, on behalf of the mayors, I know we all want to move this. Thank you for helping us draft the motion. It's so important so that people who are sick can, with confidence, stay home and isolate and get better and know that their families will be provided for. So thank you for that. I'm happy to move it. So just lots going on right now. I think you will hear from my councillors that there is a lot of frustration in our community, particularly among the small businesses, not even needless to say about the restaurants, etc., that we now have been in from phase 2.5, which was extremely restrictive, moved into a red zone for a short period of time until we went into lockdown. That was pretty much the entire month of November and December. So 5 to 6 weeks now and 18 days in gray zone. And we see that while our numbers are stabilizing, they're not on the decline yet. So I guess I'm at a loss. What more do we need to do to secure a downward trend? And then you will hear that, if our numbers are not declining, maybe we need to do something more for our local businesses. They can't stay in this state forever. They're being penalized at a critical time for them during the holiday season. And as we will all tell you, most people feel safer being in smaller local retailers and in restaurants than in the big box stores, where we know they're not respecting capacity limits and people aren't masked. And there's a fundamental unfairness about it as well. And in the restaurants, people can be safer. Maybe we could put measures in place, such as plexiglass in tables to divide people at tables. But otherwise, we think we're driving people to private settings, and people are looking for ways to skirt the rules. We all know that is happening. We all feel, especially in Mississauga, because the numbers are in York are not different than Mississauga's numbers, and yet their retailers are permitted to be open. So that's number one, and you will hear that from all my counselors. So I want you to give you the heads up and talk about that. And we've already spoken about sick pay. And you will notice that there is an injunction being made on behalf of Hudson Bay Company for all retailers in Toronto, in Peel, on the gray zone, and it's unfairness. So we'll see how that goes with the courts. I understand there was a challenge as well on the faith-based groups and the limit of 10 and who decided the capacity that 10 was warranted. And then finally, on the vaccine, I'm just going to put all my questions out and you can speak to them. On the vaccine, I know the rollout and the logistics has just been announced. I know because I'm getting questions on it too. I'm getting questions on whether it's safe for children. What if you have allergies? We saw certain individuals in the UK have allergies, etc. And then thirdly, so finally, the first phase, which will be largely Pfizer and Moderna, and of course that can only, the 23 units that can accommodate the negative 75 temperatures from now till March probably. And just clarification, is this the frontline healthcare workers and some long-term care? Because of course those individuals have to go to the hospitals for the vaccine. And then as the Moderna is brought on and after Marchish, so April and beyond, it will be largely healthcare workers, essential workers, all of our seniors, et cetera, and probably not open to the public until later in 2021. Can you confirm that based on what you've been hearing, and not accessible in regular outlets for vaccinations such as clinics, pharmacies, your local doctor, et cetera, until next fall. So I know I've spoken on a bunch of issues, but you will hear the theme that businesses can no longer continue to be punished, that York has taken a different approach, and we've been in either gray or red or modified phase 2 since November, all of November. And we're not making a dent in the numbers, Dr. Lowe. What are we going to do? Thank you.
So through the chair to Mayor Crombie, thank you so much for the questions, comments, and certainly for yours and council's ongoing support and the dialogue. I think it's so important for us to continue having this dialogue and to really highlight why the measures are in place and what we're seeing. Because my focus of my report today was on the equity aspects of our response and bringing that to council's attention, I didn't really spend much time speaking to the numbers, as you know. And what I can say is, while I do recognize that there's been, phase 2.5, the brief read under the old framework, which had very, very high thresholds, as you recall, which were subsequently walked back and then into gray lockdown. I think it's actually a very, with a certain guarded optimism, a very positive sign that we are seeing cases not go beyond 500 at this point in time. It shows that we are hopefully seeing transmission stabilize in our community. And if we remember from the first wave, there is usually a peak where you're hopefully getting to, and then after the peak, that's where you start to see the declines. To the extent that the measures are in place and they will, any changes to the measures will again potentially change the pandemic picture. That's why I would, at least recommend. We've only really just gotten over one incubation period of this disease. We do know that there is still circulation at very unsustainably high levels of transmission in our community. We do know that hospitalizations, severity in long-term care homes, and also deaths are trailing indicators. And that really speaks to the picture that we're now seeing in our hospitals, where both of our area hospitals are over capacity, treating patients in non-traditional spaces, transferring patients out all over the province. And so I think it's important to keep in mind that overall picture as to what is happening on the other side of the closures. And certainly through the chair to you, Madam Mayor, I would sort of gently rephrase, it's not a matter of punishing businesses. This is about all of us as a community coming together and really trying to reduce opportunities and venues for in-person contact. And as I've said at previous council meetings, at this point in time, with levels of transmission where they are, it's less about closing sources or identifying sources, but more about just trying to make sure that people are sticking to the advice to stay home as much as possible, to limit their in-person interactions outside the home, to just the essentials, and to make sure that they're doing so with precautions. And so I think,
Dr. Lowe, just before you move into the other questions, just a quick comment on that. What criteria will you use to move us out of gray and into, or recommend actually, because obviously it's the Premier that makes that judgment call, move us back into red? What criteria will be used, and do you expect the closures to continue through the holidays, through Christmas, New Year's, except Boxing Day, etc.?
So thank you, through the chair, to Mayor Crombie. That's very helpful, and I'm happy to provide detail on that. The criteria are essentially the same as what we used in the first wave. So ideally, you want to see a stable or declining trend over a 2 to 4 week period, and you want to make sure that your healthcare tracing and testing capacity are adequate and sufficient to ensure that you're able to continue to track and trace and treat the disease in the community. I can say at this point in time, all of those indicators are solidly in the red, and this is actually updated regularly in our weekly epidemiologic report. We're not seeing stabilization or decline for 2 to 4 weeks. We're not seeing. We're having challenge. We continue to have challenges with testing. We've just managed to get back online with our broader, more comprehensive contact tracing, and we have also we're also seeing challenges with the healthcare and hospital capacity pieces. So I think it's a bit early, and I'm just starting to have conversations with our ministry colleagues around where things go after 28 days. And while it's too early, I think, to render an official recommendation opinion, I am heartened by the fact that after 18 days in lockdown, we have not seen cases continue to skyrocket as they were. They've been holding steady, as everyone knows, in the range of 400 to 500. And the goal is, if we can stabilize, let some of these chains of transmission burn out, and then hopefully continue to bring online other measures. As I mentioned, certainly we've got the isolation center, we've got all the various workplace pieces that are trying to put in place, and certainly the motion that is before council, which income supports are really a big thing that will help to address some of the inequities and disparities that are leading to people being exposed. If we can get some of these measures in place, I would feel a bit more confident, especially if trends and capacity improve, around making recommendations that would lead to loosening of restrictions at this point in time. So I hope that answers that question, Madam Mayor. And then, so through the chair, to your other questions, in respect of, I believe the vaccine was the other piece there. At this point in time, details are still coming from our provincial counterparts, and we continue to work with them. We certainly, at this time, understand that there is one vaccine that's been approved for use in Canada. This vaccine has specific logistical challenges that will require it to be given quite close to where it is stored. And we do know that the province has outlined that groups that will receive early vaccine doses in the first few months will be resident staff, essential caregivers, and other employees of congregate living settings that provide care for seniors, healthcare workers, including hospital employees, as well as staff who work or study in hospitals, other healthcare personnel, adults in Indigenous communities, especially in remote communities where risk of transmission might be high, and adult recipients of chronic home health care. And we do know that the priority will be on regions that are currently in red control and lockdown. And so that's essentially the broader piece, and we continue to await further information from the province confirming the exact details of how those categories are defined and who would fall within them. In respect to the questions around children and vaccines, we know that the vaccines at this time have been approved for use in adults over the age of 18 that are not pregnant. And this is based on early clinical trials, but there are continuing trials for individuals under 18 and certainly various vulnerable populations, including pregnant adults. And so as further information becomes available from clinical trials, Health Canada will likely review them, will approve them if it continues to appear safe and effective in those groups. So certainly those groups, the groups for which the vaccines are authorized, can and will likely change as we learn more and as we receive more in the way of vaccinations. And then in terms of the allergies, it's important to highlight that This is a critical function of the ongoing vaccine safety work that happens, not just with the trials beforehand, but in the rollout of any vaccine, there is a robust post-release surveillance program that monitors for any potential adverse events that might be associated with the vaccine. So we'll look to see what comes out of the UK's reports of allergies at this point in time. It's important to say that there's a correlation. There's no guarantee that this is causal with the vaccine, and we really do need to wait for the investigation in order to understand whether this is a side effect, how severe it is, how much the risk is, et cetera. And that's all part and parcel of ensuring with any vaccine that the vaccine supply is safe. And so that's just that is basically just part and parcel of the process, keeping a close eye on these things. And we certainly will be able to learn from the data and the learnings from the rollout in the UK in our own rollout here in Ontario as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And just in terms of everyone's time management, I've got a list of about 7 or 8 more questioners and speakers, after which time we're going to take a half-hour break or so to have a lunch and bio break. So just so everybody can manage your time, thinking we'll all be back by around 1-ish. This might take the next half hour or so. So with that, my list is Brown, Thompson, Paleshi, Demerla, Dasco, Kovacs. So Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Unica. And Mayor Crombie asked many of the questions I was going to ask, but I just wanted to echo my support for the motion requiring paid sick days. This is so integral. I know there's some companies that are doing this on their own, but there are many that aren't. And this is a real gap in our COVID response. And I'm grateful that Dr. Lowe has picked up the mantle with this advocacy. And it was actually Dr. Lowe that suggested this motion would be helpful. I've been speaking about it in the media. The GTHA mayors have passed this, the Ontario big city mayors have passed this, but boy, is it integral in Peel region. We have so many precarious workers working in warehouses, working in essential workplaces, and they're going to work, sometimes with symptoms because they can't afford to miss a paycheck. And it leads to household spread. In a country as prosperous as Canada, during a pandemic, it's unbelievable that here we are 9 months into the pandemic and we still have a problem like this. And Dr. Lowe, I'd almost say, when they ask you about maintaining restrictions in Peel region, I almost think we should say to them that it is an imperfect response if you don't complement it with the right measures. And I think we should be more outspoken on this. I really think we should be saying, we understand the restrictions you're putting in place, but it is insufficient if you're not providing the assistance and the tools to where we're seeing the greatest transmission. We know industrial settings invariably leads to household spread. And so, Dr. Lowe, I would love us to be more muscular to the province in our response about the supports we actually need. And I think there's momentum for this. I know we talked about this earlier in the week. There is momentum for these type of supports. Just today in the Globe and Mail, their editorial referenced Peel region and essential workplaces and the need for paid sick days. The fact that this is in a national paper from coast to coast talking about the inadequate supports in areas like Peel region, now is the time for us to be as vocal as possible about it. And so, Dr. Lowe, is it possible to really use our voice and your voice to the province to talk about how this is a necessary tool? And what else can you do with this motion to really speak to the fact that that a COVID response that doesn't protect the most vulnerable, a COVID response that doesn't protect our most vulnerable settings, and that's not to take anything away from long-term care. That's obviously the most vulnerable setting. But if you look at where our transmission is, a response that does not look at industrial settings when that's our number one source of transmission is an inadequate response. And there's just got to be some way we can get that through to the provincial and federal table. And so, Dr. Lowe, what else can we do to drive this message home that this is where we need help?
So through the chair to Mayor Brown, thank you very much for your comments. And I will say one of the great things that I've really enjoyed about my ongoing regular calls with yourself and Mayor Crombie, Mayor Thompson, and the chair, as well as our hospital counterparts, is that you're all very much catching up and aware of epidemiologic concepts right now. And you're absolutely right, Mayor Brown, that you've identified when we talk about vulnerable populations, it's really important that, as you know, there are two different types of vulnerability. There is vulnerability in terms of outcome, and there's vulnerability in terms of exposure. And so certainly the work that is being done to protect long-term care homes is about preventing severe outcomes, because we know that population is vulnerable to poor outcomes. But vulnerability in the terms of exposure, that is what has really driven our picture in Peel, and certainly with many other municipalities that we've seen all across Canada, all across the world. You know, the picture we have in Peel is the same picture that is seen in Surrey, British Columbia. It's seen in the northeast of Calgary. It's basically the places where you've got the essential workplaces, you've got the crowded housing, and you've got this chain that goes from house to work to social. And luckily, we've tried to get rid of the social to some extent, but then it becomes house to work. And so you're absolutely right, Mayor Brown, in terms of taking an approach that focuses on the vulnerable. That is why I brought forward the equity plan today. And in terms of what we can do, I've certainly stressed this in my conversations with Dr. David Williams, the Chief Medical Officer of Health, and certainly with our ministry counterparts. We know that there's a lot of work afoot there to really identify additional supports and resources that can come in terms of testing, in terms of wraparound supports for individuals who test positive in high transmission communities. Certainly the isolation center, which we continue to work with community partners to identify where we can bring additional capacity online, and certainly in recognition of your work and the work to just really see how we can get these harder hit neighborhoods pieces. And I will also say that we've been also working very closely with many of the new task forces that have been created in the community. I've met with many of the members of the South Asian Task Force, for example. I'm meeting with them, in fact, again this evening. They're the ones that are seeing stuff on the ground. Their insights, their data has helped to inform our recommendations and inform what we're seeing around the need for paid sick days, for greater worker supports and protection, especially temporary contract and agency workers. Like, these are all huge issues, and it's I think paid sick days is really where the conversation is right now, and where I think that's the reason why I proposed, at least, and I'm thankful for the mayors for bringing it forward, a motion to really just highlight this as one element. But we do know that overall, it really is about addressing those disparities and those inequities, and the advocacy that I identified within my presentation today is going to be a continued component of our response going forward to ensure that the community gets the help they need. And we will do that certainly in conversation with our provincial counterparts, in conversation with other municipalities that are seeing similar challenges, and in conversation and collaboration with the community agencies and task forces that we are working to align our voices and our messages with.
Question I have, I know there's a lot of people that want to ask questions, so I'm keeping my comments minimal, since I do have the chance to ask you questions on our regular teleconferences that we have with the mayors. But the one thing I wanted to stress, maybe you could share details. I understand that the vaccine rollout is, they are giving priority to areas that are hardest hit, areas that are in lockdown. I heard the Premier's remarks, and so in some respects where we're complaining about being in lockdown, at the same time there are some benefits. And I know one thing that your colleague Dr. Isaac Bogoch put on social media yesterday was that in the long-term care settings, which is, I think all of us should be most worried about, they said that it would only be in those areas that the initial rollout is going to happen. And so for those staff and residents in Peel and Toronto, they would actually have first access to the vaccine. Is that your understanding, that because there's a limited amount of vaccine, that it's our long-term care settings that are going to have some of the first access, which is a silver lining in the adversity that we're facing right now during the lockdown, that some of our most vulnerable residents are actually going to get support first. And I just think that perspective is one that's important for us all to have.
Yeah, so through the chair, thank you, Mayor Brown, for the question. As you know, interestingly enough, Dr. Bogoch sits on the Provincial Immunization Delivery Task Force. And so if he's put that out on social media, I suspect that comes from their deliberations. Interestingly, I would note that there is no local or provincial public health representation on that immunization delivery task force. I think that's certainly a bit of a missed opportunity. We do know that vaccination has been a cornerstone of public health practice for quite some time, and not having a public health representative at that task force does leave us a little bit in terms of relying on direct information from the ministry. So at this point in time, I don't have anything to add beyond if Isaac has put that out there on Twitter, then I presume it comes from his deliberations with the provincial task force.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. I want one point of clarification, because our small businesses are really struggling. Doesn't matter what part of Peel, we're all in this together. I want to clarify when Mayor Crombie was asking the question, we have to get below 40 to get into the red zone. But if we do get a decline in numbers where we are around 100, if we can show that we're having a rapid decline and we don't get to 40, can we still get to the red zone for small businesses?
So through the chair to Mayor Thompson, in fact, at this time, as you know, the provincial framework that they use to make these recommendations specifies entry into the zone. So it's actually not clear what the criteria would be to exit, specifically at the province's framework. That's why I only have my basis to go on in terms of recommendations. And certainly, if we did see a 2 to 4 week decline or stabilization, and we did see capacity improve in our healthcare and our hospital settings in tracing and testing, I would consider a specific recommendation that might go to the province. But in the absence of the province's own specifics around how you exit a certain zone, I think that will be that'll be stuff that we'll continue to have discussions with our provincial counterparts about. But long story short, we are still looking for that decline and stabilization and decline over 1 to 2 incubation periods and the capacity indicators that we continue to monitor.
Well, if we can get to the our own rules, we can get ourselves back into the red zone, which we never wanted to be, but we're all grateful now that we're in lockdown, how we get there. My second question is, looking at, especially up in the Grey Bruce area, up there, they're getting coolers from Chapman's Ice Cream. Down in PI, they're getting portable coolers from a tuna plant. We got a lot of that in Peel here. We have a lot of those industry. Have we had any businesses that are offered portable coolers so that we can be able to provide the inoculation where it needs to go?
So thank you, Mayor Thompson, through the chair. We get all kinds of offers, not just for coolers, but all sorts of various products. I believe that gets handled. Certainly, I certainly refer them to the province because the province has Ontario Together, which is a big piece, and also to our regional EOC, just to sort of see, because they oversee the procurement and logistics aspects of these things. But specific to the vaccine rollout, my understanding is that at least in the initial phase, these ultra cold freezers are a fairly specific piece of equipment, and I believe the provincial government is the lead on actually procuring those at this time.
Okay. As I said, I even have a stainless steel liquid nitrogen tank at -273 that you're welcome to. The one thing I want to do is I think it's extremely important that we support this motion today because it's going to, as you say, Dr. Lowe, it's going to be summer before any of us are going to see any normalcy. In order for our small businesses and our people that are exposed, we need to find a way to keep them at home safely and protect that for the next 6 to 9 months. So I think this motion isn't redundant because there's a vaccine here. I think it's just another step that we don't ever have to compromise our small business and our other groups that have been really severely hurt by the lockdown. So to prevent a lockdown, I'm really hoping this is just one solution how we can move forward, that we don't have to ever come here again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. And Dr. Lowe, thank you for your updates. I'm very sorry about the fact that you and your staff are getting some kind of, I guess, backlash or pushback from the public. I'm it has to be hard because they're all trying to do their best, and I'm sure it's sometimes discouraging. But great message that you gave us, and also a good message around the vaccination, because I think it's really important to get the message out early around vaccination that it's great news, but it's not, doesn't mean we just lower our guard. It means we still have to, I guess, continue with some of the safety precautions. But I am quite excited that the vaccination is around the corner here in Canada as well. I have three questions for you. I want to preface that by saying, once again, I just admire you, and I don't envy you because you're being pushed and pulled from so many directions, and everyone has actually merit, all of the arguments around small business and the arguments around public health, and you are in that position where you have to make recommendations, and I know it's got to be very hard. Did want to get some sense from you. I know there's a lot of conversation around York as to, how is it that York doesn't have its small businesses shut down. While their numbers are not as high as Mississauga today, I think they are about the level that Mississauga was at when the recommendation was made for Mississauga to go into lockdown. So perhaps you can just shed some light on that, although I suspect that York is tipping into going into a lockdown. And I think that is the whole crux of the issue is, in this push and pull between trying to keep things open is, then you end up in an even more severe lockdown if you don't close things early enough. So there's no win on this. I don't envy you, but stay strong is all I would say. I do have two questions for you. The first is I just received an email from a constituent of mine. It's an old refrain, and I heard you say that you're again having challenges with testing, which is somewhat disappointing. But this concrete example is the test was done on November 30th and a positive response was given on December 6th. So 6 days lost. And this person was a PSW caring for this person's mother. I'm assuming that as soon as she went for the test, she isolated herself, but then it speaks to all of the issues around it. She waiting for the test result, was she or he fully isolated and not working, and I don't know all of those answers. And so just if you can shed some light on that. And then the second question is, a school in my ward, Fairview Public School, has had an outbreak, and I've received a number of concerned parents, obviously worried. And one theme, and I read about it in the papers as well, so I just wanted to know if you were going if that falls under your jurisdiction, and if it does, what your recommendation might be. But the ask seems to be, can the Christmas break be extended in January, as well as whether the Christmas break can start a little bit earlier because the outbreak is there. And apparently, you can only make the decision to hold your child back in October. So if you made the decision to send your kid to school, and now there's a breakout, I think the parents sort of still have to either keep sending the child to school or they don't get their lessons, because if you didn't opt for the online early on, you don't have that option. So it's a impossible choice for parents, I think. So given that, I was wondering if you can respond to all three. So the York situation, the testing, and the Fairview Public School. Thank you.
Thank you. And so through the chair to Councillor Demerla, thank you very much for your support and your kind words. Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue to we'll do what we need to do, and it's a privilege to serve the community and to try to keep the community safe through this. So in respect of the York situation, again, I imagine that the province is having conversations with York Public Health, probably looking at the same indicators. I'm obviously not privy to the full details of the situation with our counterparts in York, but I do recall seeing media reports from area hospitals there that are facing increasing capacity challenges. I believe, in conversation with my colleagues, that they are still, doing case and contact management. But again, I think they're going to have to look at the full suite of indicators, and we'll have to see where things land around any potential changes to their categorization. In respect of testing, again, as you know, testing is not within my mandate or purview, but is conducted by our partners at Ontario Health. And I can certainly bring the feedback around the tests that you've had to our provincial partners. I know that they have been struggling with an increasing backlog. This has been driven by changes in the long-term care testing. As you know, it went from every 2 weeks to every week for long-term care staff now. So I was advised that that would start to have an impact in our provincial partners' testing system. I think to the extent, and I just had a conversation with some provincial counterparts that really impressed upon the need to really reduce barriers and access to testing, also continue to increase capacity and also the deployment of rapid tests, which we have been in conversation around, looking to pilot those in certain settings, certain workplace outbreaks, school outbreaks, long-term care outbreaks, to make sure that that can also be another modality that might help us, as well as broader community testing using rapid tests. These are all conversations that we are having and that we've brought to our provincial partners that they are considering, and hopefully they will they'll look at how all of those modalities and some of those changes might address some of the turnaround time challenges that, because it ultimately makes it difficult for us. The testing is certainly conducted by the provincial agency. We're the end user because we then conduct case and contact management. And so a delay of what you've described also delays our ability to get out and really start managing cases and contacts. And so we're, to the extent that we're working closely with our provincial partners to try to figure out how we can keep the system optimal, I think those are ongoing conversations. And then last, in respect of your question around school openings, closures, where things go with the Christmas holiday, in respect of, I read my handwriting. I know that was a prerequisite of going to med school. So you mentioned, so in terms of extending the break versus closing the break, but then you said something along the lines of,
I said that the choice is a tough one because after an outbreak, the parents can't keep the kids at home.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Thank you.
One version early, then you're kind of stuck. So it's either no education or exposure to COVID. So the ask is can extend the Christmas holidays.
So yes, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Demerle, I remember what I wanted to say in respect to that now. So the decision as to when people can change between the online learning stream and the in-person learning stream, that's a school board partners' decision. I know that they've really tried their best to, I know from speaking with them that they've tried their very best to both accommodate the need and the desire for people to switch between learning streams, but also their operational need to have some certainty and planning. So certainly I would bring that feedback to them, just mentioning that there were some questions around switching out of online and all those other challenges. I know it's been difficult. I know they've done their level best in trying to balance both operational considerations as well as parent choice in this matter. And then specific around closure or extended Christmas breaks. At this point in time, we're not electing, and although we can certainly conversations continue, we're not electing to move to either online only or to close early ahead of the Christmas break, but we are continuing significant conversations, and especially as our transmission rates continue to stay where they are, hopefully starting to plateau and go down. But we are looking at that as part of the picture as to what happens in the new year. And so I don't have anything specific to share right now, but certainly if there is any decision rendered by our partners, together with our partners, I will issue a memo to council during the holiday break just to keep you all informed.
Sorry, I didn't understand the answer for me. Who makes the recommendation around the school break issue? Because what I'm hearing you say is that it's really not an option on the table. But that's tough on the parents because, as you said, there is no flexibility to switch to online learning. And how do you send your kid to school if you know there's an outbreak? And it's a tough choice.
So I think maybe I can answer this question a few ways through the chair to Councillor Demerle. First of all, if there's an outbreak at a school, it doesn't necessarily mean the whole school is at risk. Oftentimes, it tends to be either confined within a cohort or certain cohorts, depending on who may have come down with COVID-19. But in general, if a parent hasn't been advised that their cohort was impacted, their child's cohort's been impacted, the risk is, at least through our investigation and assessment, is likely likely very remote at that point in time. So I think that's the first thing I would put out there. I think the second thing is any decision around the school year and changes to the school year is something that we make in partnership with the school boards. And as I mentioned, they're the ones that ultimately hold the operational lead on how children learn and when those changes can be made, et cetera. And then in respect of the holidays, again, that's something that also has to be taken into account and considered with the provincial partners, with the Ministry of Education as well. So at this time, all the discussions are ongoing. I don't foresee any early closure or ahead of the holidays, but certainly we're looking at after the holidays and where it lies with our community context and transmission picture.
Thank you. That was helpful. And the only last thing I want to say is I'm also very extremely supportive of the motion. I think it's a great motion that the three mayors are bringing forward. Thank you, Chair. Those were my questions. And thank you, Dr. Lowe.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Dr. Lowe, there's some questions out there around kind of the testing and development of the vaccine, and people are starting to question the timing that it took and the safety of the vaccine. Can you confirm that this vaccine has actually been in the making for or being not tested, but kind of the science behind it goes back some 20 years to the SARS research?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, absolutely. Coronavirus vaccines have been something, so maybe I'll answer this question two ways. First of all, when it came to the vaccine development and the speed in which it was developed, as I understand it, basically every vaccine development company on Earth, every regulator on Earth, basically took their arms and just cleared their entire desk off, and basically it was just COVID. Like that was all they worked on this year. As you know, as Council knows, there's many other disease entities that exist in this world, and oftentimes there's lots of different applications that go in on different timings, and that's why it usually takes a lot longer because there's different diseases, different vaccines, all those other pieces. But this year they basically just cleared off their desk and they're like, it's just COVID. And so the same processes were followed, the same trials, some of the largest trials that have been ever done, certainly in a stage 3 trial, to make sure that they are seeing over the time period. And that's why it actually took place, because basically we compressed it, and then they compressed it and they actually put stacked some of the regulatory approvals and stages on top of each other just to make sure that this thing kept moving along. So basically COVID cut to the front of the line, as it were. And in respect of that, though, because there have been, as I mentioned, there are lots of different things that are under development. Certainly coronavirus vaccines are something that have been looked at since SARS-1 and certainly since MERS, which is another coronavirus, just the idea of like, well, how do you vaccinate against these things? So there's been a lot of research, there's been a lot of studies that have gone into this work previously. And I think they basically just pulled out whatever they had and then just, again, put it front and center on their desk and just and ran with it. Of course, sticking to the same policies and procedures that they would to ensure its safety and effectiveness. And the last thing I'll mention is I previously worked in vaccine safety at the federal level. I know many people who have been who work there, who have been involved in reviewing the data, looking at things. I've had many conversations with some of them, and I have absolute confidence if Health Canada is saying this is safe and effective, then I know the folks that are behind the numbers and that have been looking at the numbers. I'm pretty confident that we can say that it is.
No, and I knew you're the right person to ask that question because of your background. The other thing that keeps coming up that I'm kind of paying attention to is the fact that they were able to during the trials, they were able to not only insert the vaccine into animals, but then they were able to take the animals and then have them come in contact with COVID-19, something that they're not allowed to do in human trials. But I'm hearing that some of the research that's coming out of that is not being provided to the public. Do you know anything about that?
So through the chair, if I may clarify, Councillor Paleshi, you're talking about the animal challenge, so some sort of animal challenge studies that were done. Is that right?
Yeah, it's that's what it's called, the challenge study. Yeah.
So so through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, at this time there hasn't really been any human challenge trials done, absolutely. In respect of animal challenge, that's not something that I'm familiar with, but I can certainly look into things and circle back to you with a response in chatting with my team.
Maybe Dr. Lowe, not even the response. Maybe if you find anything that you can provide members of council if they wish, or just myself, I don't know, so that I can actually look through and try and distribute and get that out. I would appreciate that. My last question, trying to go briefly here, is so parents in the Region of Peel just received an email. Received it on December 4th for starting Monday, December 7th, that states, if my child wakes up in the morning with and I'm summarizing here, if my child wakes up in the morning with a runny nose, I have to quarantine. My whole family has to quarantine. How realistic is that?
Yeah, so through the chair and to Councillor Pelletier, this was not a decision that we took lightly. It was in recognition of a few things. First of all, our high rates of community transmission, which has been reflected in increasing cases being detected in the school setting. And certainly with the school setting, as well as with long-term care homes, we know that there are precautions in place that are intended to increase the safety in those settings. But the more you start throwing at them, especially with cases as high as they are in the community, the more likely it is that something is going to get in, and there may be transmission in those settings. So I think that's the reason, at least, for why this was done. In respect of the broader piece around the whole household quarantining and concerns around that, I think it was in reflection, as we've been saying, around community transmission and our concern, of course, that people within a household may be contributing to that broader cycle of moving this virus between settings. In terms of how realistic it is, it's certainly very challenging, but I think if anything, it speaks to the reason why we've been driving and the motion that will be before council today around the need for paid sick days. So if your child is home sick and is isolating and doing the right thing, not going to school with a symptom that may be COVID-19, even if it is a runny nose, that at least you should be, you shouldn't have to make that difficult decision to either work or not send your kid to school or whatever the case might be. So again, it really speaks to the need for that, the need for us to make it as easy as possible for individuals to do the right thing to help stop spread at this point in time. So to your question, it depends on the individual, and certainly other individuals will face different challenges. I think that really speaks to the need for us to address that disparity.
Thanks, Dr. Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, just want to thank you, Dr. Lowe, for your ongoing support, for your advocacy, and for your patience with us and the questions that we have and that we are asking of you today. Just wanted to make reference, one of the other members of council had to the rollout in the UK the other day and the adverse effects that I guess a couple of health workers who have a history of severe allergic reaction or allergies had, I guess, experiencing anaphylactoid or having an anaphylactoid reaction. As is common with new vaccines, the MHRA advised on a precautionary basis that people with a significant history of allergic reaction do not receive this vaccination. Just wondering, would that only be common with like a new vaccination? Have you seen that happen here with local health authorities? I don't know if you understand my question around that.
So through the chair to Councillor Kovac, so certainly there are lots of vaccines that are deployed by public health, and they're all monitored post-marketing and rolled out to identify for any potential adverse events. Certainly, depending on the vaccine, allergic reactions are sometimes seen on a rare or uncommon basis, and oftentimes there's always two steps to that. You identify whether it's actually any adverse event following an immunization is something that that is typically meant to be reported and investigated. And then once it's reported and investigated, the next step is to determine, is it causal? Is it actually linked directly to the vaccine, or was it just a coincidence, or whatever the case might be? But yes, so certainly in certain settings, there are in rare instances, people who may have an allergic reaction to any number of vaccines. But overall, I think what the aim in terms of any approval aims to do is to weigh out the overarching benefits of what might be identified, the effectiveness of the vaccine, the disease entity in which it's being addressed, at the population level. With the how frequent or how possible the side effects might be. And oftentimes, if you have rare and uncommon side effects, those are associated with many different types of vaccines, but they are rare and uncommon for a reason. And most of the times, the balance of probabilities often significantly favors the benefits afforded by the vaccination and the protection it provides.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dask. Oh, sorry, go ahead. You still have the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Kovac.
Follow-up question. That's okay. And this is a spillover from the previous one. You might recall last week I had asked whether you could envision something, happening here in Ontario where vaccination could be made mandatory. And the health minister, Christine Elliott, I guess, weighed in on that the other day and said that it will be voluntary. That's how they're going to be treating it. Voluntary, encouraged, but voluntary, not mandatory. And went on to also say that some form of documentation to Ontarians who receive the COVID-19 vaccine, and that it will be essential for them to have this type of documentation. I'm not sure if that surprises you, the idea of there being documentation that would be needed, and that it's going to be really important for travel purposes, perhaps for work purposes, and for other areas. So my question on that would be, well, one, would that surprise you? Does it surprise you? And secondly, what about people who have severe allergies, can't get a vaccination, don't want to for that reason, or for people maybe who are just afraid in general of vaccinations and side effects, potential adverse side effects?
So through the chair to Councillor Kovac, I think, no, it doesn't surprise me that there would be some form of a record, because we do have immunization records in Ontario. All of us know those yellow cards that basically record our childhood immunizations as well as others. That's vital information. I actually keep mine with my passport. That's how significant I find it, and especially for myself as a healthcare worker, as a condition of my training, for example, in medical school, I was required to show that I was immunized against those diseases, or certainly to sign an exemption or something that would identify that I was unable, for whatever reason, to be immunized against those. It is critical for our disease control efforts, not only for COVID, to have some sort of understanding about who's vaccinated and who's not, because that allows us to figure out, are we at a rate of coverage or a level of coverage where we can start to loosen restrictions, start to loosen measures. And I think, so certainly the idea that there's a record is not surprising, because we do have immunization records for all sorts of immunizations, and I think it's a very valuable document that anyone should have, especially if they do undergo COVID-19 vaccinations, because I think it speaks to what the Minister of Health was saying. Even now, you're hearing certain airlines say that they may require it as a condition for travel, all these other pieces, and so I think it's not meant to be coercive in a way. It's really just about, as I've said, it's about protecting the health of the population, and really, broad uptake of the vaccine is probably our best bet to returning to some sort of normal life, where certainly there's just more basically a return to the freewheeling society that we engaged in by interrupting transmission in the community through immunization. Recognizing, of course, that won't come immediately, but will take some months to get to. And it really speaks to the broader issues around vaccine hesitancy. And I know that there are many people out there who have questions. Certainly it's a new technology, certainly something that's out there, but everything that you're hearing about is really about safeguards that are in place to make sure that this is safe and this is effective. All the trials that have happened, all the post rollout monitoring that's happening, and certainly all the broader efforts to track and see where this is going, because it allows us to ensure that we're controlling the disease in our community and also making sure that our population is protected. So This will be a continuing conversation, but I would say for anyone who's thinking about the vaccine, like I said, this was the trials are significant. The findings are very conclusive that this vaccine is safe and effective. And again, the more of us, the more we're able to see broad uptake of this vaccine in our population, we will see community transmission start to come under control. We will return to a time where, yes, we can spend more time in larger groups with our loved ones. We can hug again. We can, we will get back to those sort of times if we're all able to stand together with the confidence that this vaccine will be effective and safe.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. Those are mostly all very fair points that you've made. I guess it's just this idea, mandatory versus voluntary. If a place of work, one's place of work potentially won't allow them to return to the fold if they don't receive a vaccination, and it could be for a couple of those reasons that were stated earlier, then indirectly it could be argued, could it not, that it's mandatory then in that sense, in an indirect sense. But I guess we could just leave that there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Daskal.
Thank you through the chair, and thanks, Dr. Lowe, for your presentation as well. I don't envy you, and I don't think many in their right mind would envy you and your team for what you've done and continue to do. It's I'm sure it's all consuming, and there's no let up. I think soon as you tend to have a handle on something, it gives you another turn, and there's always something to deal with. I guess one of the biggest and brightest things in our near horizon for sure is the vaccines, and good to see that people are giving you ideas and options in terms of we've got freezers or we've got other different things to help out as well. I just want to make mention again that it's the small businesses. I've got to bring this up. It's especially at this time of year, the Christmas season for a lot of small retailers, well, heck, for businesses in general, the Christmas season is a make or break. And looking at some of the statistics we're getting through January, we might see 80% of small businesses not make it. And so I guess one of the big things here is, I had one of the local businesses in my community, person pulled up not too long ago to do a delivery, and it was one of the business owners, and they're now doing deliveries because they're trying to make up for having zero revenue. And I guess it's coming down to, a lot of these folks, they, again, we talked about during last council as well, and it's nothing new, asking for fairness and equality. And I'm just looking at the possibility that we might make that ask similar to York and others, to say, let's be fair with everybody here. And if those that are breaking the rules and the laws, hit them hard, hit them very, very hard. But the reality is, people's lives, physically, mentally, economically, and I mean, you know this better than all of us because you hear it from everybody. But I just put in that plea for our small businesses because at current pace right now, the only people that are really making significant money right now are those in the gift card business, that have gift cards that they offer, or Amazon. And that leads to other issues where you can see people stealing packages from front doorsteps and things of that nature. So I just ask if you could consider looking to make that ask on behalf of the province, to have them look at things in a little bit of a different way and help provide you and your team with that help. That would be helpful for all of our businesses in Peel as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, Dr. Lowe, there is never any excuse for rudeness, but sometimes there's an explanation. As Councillor Dasco just said, we've got people calling us in tears on the phone, and I guess the next step is anger, and then after that, they just give up. These are small business owners. These are restaurant owners. They've got employees they worry about. But as I said, there's no excuse for it, and I'm not justifying it at all. I'm very concerned, though, that as you described at the beginning, the masks, the hand washing, and the distance are not being maintained in the big box stores. I have two right in the heart of Malton, which is a hotspot, as you know. They're jam-packed full. There's no way the employees can keep people separated in the aisles of the Walmart store. And they can't possibly take their names and phone numbers as they come in and out of the store. Small business owners and restaurant owners can do this. They can allow 3 people in the store at once. They can make sure they're in different aisles. They can take their names and their phone numbers. Particularly small business owners usually know all their clients. So the logic of it, I just wish somebody could explain it to me so that I could explain it to them. Halton and York are increasing. A friend of mine went shopping in Oakville the other day, and it was like a carnival. Streets packed, stores packed, nobody distancing, half of them without masks. So if they're starting to get increases, they could be our people taking the stuff over there to them. Or it could be just a natural evolution, or it could be wealthier, better educated groups that have been taking really good care of themselves. I don't know. I want to compliment the Wellfort people up in Malton. They are not only doing as much as they can with testing, but they are teaching every person that comes in how they can apply for the subsidies and where to go, and they're assisting them if they don't have computers. So that group is first class. If you can give them more leeway to do more work up there, I wish you would. They are just incredible. And the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses this morning predict 225,000 businesses across Canada will be closing their doors, never to be opened again. So we worry about aerosol transmission. We worry about people getting too close together, and I can't explain to the small business owners that call me from Malton particularly. I can't explain to them why they can't open, but Walmart's open. I also find it interesting of the great optimism that this motion from the 3 mayors is going to have an impact. If we were to move a motion today on small businesses, would it have the same impact? Would you carry the same message to whomever you're taking that message to? What you're getting from me is like 100% frustration. And I know a restaurant owner who's kept the same wait staff and the same chef for over 35 years. They all grew gray together. And he's brokenhearted because those guys don't have pensions. Those guys don't have any other way of feeding their families. So I don't need a lot of answers. Maybe if you could try again, because I'm not dumb, try again to explain to me why the little stores with 3 clients each that they all know can't open. Please give me an answer for my folks.
So through the chair to Councillor Parrish, first of all, I'll stay at the outset. I don't think you're dumb at all, and I'm really grateful for your questions and for the opportunity to dialogue, because I know as well as you do that this has been so hard on our business community. And frankly, I think the issue. I was just trying to Google what Germany has done. If the issue is about money, then let's get these folks some. Let's get these folks the support they need, because that's really where it is at this point in time. The reason why things are closed, the reason why we've closed, or at least not we, but the provincial, and my understanding, from my professional opinion as to why the province has placed this in the framework, is they're trying to reduce the number of potential places where people are going to go. The idea is we're trying to get people to stay home again as much as possible, to limit their close contact there, and then to basically really only shop for essential items, food, drink, medicines, healthcare, all those other pieces. So by taking out potential destinations and venues, they're reducing the risk of potential interaction, and therefore they're reducing the risk of transmission in the community. And we can see that it's had an impact, just by virtue of holding steady at 500 over the last 18 days, as opposed to seeing our numbers continuing to increase, at least at the rate that we were seeing. That flattening that we're seeing is a direct reflection of the fact that people are not interacting, whether it's people showing up at work together or people, members of the public, going shopping together, meeting in restaurants, whatever the case might be. The idea is that if this disease spreads from person to person, if you reduce the opportunities for people to meet in person, you will reduce the risk of transmitting this disease. And I liken it, if anything, to any other disaster to some extent, right? In this case, the disaster is a healthcare one, which goes from person to person. But if this were a hurricane that lasted for 10 months, if this were, a major snowstorm that lasted for 10 months where people weren't meant to be out and about on the roads, we would also close temporarily. The trouble with this disease is that because it's a disease and because it's something that is only amenable, snowstorms blow over, storms run out of rain, hurricanes run out of rain. But the reality is that this is something that needs broader intervention in the form, as we all know now, around immunization. And that's why it has dragged on, it's lingered on, because essentially we've been, brought into this waiting room to essentially try to wait for this vaccine to come out so that we can reopen the community with confidence, knowing that if interactions go up, we're not going to have our hospitals, and hospitals have to see the wrong end of a morgue truck. And I think that's really what we've been trying to do. So the simplest explanation is that the more places that are open, the more possibility there is for interaction and transmission, the more possibility the more spread we're going to see. And then from the more spread we're going to see, the more overwhelmed our hospitals are going to get beyond where they already are, and the more people are going to succumb to this disease. And that's essentially as easily as I can boil it down. I feel the frustration of our small businesses. It's essentially like a hurricane or an earthquake that's lasted for an entire year. And unfortunately, I know that offers little solace to them, but they should know that the other side of the equation is that if this thing lets loose, not only are our hospitals overwhelmed and our deaths skyrocketing, but in many of the places where this has gone out of control, businesses still end up closing as well. And so those impacts are still ultimately felt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Raz. Councillor Raz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the update again today, Dr. Lowe. I've had my hand up and down a few times while I've been hearing the conversation, and just reiterating what Councillor Dasco and Councillor Parrish have said about small businesses. I understand, the logic piece of me understands, but it's difficult and it's so hard to explain to people. And as I've said before, down in the South, where we're not seeing a lot of community transmission and people are just going right across the border to Oakville, where it's opening up. It's just that unfair advantage, and people are struggling. So we're on the front lines too of a different kind of frustration from our residents and our business. So I sympathize with everybody. We all need to be kind, have understanding, but again, if there's any opportunity for small businesses to have those restrictions to open at least for a couple of weeks just before Christmas, I think that's certainly the preference of a lot of folks that we've heard around the council table. So we don't have answers for this. It's our first rodeo when it comes to a pandemic in our lifetime. My heart breaks, and I'm just frustrated. So I know you are too. And thank you and your team for all that you do. Thank you.
Okay, that's my list. Very good conversation, Dr. Lowe. Thank you very much. I want to now turn to the motion that I've already voiced before. You've heard it. That was moved jointly by Mayors Brown, Crombie, and Mayor Thompson. I've read the salient clause. Madam Clerk, I think that's a recorded vote, so I'm going to refer that to you. A recorded vote on our motion over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by calling Mayor Brown.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson? Mayor Crombie?
Yes, please.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demrilla?
Yes, please.
Councillor Demrilla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Absolutely.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
We've got pop in the fridge if you want it.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes, and I'll take a drink, Carolyn.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
That carries unanimously. Thank you all. That takes us to almost 1 o'clock now, so I'm going to call a recess till 1:30 to deal with our last two deputations from staff. We will see you back promptly at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Welcome back. Here we are at 1:30 and carrying on. We are down now to items under 10, staff presentations 10.1, approval of the 2020 development charge background study and bylaw, a presentation by Stephanie Nagel, Director, Corporate Finance and Treasurer, related to items 12.3 and bylaw 77-2020. Stephanie, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Regional Council. I hope everybody can hear me right now. For the benefit of the public who may be viewing this meeting, my name is Stephanie Nagel, and I'm the Regional Treasurer and Director of Corporate Finance here at the Region of Peel. Today, I'll be providing a brief presentation on the region's 2020 Development Charge Bylaw Update. Next slide, please.
And Stephanie Nando here, I apologize, but I think you've got some colleagues here that are on my screen as well, and some residents may be seeing them on their screen. Why don't you introduce who's here with you as well, because I don't see them noted on my agenda, so if you would, please.
Yes, absolutely. So I do have Daryl Abbs and Gary Scanlon from Watson & Associates Economists on the line with us today. The presentation will be done by myself, but Gary and Daryl are there to answer technical questions that may arise. So again, Gary Abbs and Daryl Abbs and Gary Scanlon, thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of today's presentation is to seek Regional Council's approval of the 2020 Development Charges Bylaw. The region's current Development Charges Bylaw must be replaced prior to its expiry on January 24th, 2021. The timeline presented in this slide serves as a reminder as to the process undertaken to get to today's meeting. This shows the consultation and engagement with stakeholders in the development community has been ongoing since 2017. Through this integrated approach, regional staff have been engaged with various stakeholders over the past year to support the 2020 DC bylaw. This involved preparation of the region's growth forecast, infrastructure master plans, and the development of DC policies. The region's 2020 DC background study and the proposed DC bylaw were released public on September 18th, 2020, and statutory public meeting was held on October 8th, 2020. Since October, feedback from the public and development community has been carefully considered in the preparation of the final 2020 DC bylaw presented today. Please. Thank you.
Stephanie Nando here. We're having just a little bit of technical difficulty with you. You carry on, and we'll keep trying to work it through. Carry on, but just to let you know, carry on.
No problem. Yeah, I don't see the next slide yet, but I can start speaking to it anyway. Yes, there it is. Consultation with development industry, as I mentioned, has continued since the October 8th statutory meeting. Although BUILD, the Building Industry and Land Development Association, did not make a formal presentation at the public meeting, they did submit a letter to the regional chair and members of regional council outlining their concerns, requiring further comment and discussion with regional staff. The BUILD submission identified some areas of concern with the proposed DC background study, and in response to these matters, regional staff held several meetings with BUILD and their consultants to review and discuss the technical merits of the region's methodology and various assumptions. This includes dedicated technical meetings that reviewed the water and wastewater capital programs. The following summary outlines amendments to the DC rates in the bylaw in response to those concerns identified by BUILD in their submission letter and the further analysis completed by regional staff and our consultants over the past couple months. Verbal responses have been made to BUILD in addition to a formal letter from myself and the acting chief planner, Adrian Smith, which has been provided as communication on today's council agenda. First of all, transportation capital projects were adjusted in some areas with an increase to the benefit to existing component on some land acquisitions, thus decreasing parts of the DC eligible costs. In terms of the transitions to the new bylaw, the effective date of the bylaw has been pushed back to January 22nd in the new year, and indexing, which would normally take place in February and August, will be waived for the February 1st, 2020 timeline. Delaying the effective date will provide developers with some additional time to pull building permits, which may have been affected due to the pandemic or to the busy holiday season. It essentially provides an additional 3 weeks for developers to proceed with building permits under the rate schedule of the current bylaw. Waiving the indexing February 2021 helps lessen administrative confusion associated with posting of a new schedule of index rates so close to a new bylaw coming into effect, and also will provide certainty for the builder community for 6 months so they can adjust to the new development charge bylaw update. A regional official plan amendment appeal project has been removed from the originally presented background study. And in addition to those changes, the growth-related costs associated with some water and wastewater projects have been reduced. And a transition provision has been included in the DC bylaw to allow for credits from previous demolition permits earned up to the new bylaw date to now begin their new time limits on the day the new bylaw is effective, essentially a grandfathering provision. The estimated value of these amendments to the DC rates and bylaw are approximately $35 million. Next slide, please. Thank you. The charges as calculated in the November 25th DC addendum are presented in this slide for council's consideration. The reduction and removal of some of the growth-related costs as summarized on the previous slide has resulted in reduction from the September 2020 calculated rates. In terms of the residential development, the charge for singles and semis has been reduced by $162 per unit. Large and small apartments have been reduced by $117 and $62 per unit respectively, and other residential units, largely townhomes, have been reduced by $128 per unit. In terms of the non-residential development, the updated rates are 41 cents per square meter less for industrial and $1.05 less per square meter for non-industrial development. Next slide. Another concern from BUILD's October letter addressed to Regional Council was the possible negative ramifications of any DC increase during a pandemic and the impact that it might have on the economy. In particular, the increase to large apartment charge when compared to other types of residential development was raised as a concern. In responding to BUILD, the region's consultants presented baseline data and assumptions that utilized in the background study to support the large apartment rate increase, including background census, persons per unit, or PPU data, which is one of the main drivers of the rate increase. The information for this study is based on the 2016 census, and it is specific to the region of Peel. It should also be noted that the average large apartment PPU change used in the region's background study is comparable to the increases from the 2019 background studies at both the cities of Brampton and Mississauga. Further to the technical methodology, staff have proceeded with more targeted incentives to support affordability and to align to legislative changes. Recent changes in DC legislation allow for developers to freeze their rates at the time of a completed application for a period of 2 years. In addition, purpose-built rentals have been given a longer time frame to pay their DCs, ranging from 5 years to 20 years from the date of occupancy. This legislation took effect in January 2020. The region responded with a focus on rental builds with the recently approved Regional Development Charge interest rate policy, which provides for 0% to be charged on these deferred DC payments. In addition to this policy, the Affordable Housing Incentives Pilot Program will provide targeted funding to support the development of purpose-built rental housing with an emphasis on larger units. The incentive pilot program will be implemented in 2021, and additional regional funding to support the program will be requested in the 2021 budget. Overall, the region is committed to providing affordable housing through the Affordable Master Plan for Housing, which included a spending of approximately $1 billion. Next slide, please. The feedback received from the public and the development community has been carefully considered in the preparation of this final 2020 DC bylaw. This has resulted in lower DC rates than what was proposed in September. Various policies have been considered in further depth to ensure that Council is presented with an updated development charge study and bylaw that is fiscally responsible, protects existing taxpayers and ratepayers, and responds to the changing environment and economy as they affect both the region and the development industry. Council is now able to pass the 2020 DC background study and bylaw as presented today and included within the meeting materials. The final development charges bylaw will take effect on January 22nd, 2021. Regional staff remain committed to working with the development industry, as well as our local municipal partners in developing policies that support regional and local objectives around financial risk and continue to support the principle that growth pays for growth. Lastly, as I conclude, I'd like to let Council know a final submission letter from BUILD addressed to the Regional Chair and Council was received by the Clerk's Department on December 8th, but was too late to be included in this meeting today, so it will be on the next Council meeting as communication. That is the end of my presentation. And as I noted, I do have Watson and Associates here to assist with any questions, and myself or other staff as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. Good presentation. I have one question. What are the incentives for affordable housing that we're offering through the DC bylaw, please?
Thank you through the chair to Mayor Thompson. So within the DC bylaw itself, there are no incentives offered, but how we're producing the incentives or working through that is through the planning and housing departments at the Region of Peel. So earlier this year, I want to say July, I believe it was, we did take the housing and planning took a policy for an incentives program that will start in 2021. And I might have, if you need more information on it, I'm sure Adrian can provide the details of that. The other piece on that, so that is actually incentives towards the larger housing rental units, and that was the study that was presented July 9th. And in addition to that, the only other piece from a DC perspective is really the piece around the DC interest rate policy and not charging interest on those DC deferrals. That provides some additional relief during those rental projects. And I think that's, unless Adrian has anything further on the affordable housing piece, the only other piece is that we do have a committed plan to build $1 billion for our housing master plan. And within that, the other change to the DC is that housing has been included as a service, which it's expanded under the new DC legislation. So we have included that within the service levels in this calculation. So it did affect our soft service calculations and some of our rates from that perspective.
So basically, we've got no incentive for builders that want to come and build that for us. We're just going to have to find other ways to do it. I know I was asking this through the different presentations you've had on the DC bylaw, but I just really think, without throwing a bone here, I do not think we're going to make the requirement that's asked of us at the province to do this. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish.
Mayor Thompson and I are on the same wavelength. Absolutely. I'm a bit concerned too. A 750 square foot apartment's pretty tiny, so it's a one person or at the most apartment. What I'm really concerned about is a lot of the condos going up Highway 10 are going to be, the builders, if they're smart, will be putting in smaller units so they don't have to pay the huge increase. Is the 35% increase in that particular slot to help pay for all these deferred DCs for other groups and the purpose-built rental deferrals? Or has it been, because that 35% looks enormous to me.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish, and through from the chair. I think probably what would make sense is for me to have Watson explain the calculation. It is that the change in the rate is actually due to the persons per unit calculation and the capital cost. So it's kind of more of a technical discussion. So Gary, would you mind jumping on?
That what I'm curious about is that's the one that's way out of whack. The other ones are 14 and 13% increases. This one's way out of whack. And if you're doing early on a mathematical calculation, how did that happen?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Parrish. And I think the answer to that is a little bit technical. I can try, but I might have Gary jump in a little bit. But so we do use census data. So Watson has the methodology where they use the census data for the region of Peel. The last background study prior to this one, the census wasn't a full data census. So the data that we have from the 2016 census is much more complete and reliable. So it is thought that perhaps we had too low of a numbers in the last background study. We did see the PPU numbers change in both Mississauga's and Brampton's bylaw last year as well. So you would have seen similar percentage increases in the 20 to 30% range as well. And it is really about the persons per unit in those occupancies. So excuse me, there are more people within those, and then there is also escalating capital costs as well in the plan as we move forward. I don't know, Gary, did you have anything further to add to that, or?
Yeah, I can just very quickly explain the way that we calculate the charges. Is that for the residential, on the residential side, we divide the cost by the growth, so the number of people that we anticipate over the planning horizon, and we come up with a cost per capita. And that's where we take that cost per capita and we multiply it by the average number of people in new homes. And we break it into low, medium, and then within the high density, large and small apartments. And Ms. Nagel was correct. What we've seen is a significant shift in the larger bedrooms, like the larger apartments, which are 2, 3, and 4, and in some cases actually five bedroom apartments. So that's the one where we've seen significant growth. And as a product of just calculating, how many people are in these newer homes times the cost per capita, that's the product. I would mention that BUILD did bring this question up, and we had detailed meetings with their demographic consultants, who, after we finished up the meeting, had no further questions, and we've heard no further commentary from them on a calculation basis. However, I think the observation is, gee, that's a large increase, but it is reflective of the number of people in those housing units.
Well, I'm thinking of those, and I'm thinking of you're not much pushback from them once you explain it, that they'll just load their condos with 1-bedroom units, and that's not going to accommodate a lot of the families that are new immigrants coming in are used to living in high-rise buildings in the countries they're coming from, and they like to raise their kids with enough space around them. So I just worry that this is going to cut out a lot of 2- and 3-bedroom units, mostly 3-bedroom units, which are, it's like to get the developers to put some in now. This is going to make it even worse. People who afford a 5-bedroom condo, I don't feel sorry for them. You can raise it as high as you want, but I'm just concerned about a family with kids that need a 3-bedroom apartment, and that's their housing choice. And this is very high. Is it comparable to other regions?
Through you, through the chair, it's you do have a higher number of people in in that particular category. However, as a trend within the GTA, we are seeing that move up, and it may be just a matter of time. We've seen it happening within Halton region, but it's not quite to the extent that we see in your region. However, we may see it when we do the census next year, and the results of that, I would anticipate we'll see similar types of increases.
When you say they're quite as high, what we're going up 35%, how much would the others be going up?
Oh, I'm commenting on the number of people in that category of unit. So that was the way I was responding.
Well, and I'm asking, this 35% increase, is that happening all around the GTA?
I don't know, Carolyn, I don't know if it helps yourself, but Adrian Smith's just come on my list. Commissioner, did you have something on that thought?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I was going to add a little bit on the incentive program, so perhaps we can add that after I finish this conversation.
Thank you. Carolyn, back to you.
Yeah, well, I liked my question answered. Are there other comparable regions like York and Halton that are going up 35%?
Through the chair, no, they're going up. Yes, they are going up more than the other units, but we haven't seen the 35%. And I think Ms. Nagel explained it well. The 2011 data was a very trimmed down, not very detailed census. And I don't think anybody that works with the demographics was very pleased with the products that we got. This time around, they were far more rigorous, so that the details that we have now are quite clear. I think they're certainly far more reliable. And I think that's where, instead of seeing that slow progression over 5-year blocks, I think what we've seen is a significant swing all at one time.
And we'll see that in other, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I haven't been going through you. We will see the same swing in other regions as well?
Through the chair, I expect to see significant increases in that category for all the rest of the regional municipalities once we have the updated 2021 census.
Okay, thank you. I would like to see in DC's a few more incentives on developers to put in 3-bedroom units, and I don't know if this deferral is enough of an incentive. I guess it's 20 years, up to 20 years is pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Adrian. I have no other questioners at this time that I see on my list, but I do have Adrian still on the list and Commissioner Van Opwegen. Adrian first.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add a little bit on the affordable housing incentive pilot program that did come forward to council, as Ms. Nagel mentioned earlier in the summer, and was approved to move forward. And from a housing policy outcome perspective, as has been noted, having the increased DCs applied to the large apartment units is not an ideal outcome, given that is an area of need that we have in the community. And we did sort of has been raised by Build, and it's something that we identified as staff as well. And in looking at it, in terms of a DC program perspective, providing incentives through the DC program itself is very broad and untargeted. The actual affordable housing incentive pilot program that council has approved and has approved some funding for, and more coming forward through the budget process, is very specific. There's very specific eligibility criteria around the types of units, including larger apartment units and affordable units that are targeted through that program. So the dollars that council, that would need to come to support that would be very targeted through that program, through those eligibility criteria, through the evaluation. There's minimum criteria around large apartments, and then there's preferred criteria around the location of those large apartments. So that's a way of really focusing the dollars that council council may choose to allocate to large apartments, to affordable large apartments, as opposed to providing more general funding through a DC program, which would be much less targeted. So that's the conversation we had. So I just want to add that to the discussion today.
Thank you, Adrian. If I might ask one more question while I have Adrian. We've been told here when Daniels did their heavily subsidized buildings right here in downtown that we can't forgive DCs. We can only give a grant in lieu of a DC forgiveness. I noticed in one of the reports in here, and it might be in Councillor Dasco's area for that project, that the region outright forgave DCs. How is it we can't do that at the city? And they recommended that we do a grant in lieu of or forgive them. I just like a little explanation there.
Through Mr. Chairman, and I'm sure our finance folks and legal folks will know more than me, but my understanding is the same as yours in that in very limited circumstances, very few circumstances that we can waive or forgive DCs. That in most circumstances, sometimes people use that terminology, but the reality is you've got to provide a grant, and it's a requirement that those funds must come from somewhere, and usually that's the property tax.
Commissioner Van Off. Oh, sorry, Patrick O'Connor may have a thought on that, Carolyn, then I'll come back. Patrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a mechanism available called a Municipal Capital Facilities Agreement, whereby a waiver or exemption from development charges can occur. That can't occur in an ordinary circumstance where somebody just wants an exemption. But if you meet the very detailed requirements of the Municipal Act and the Municipal Capital Facilities Bylaw, you can, in fact, afford or extend a DC exemption. And in fact, there's a report on today's agenda in which that mechanism is employed. That may be what you're referring to, Councillor Parrish. The report, item 17.1, which I think has gone on consent, but there is a narrow path to affording these exemptions. It's not something that can be done in the ordinary case.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to read up on this.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Stephen, you had one other point, Commissioner Van Offwegen?
Yeah, and through the chair, thank you. And it's, I think, in response to both Mayor Thompson's questions and Councillor Parrish's questions. And I think Stephanie highlighted is the Brampton and Mississauga during their 2019 DC bylaw updates also experienced a similar adjustment for the PPU for large apartments. So what we're showing in Peel, which is driving the 35% increase, is actually quite consistent with the approach that was taken in both of the local municipalities. And I think Adrian did explain the targeted incentives very well. It's much less costly to the region to do targeted incentives. And council will see in the 2021 budget a request for an additional $5 million to support incentivizing those large units and that Adrian already spoke to. And I think the final comment that I would make is that through legislation, secondary suites are exempt from development charges. So there are a significant increase. We're seeing a significant increase in secondary suites being built in the region of Peel, and they're fully exempt from development charges, which is improving affordability for the large number of secondary suites that are being constructed.
Well said, Stephen. Thank you. Okay, with that exhausts my list. So well done, Stephanie. If I can have a motion of receipt of the delegation from Mayor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Raz. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And now I have the main motion before you as in your agenda, moved by Mayor Thompson again, I guess, and Councillor Raz. I will take it as read and I will turn it over to the clerk for the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla?
Yes.
Councillor Demerla in favor. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey? Councillor Downey? Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to our last staff presentation, item 10.2, PL 2041 and Regional Official Plan Review and Municipal Comprehensive Review Data, a presentation by Tara Buonpensiero, Acting Manager Integrated Planning, and Duran Weddenburn, Acting Expert Growth Management Strategist, Region PL Planning and Growth Management, also related to items 7.3, 7.4, and 20.1. Tara and Duran, please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tara Buonpensiero, and I'm here today. I have a bit of an echo. Hold on.
You sound good at our end, Tara.
Okay. I'm just going to continue then. Sorry, my name is Tara Buonpensiero, and I'm here today with my colleague Duran Wedderburn to provide a brief update on the PL 2041 Regional Official Plan Review, which is accompanied by the Council Report, item 10.2 on the agenda today. The report today provides responses to the feedback that we've received through consultation and includes a brief update on each of the focus areas in PL 2041. However, the main focus of the report is to share drafts of 3 key deliverables, including the draft municipal allocation to 2051, draft major transit station area policies and mapping, and a draft conceptual settlement area boundary expansion area. These deliverables are being shared at this time to allow us to continue the next steps of our work, but they are draft and will continue to be revised based on discussions with council, local municipal staff, public stakeholders, as well as the results of additional technical studies. Adrian's let me know that my camera's off, but I think I'm having challenges with it. I'll try one more time. No, it's not working. It's saying it's being used by another device. Sorry about that. In February of last year, Council directed staff to make best efforts to report back with the results of a municipal comprehensive review regarding settlement boundary expansion by December 2020. Given the release of the amendment to the 2019 Provincial Growth Plan and new forecast to 2051, we've been delayed a little bit. Although we're not quite finished, we have made substantial progress and wanted to provide an update to Council and make the emerging work public. We are open to input and comments and will be considering changes before we make our recommendations. We know there's a lot of important information included in this report, but through the presentation today, we will just be providing some highlights. If Council would like more information on any of the PL 2041 focus areas, staff would be happy to set up a subsequent consultation sessions. Next slide, please. The PL 2041 Official Plan Review includes a number of focus areas which collectively inform our municipal comprehensive review. A few areas of the comprehensive review have already been adopted by Council, and that includes amendments on age-friendly planning, health and the built environment, ROPA 33, which is 9th line, and ROPA 34, which is currently before the province pending approval. The remaining focus areas are being reviewed as part of our PL 2041 Municipal Comprehensive Review Official Plan Amendment. An update on each of the focus areas is provided in Appendix 1 to the report. Next slide, please. The work plan on the slide shows our completed and remaining milestones to reach our legislated provincial conformity deadline of July 1st, 2022. In March of this year, we held in-person open houses in each of the local municipalities on draft policies related to the environment focus areas. We also provided general updates on the other focus areas. In September of this year, 3 virtual open houses were held on the growth-related policy areas. In addition to those, we also consulted on waste management, cultural heritage, and Indigenous engagement. As well, in September, we did hold 4 virtual consultation sessions on the results of the 12 draft technical studies prepared to support the region's settlement area boundary expansion study. We are now in the last year of our official plan review and anticipate bringing forward a draft municipal comprehensive official plan amendment to council in the spring, where we would be asking for direction to initiate statutory consultation. We would then hold statutory consultation in the summer of 2021 and bring a recommended municipal comprehensive review official plan amendment to council by the end of next year. Next slide, please. And policy directions. Based on the work undertaken to date and in response to the consultation we have undertaken, a number of policy directions have been highlighted as being very important to be included as part of our review. Some of these include taking action against climate change and planning for healthy communities, and this is across all focus areas, managing growth in a fiscally sustainable manner, which will be a theme that will be heard a few times throughout this presentation, increasing affordable housing, responding to changes in the nature of employment we're seeing, and this is highlighted by some of the challenges with COVID, as well as changes in retail trends. Also to encourage job growth and encourage the use of active transportation. Next slide, please. Since the review has started, there have been a couple other policy areas that have emerged as being important to address through our review. These have come either through internal and external review or other consultation that we have held. A couple of examples include the need to have strong policies that require sustainable provision of growth-related infrastructure through appropriate financial management, prioritization, and sequencing policing to manage financial risk. Identify opportunities for including broadband and pipeline infrastructure policies into our plan, and this became particularly important and highlighted through COVID. Advancing regional objectives surrounding social equity and responding to systemic racism. That concludes my first section of the presentation, and I'll now turn it over to Jarrell.
Thank you, Tara. For this portion of the presentation, I will take you through some of the findings from the growth management and major transit station area focus areas. The growth management focus, next slide. Perfect, thank you. The growth management focus area is a component of the Peel 2041 Plus official plan review. The results and outcomes of this work have implications on several focus areas, including major transit station areas, or MTSAs for short, employment, housing, settlement area boundary expansion, and capital planning through the growth management program. In June of this year, the growth management focus area policy directions report was brought to Regional Council with the best information available at the time based on a 2041 planning horizon. In August of 2020, the province released Amendment 1 to the growth plan, which provided a new planning horizon to 2051, additional forecasted growth, and a new land needs assessment methodology, which informs how much land is required to accommodate the forecasted growth. Staff have been working with local municipal planning staff to build on the work completed to 2041 to prepare a draft 2051 municipal growth allocation and land needs assessment. Next slide. The extended planning horizon to 2051 results in more population and employment growth to be accommodated in Peel. By 2051, Peel is now forecasted to accommodate 2.3 million people and 1.1 million jobs. Previously, to 2041, we were planning for an additional 500,000 people and 275,000 jobs. With Amendment 1, the region is planning for an additional 300,000 people and 100,000 jobs. For context, between 2016 and 2051, the additional 800,000 people or so is in line with the current size of Mississauga or 4 Oakvilles. and the 375 jobs is about half of the current estimated jobs in Peel. While this amount of growth appears to be unprecedented, the projected growth is in line with the last 30 years in Peel, where the population has increased by over 800,000 people. Next slide. The results of our draft municipal allocation is presented before you. In general, we are tracking towards about 1 million people for Brampton and 1 million people for Mississauga and about 300,000 people for Caledon. The allocated growth is driven by several factors, including the evolving pattern of growth in Peel as greenfield development shifts from Brampton to Caledon within the planning horizon, as well as a greater emphasis on intensification through transit-supportive development in key corridors and hubs such as Care Ontario Street, Dundas Street, Queen Street, and key GO transit rail corridors such as Lakeshore West, Kitchener GO, Milton, and the Bolton GO, as well as some of the land use planning work currently being undertaken in Brampton around Heritage Heights and the Brampton 2040 vision. Next slide. The draft 2051 allocation is supported by additional land budget analysis and technical outputs. Based on the analysis to date, a minimum intensification target of 55% and a minimum designated greenfield density target of 65 people and jobs per hectare is emerging, and it is estimated that an additional land need of approximately 4,300 hectares of community and employment area land would be required to accommodate new growth, specifically in Caledon. We are working through the details and technical analysis work to finalize the analysis, including employment densities. Next slide. Our preliminary findings show that Peel is forecasted to accommodate a significant share of growth to 2051. While the quantum of growth forecasted is high, the overall pace of growth is in line with how Peel has generally grown over the past 30 years. We can expect a continued shift in how Peel accommodates growth as intensification within the built-up area and strategic growth areas such as urban growth centers like downtown Mississauga and downtown Brampton and major transit station areas have an increased role. To manage future growth, continued integration with regional interests is required to support complete and sustainable communities, specifically strong implementation policies that support the staging and sequencing of growth and infrastructure, the consideration of additional financial tools, and continued integration with matters such as climate change, affordable housing, and the preservation of natural and cultural heritage. Next slide. The region will look to add 2 new schedules to the official plan when the final amendments are brought forward to support how population and employment growth will be accommodated. Strategic growth areas will set a regional structure supported by provincial, regional, and local priorities to direct population and employment growth in mixed-use formats to areas supported by transit investment. Employment areas will identify lands in the regional official plan to be protected from employment conversions for existing and future jobs. This schedule is in response to provincial policy requiring upper and single-tier municipalities to designate employment areas. Staff are working closely with the local municipalities and stakeholders to update the proposed schedule as the municipal growth allocation is finalized, policies are updated, and the SAVE study is concluded. The draft mapping is currently available on the region's website. Next slide. So that wraps up the growth management component, and now we'll turn to the major transit station areas. The staff report before you includes a draft regional official plan amendment on major transit station areas. To meet the provincial requirements, Peel has undertaken a study in collaboration with the local municipalities to identify existing and planned higher order transit stations, study and delineate MTSA boundaries, and develop a Made in Peel policy framework to guide implementation planning to be completed by the local municipalities. The draft policy work was presented to Council in June of 2020 as part of a Peel 2041 update report. Next slide. In consultation with our local municipal partners and the province, 91 potential MTSAs has been identified, 36 of which are on priority transit corridors identified in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. The growth plan priority corridors in Peel include Air Ontario LRT, the Kitchener GO rail line, the Lakeshore West GO rail line, and the 403 bus rapid transit corridor. Further to that, Peel has identified several other strategic hubs and transit corridors for study, inclusive but not limited to Bolton GO, the Milton GO line, Dundas Street BRT, the Queen Street BRT, Lakeshore Road BRT, and Mayfield West Transit Hub. These corridors and hubs have various status within Metrolink's regional transportation plan, but are of strategic importance from a land use plan perspective to support how growth will be accommodated within the region. Next slide. An important part of the planning work for major transit station areas is the establishment of minimum densities that support transit-oriented development and neighborhoods, with increased transit trips and a mix of uses to support housing, jobs, amenities, recreation opportunities within a 10-minute walk. Once minimum densities are established in the regional official plan, the local municipalities will be required to undertake implementation planning to determine the specific land uses, building heights, and if desired, maximum densities to conform to the region's official plan. In the Peel context, most stations are well positioned to meet or exceed minimum densities, and in some cases, areas like downtown Mississauga and Brampton are already being planned above the minimum density. There are a handful of stations that may require alternative densities. We continue to work with the local municipalities to ensure the proposed densities are in line with local policy documents, plans, and emerging directions. Next slide. The minimum densities and policies will only be applicable to the area shown in yellow as the delineated area on the image before you. Additionally, since June, the draft policies have been updated based on comments we've heard during public consultation this fall, including our framework for the protection of planned stations for transit-oriented development, protection of natural and human-made hazards in the local implementation process, and encouraging the use of the region's healthy development framework to support walkable community design and built forms. Next slide. Based on the analysis, our work recognizes that not all MTSAs are created equal, and unique responses are required to support a made-in-Peel approach that addresses the local context. Each MTSA has been given a station typology to support its form and function within the regional context and recognize and protect its role within the region structure. Through the Planning Act, the regional MTSA policies and complementary local official plan policies related to matters such as delineations, densities, land uses, and heights will be sheltered from appeal. In addition, once the regional official plan policies have been adopted and approved by the province, the local municipalities will have 1 year to bring forward the implementation planning work. The recommendations in the staff report for direction to potentially proceed to a STAT public meeting includes a reference to incorporating stakeholder feedback as appropriate. We are pleased with the draft policy framework that has been developed, and we will be considering and making adjustments based on feedback. We've already received some feedback related to density recommendations in some MTSAs, a planned MTSA emerging in Brampton's Heritage Heights, and the potential to delineate the Bolton GO station, given that it's recently incorporated into the urban boundary through the Bolton Residential Expansion Study. We will be considering this feedback closely. Thank you for your time, and at this point, I'll turn things back over to Tara.
Thank you. So next slide, please. Thank you. The proposed housing policy updates focus on improving. I still have an echo, so I apologize.
And now we're getting the echo, though you look great on the screen.
Okay, let me try one thing. Can you hear me now?
That's better. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. The proposed housing policy updates focus on improving housing affordability, providing a range of housing supply and tenure. The directions of these policy areas were based on previous work that identifies the need for more affordable housing options, more rental supply, more dense communities to meet the housing needs in Peel. One of the tools we are working on to help advance housing affordability is inclusionary zoning. We are in the process of working with our local municipal partners to develop an inclusionary zoning framework, which will require new residential developments within certain areas to provide affordable housing units. We are currently undertaking the background analysis that's required by the province in order to implement inclusionary zoning. This work is also dependent on advancing the major transit station area work, as inclusionary zoning is permitted within the major transit station areas, as well as a few other areas identified by the province. Next slide, please. So moving on to settlement area boundary expansion. A number of technical studies were undertaken in phase 2 of the study to support selection of the draft settlement area boundary expansion. Through the results of these studies, a number of policy directions have emerged. We recognize that a number of these policy areas are already addressed in our regional official plan, but we need to take a close look to make sure that they're adequate for growth out to 2051 or maybe require strengthening. Also, given the large land area required to accommodate growth to 2051, approximately 4,300 hectares, as you'll see on the next slide, and that this growth will be accommodating the region's growth to 2051. One of the key policy areas that have emerged is the need to have a very strong staging and sequencing policies to ensure the efficient use of infrastructure and financial sustainability. So on the map, this is our first draft conceptual settlement area boundary. It's approximately 4,300 hectares, made up of about 3,100 hectares of land for future residential, which is the red dotted areas on the map, and 1,200 hectares of land for future employment, the blue dotted areas on the map. The settlement expansion lands are based on a density of 65 people and jobs per hectare and was determined after 55% intensification in the region was considered. One of the things to note on the map is the land area required to accommodate growth to 2051. If council requires, we had previously been identifying approximately 1,300 hectares of new lands required to accommodate growth to 2041. Given the increased planning horizon to 2051, the number has more than doubled, and that's because the greenfield development in the other parts of the region have been built out. The other point that I wanted to note on the land area of the map is that it is to accommodate growth to 2051. And at this point, we've never planned out that far. So to note that it is a large area to accommodate growth basically for the next 30 years. Selection of the lands you see on the map were based on the results of the 12 technical studies. They outline principles to identify areas more or less preferred for expansion. Some of these studies include agriculture, environmental screening, transportation, water, wastewater, and a few others. Appendix 4 to the report was prepared by our consultant, Hempson Consulting, which provides a more detailed rationale for the selection of the lands on the map. Generally, though, the results of the studies concluded that continuing growth from existing settlements was appropriate as it relates to the provision of efficient infrastructure, provision of public facilities, and developing complete and healthy communities. Some of the rationale for the lands that have not been included, I would say, are primarily related to challenges with servicing and a potential for greater agricultural impact. Although we're sharing a draft conceptual settlement boundary at this time, there's still a substantial amount of work to be done in order for staff to bring forward a recommended boundary. This includes detailed agricultural, water and wastewater, and transportation assessments. We couldn't undertake these assessments until we had a draft boundary to work on. These assessments will then in turn inform the fiscal impact study, and all of the work, as well as the comments that we have heard today from the delegates and other comments we've received, may result in changes to the boundary. Of importance to the fiscal impact analysis is that we will not only be looking at infrastructure needs based on the current draft boundary, but we'll also consider different assumptions for intensification, 50%, for example, and different greenfield densities. Next slide, please. Also, as part of the settlement boundary expansion, we have received a number of requests for expansions to settlements within the Greenbelt. There's about 11. Appendix 6 to the report assesses these requests as it relates to provincial and municipal planning policy, the demand for housing and non-residential development in these areas, as well as the supply of vacant land already in the communities and the capacity of infrastructure to accommodate the growth. Overall, the study concludes that rural settlements should play a limited role in accommodating population and employment growth to 2051. And where provincial policies are very clear that an expansion is not permitted, the memorandum concludes that. For others, it's where it's recommended that there may be some further study undertaken, and we would report back on that in our recommendations as part of our future MCR ROPA. One of the next steps in the report is to undertake virtual consultations with the landowners that have submitted those requests to go over the results of the studies. And the last thing I wanted to mention on this was that we are also working with staff at the town of Caledon to review the boundaries of the rural settlements as they're currently delineated in both the regional and Caledon official plans. What we've noticed is in several instances, the boundaries were based on historical manual mapping and did not accurately relate to property boundaries, street configurations, or natural features. So this has left sort of strange slivers in those areas that we wanted to take a closer look at. Given the improved digital mapping today, each rural settlement will be reviewed to more accurately reflect the intended situation and existing situation. Next slide, please. So next steps. Upon the approval of the recommendations of this report before you today, staff will continue to undertake consultation with the public, local municipalities, and other stakeholders on these new materials that have been shared today. We will also continue to engage with council and provide additional detailed information to council to the extent that they wish. Continuing refinement of the draft settlement area boundary expansion based on the detailed technical studies I mentioned previously. We aim to bring forward a draft municipal comprehensive review ROPA in the spring of next year, and then request council direction to hold statutory consultation. We would then undertake that statutory consultation and statutory public meeting in the summer of next year, with the intention to have the draft ROPA adopted by council by the end of 2021. And then we would be on track to meet the provincial conformity deadline of July 1st, 2022. One of the other recommendations is related to if there is a delay in the overall ROPA, that staff would advance the major transit station area ROPA as per the recommendation to potentially proceed to a statutory public meeting. And we're continuing to consult with stakeholders and make adjustment based on input as appropriate, particularly with requests to major transit station areas. As Duran mentioned, we would be taking a closer look at densities, identification and delineation of areas, and other matters that may come up through consultation. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I have a list. My list is Thompson, Groves, Dasco, Sinclair, Sato, Demerla. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Anika. I got some questions, and first of all is you look at the growth that's going to be coming to Caledon. So for the next 31 years, we're going to grow about 6%.
Look at the growth that's going to come to Caledon. We would grow about 6%.
And the biggest challenge I have is both of our PSAs that we have for both of our transit hubs, both in Mayfield West and in Bolton area, is it's only in a plan, it's not even advanced, and we have to take all this growth. So I don't know if you're expecting everybody to ride a bicycle or put on running shoes when you're asking these to all be transit areas. What are you looking for transit if we're not going to have these hubs? So to me there's a lot of good work done, but there's a lot of gaps that I think we need to have filled in. Secondly, the employment is a way off. I'm sorry, we need to be at a 60-40 ratio. As you acknowledged, 80% of Caledon's protected with the Greenbelt, Oak Ridges Moraine, and Niagara Escarpment. We got just about every plan the province has got sitting in Caledon. The 20% is about the size of Brampton is now, the future growth. But to take all this growth all of a sudden, I have to have a certain amount of balance of employment to come forward that we don't have here. It's severely lacking. And I think those are the numbers. We're talking about financial sustainability. This is a huge concern that I think all of us are going to have here in Caledon. You talk about agriculture being important. Agriculture, just forget about it. The farmers won't be able to stay here unless we have a balanced tax base built. Also, the DC infrastructure going forward, you think we're bad financing now? It's going to be far greater if we don't figure out how to build that employment. Right now, for employment land available, as I said earlier, I only have about 20 hectares, which is about 50 acres. That's it. That's all I've got. And we're turning businesses away. I need employment. I need employment land now. The second part is Airport Road is a goods movement. I can't understand why it isn't taken right up to the top of Sand Hill when the servicing's there, especially on the Highway 10 corridor as well. I think we need to build efficiently and effectively without a whole lot of cost on the town and the region. So I would like to have that relooked at, especially the Airport Road corridor, as well as the Highway 10 corridor, why it's not capitalized on both sides. We have to be smart and agile in how we move forward and how do we move forward quickly. And I think the delegation, the one delegation, especially with Phil King, highlighted that today, but I would like to have a little more dialogue. I know the regions had a lot of work to do. I know the towns had a lot of work to do, but I think it's time that we bring everything together. Even if we have a working group with a planning committee like what we used to have before, somehow that we can move forward and also have the input from Build and the other stakeholders as well as the agricultural sector and everything else. This is a huge growth that's going to happen in the north part of Peel, especially for Caledon. And we all have to work together to get this right. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I think the work that you've done is paramount. But I'm going to tell you, when I read through this, and I have spent a lot of time reading through that, and if I have missed something, please tell me. But I really think there's a lot of work that we need to do to go forward. I have also talked to Councillor Parrish, the chair of our planning group, saying that I think we have to relook on how we do things to get this right. This is a new official plan for Caledon over a 30-year period, and I really think this time we have some huge decisions to make, and we want to make sure we get it right.
Alan, thank you. I don't know if staff wanted a quick comment to that. If not, Alan, I just, go ahead. If you had something, go ahead.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, just very quickly, good comments, good feedback. Certainly in bringing forward the material today, as was mentioned in the report and through the presentation, we did really feel it was important to bring forward where we're at today with the work, bring that forward to council, to share that with you, to hear your feedback on some of the key issues that you're looking for us to focus on as we complete the work. And some of the things that you've mentioned, Mr. Mayor, are things that some of which we've heard, some of which is new, and we're glad to be receiving that input and taking that back and considering it, and certainly open to engaging with council in a variety of forums. And if there are suggestions around that, we're certainly happy to do what we can to support that.
And how much dialogue have you had with the town so far on this exercise, Adrian? If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, if I can ask that question.
Of course. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would describe it as extensive. Just as an example of some of the forums that we have, we've had in a long-standing way a technical advisory committee that meets on a monthly basis with planning staff, and the entire municipal comprehensive review, is a steady subject on a monthly basis in that forum. We certainly share all of the technical information and seek feedback. We've also established a little bit more of a senior regional planning advisory committee that's been meeting fairly frequently in the last few months to talk about this in sort of a strategic way. But no question that town staff have indicated to us that they're intending to review this material that's out today and provide further comprehensive feedback on it. So that dialogue continues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And That's a lot of numbers for Caledon, and it just reinforces the need to make sure that we focus on smart growth and focus on growing in a fiscally responsible manner. I have a question and I have some comments. The first, I'm glad to see that you have inclusionary zoning included in there for mixed use and affordable housing units. That's something that my community has raised a number of times because we've got a lot of young folks here who really can't afford $700,000 and $800,000 and $900,000 mortgages. We've got seniors who are living on a pension and can't afford those expensive rents either. So glad to see that's in there. And I hope that you are communicating with Caledon, our planning department, because we had a delegation on Tuesday that raised this, and I did make a comment to Sylvia Kirkwood, our planner, to make sure that that is going to be in Caledon's official plan as well. The other, on page 121 of your slide, I see that there's the 2018 task force, it's a goods movement task force. One of the things that caught my eye, but in a good way, is the recommendation of a freight village. I can tell you that Bolton, every time they hear that term freight village, they go crazy because we just can't deal with any more additional trucks. And I mentioned that earlier when Mr. King delegated. So that concerns me. I guess I'm also concerned that the type of employment that this MCR identifies for Bolton is predominantly warehousing, distribution, and logistics. So that's a real concern for me. I think that we have opportunities to have other types of employment. I think that Bolton has taken its fair share of warehousing, distributions, and logistics. We don't have the infrastructure to support anymore. So I hope that you're going to pay some close attention to that, because it's not something that either myself or the local councillor or the community supports moving forward. I agree with Mayor Thompson that the Airport Road corridor and the Highway 10 corridor should be looked at more closely for employment lands. The infrastructure is there, the services are there, so I think that that's something we need to look at as well. And finally, my question, when I looked at your map on page 167, you're showing in the Bolton Rural Service Centers, you've shown all of the options, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are included in for residential. I'm going to pull up the map. Then the included for residential uses, but then I look at option 6, and option 6, the entire thing is it's colored in blue for employment area. That is not consistent with Regional Council's decision on ROPA 30. So can somebody explain that to me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I'm having difficulty finding the exact page, but I can tell you definitely there is the intention of the mapping is not to show the option 6 ROPA 30 lands as employment. If there's a shade on there, it would be to indicate the council adoption of the ROPA 30 official plan amendment. You know, that's what we've incorporated into our land budget analysis and into the framework map that we're bringing forward. So I'm thinking that's what you're seeing on the map.
Yeah, because it's on 10.2-167, and when I look at option 6 from Mayfield to Healy Road, just on the south side of Healy, that's all of option 6. And I looked at your legend, it's this settlement area boundary expansion, employment area. So that is a concern for me. So maybe you just want to have a look at that, Adrian, later on. And I'm also glad to see that you've included the areas suitable for residential in the Wildfield area where you've talked about no leapfrogging. I certainly don't support leapfrogging development. It's very expensive. It doesn't work. It's no good for the environment either. It grows the GHG and it just doesn't work. Glad to see that you've got that and that it's appropriately integrated with the existing Bolton community. So thank you for the report. And that was just the one concern two concerns that I have. It's the type of employment that you've identified for Bolton, which I don't agree with. And also just to double check and make sure that the option 6 lands are not in there for employment area. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dasko.
Thank you through the chair. And I've got to say, this report, while it's lengthy to say the least, I found this is, I guess by all accounts, it's overwhelming, quite frankly, to digest all of this and digest this properly. So one thing I might ask for, I don't want to speak for all my council colleagues, but what I would ask for is a separate council briefing on this particular document, the work that's been done to date, and where we're at. Because this, I think you heard Mayor Thompson speak on how impactful that is for his community. I think for all of our communities, quite frankly, how this is all shaking out. I've got some serious concerns, and I know that Adrian and Duran, you heard some of that as well. From my community and continue to hear, we tend to be an area of particular growth right now in southern Mississauga. What makes it unique is we're literally the cul-de-sac of Peel region because you can't go any further south. You're into Lake Ontario. So the Lakeshore Corridor is certainly a consideration. And then I also hear, and I just point reference to this is things like arterial roads, Hurontario, for example. Not all of Hurontario in Peel region is the same, as we all know, and some of these numbers that I've been going through and looking at are, especially when it comes to MTSAs, are a little bit concerning to say the least. So I'm glad that I'm hearing from us here that there's going to be some more consultation. What I would ask for as well, not just a council briefing, but I would ask for more educational meetings be held with like town hall type formats, and if I could ask that they not be held on the same night as planning and development or any other type of meetings that either Mississauga, Brampton, or Caledon has, so that everybody can digest that information. And then as well, I think that we're probably up for. I guess one of the other issues that was brought up as well when it came to some delineated areas. And I know that this came up from some of the residents that I have too. The 600 to 800 meter areas around major transit station areas. When we're even just as a sketch in some of these reports where we're doing this as just to kind of sketch some of this stuff out. Well, the problem with this is that, it's one of my residents called it kill zones, right? Because that's essentially what I'm getting as well from some developers is they're coming in and before any of this is passed, they're coming in and they're pitching some of this stuff. For example, there's mention here of a Lakeshore BRT, which is not funded. It's a concept right now. It's the direction that we'd like to go, but through Lakeshore Connecting Communities in Mississauga. But it's not funded. It's not built. Yet people are coming in referencing the BRT, which at this point could be a unicorn, and they're saying this is why they should be coming in with all kinds of growth, etc., which is supposed to be trumping Mississauga's official plan. Same thing with Peel's plan, and on top of that, our local area plan, which has been, virtually dismissed. So, I would say that while a lot of work has gone into this with Peel staff and also with Mississauga, that a lot more consultation be done, and as well an educational session. I would ask for, and I put that out for my council colleagues as well. So I just wanted to put a few of those things on the record here, because the last thing I don't like hearing is, it came before council, and after these marathon council sessions, we're supposed to digest all this stuff. This is far too important to just stick in the middle of a very robust, large agenda. So hoping that we can kind of pick that out and look at this in a little bit more detail and give it the attention that it really does deserve.
Very well said, Councillor Daskal, and I think that's some very good direction. Adrian, any quick thought on that before I go to my next questioner?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just thank you very much for the input. Certainly glad to take that back, and we'll be happy to think about opportunities for education and consultation sessions, both with council and the community. And we have been thinking about that, and certainly welcome the comments today that's something that's important to everybody.
All right, thanks, Adrian. And could you follow up with me and just let me know what that might look like, please?
Will do, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some general comments and concerns here. I guess the notion of regional scale here, and then suddenly I'm seeing detailed urban form laid out in a top-down manner for Caledon. And as Mayor Thompson has mentioned, Caledon's needs really must be respected here. And I'm surprised to see the regional planning role is far beyond what I would have expected it to be, laying out exactly where residential and industrial and so on are going to be. I guess I'm looking at the 413 and the many access points through Caledon. That certainly, in my mind, leads to a development of an economic corridor, not great big massive blocks of industrial. And that has the advantage of buffering off this major land use of a 400 series highway with a major transit lane on it of some kind. 230, 240 kV towers, electrical towers running all along it. And yet, when I look at this conceptual map, you've got over 8 miles of residential smacked up against that in your conceptual map. And there really are public health concerns we've learned about since the 1950s about 2.5 microns pollution getting into people's lungs. So to me, the urban form that's being suggested here isn't really supportable at all. I notice you've got a lack of a conceptual transit network for Caledon at all. It's just more region appeal roads. But the region appeal and its transportation studies made it very clear to us all that you just can't continue building roads to carry people around. And certainly my experience driving down to the region is by the time you hit Beauvert, the 410's gridlocked. It's a parking lot. Well, what's going to happen when there's a total of over 350,000 people up there above Brampton? Brampton better get its heads up. They're going to not be able to move around very easily because everyone to the north of you is trying to do the same. So some real thinking has to be done along there. Again, I'd be seeking out an opportunity to put residential abutting these green belt fingers and ravine systems in the White Belt. And I guess there's provincial timelines to get this all tied up nicely for a provincial election achievement. Doing a single region appeal official plan amendment for spring 2021 looks unreasonable. There's a lot of thinking that has to be done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sato.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I I agree with the comments that that the speakers ahead of me have said, and I recall when we did the first official plan for the region of Peel, we spent almost 1 to 2 years of a committee, small committee, that reviewed every part of it. And by the time we brought it to council, we knew exactly what the impacts would be on every part of every municipality. And that's because those of us that sat on the committee looked at it in depth and asked the questions, well, what's the impact here? How does it impact on existing municipal city policies? And part of my concern with what I've heard today, and I think I'm pretty savvy on planning, is I just find like this, as Councillor Dasco said, to paraphrase him, this is mind-boggling. There is so much information here, and I'm not really sure. I don't feel comfortable that if a resident said to me, well, what's the impact of this policy that's being proposed on the community of Meadowvale, where we've just gone through a full character area study and determined with the residents, with huge community input, what our acceptable, I don't want to say target goals for density are for infill, but what is acceptable within the community. And because I have a GO station in that area, the numbers that were put, the minimum densities for the MTSAs are not reasonable in that location, but they will impact what we have just gone through in our character area study and our numbers. And I can see the developers in that area who are waiting to come in with more infill applications. I can see them rubbing their hands and going, yeah, because they all use the fact that there's a GO station. Well, the problem with the GO station, and you've heard this from me many times, is I don't have all-day GO train service, and I don't have two-way GO train service, but I have one of the biggest employment areas with 46,000 employees right where the GO station is. But people can't get from anywhere to there unless they hop on the train at Milton and go 2 stops to get to or 1 or 2 stops because they can get off at my other station, Lisgar station. So and you've heard my concerns. I've spoken to you about this several times that, we can't be doing MTSAs and density targets for GO stations where we do not have full GO train service and where, it is not a full transportation hub. It's a train line that is 90% freight. And, we're working on that. And Rob Tworth at the city has been extremely helpful with working on options. But without the federal and provincial government support and push, we're not going to see that happen. And I'd love to see it before I retire. So they've got 2 years to get the commitment for the all-way service there. But I don't see I don't see answers as to how the policies that you're looking at and the strategies that you're looking at, how they will impact. You said, I can't recall who, it might have been Duran on your presentation, where the municipalities will have 1 year to update our plans municipally at the local level to meet the regional plans. We have to be very careful. And when we did the first official plan, we were extremely careful to not put any policy in the region's official plan that would quite frankly, screw up or mess up what we already had at the municipalities. And Councillor Paleshi, your dad sat on that committee with me, and he was extremely vocal on protecting the city of Brampton's official plan and zoning policies, secondary plans, as I was for Mississauga. So, you know, we did a lot of compromise because it didn't always work to the benefit of both. But, you know, I don't see that type of detail and work being done here. You know, I agree with Councillor St. Clair, because I'd written it down as well, that, you know, expecting to bring a report to Regional Council in spring 2021 for us to endorse, to move ahead to the province. I just don't see it as being reasonable. And, you know, Councillor Parish and Mayor Thompson had proposed the planning committee to resurrect the planning committee. This is the type of in-depth work and review that type of a committee would be doing and should be doing with input. I don't see asking staff to go out to each of our wards and hold meetings, because that you just couldn't do it. I mean, the amount of staff time, and especially nowadays with virtual meetings. And I think a lot of this information would be so hard to explain to residents without having really concrete examples of what the impacts are. And I don't know what the impacts are. So I'm asking you for my ward, you know, I'd like to know what the impacts are. And maybe I do need a meeting to bring the planning staff from the city of Mississauga together with the regional planning staff and myself to, you know, to say, what are the impacts with what we're doing within the municipality? Because I know if you bring a report in April and I don't know that, I'm not going to be able to support it. One of the, you know, Councillor St. Clair and Mayor Thompson also, one of the biggest problems with the provincial policies is that they brought the policy forward, and I attended a session, and I think Councillor Downey was representing Caledon at this session as well, with the mayors and chairs of the regions. And one of the things that we heard, the biggest complaint from all of the regions, was it's really great that the province says we want to put density here, density there, but there are no roads to get from here to there or anywhere else. And the province has not looked at transportation. They've looked at shoving as many people and as many units into as small an area as possible without looking at the impacts on the existing roads, the existing traffic, the existing citizens, and no support for the municipalities to upgrade any of those facilities. So I guess I'm not one to sit back and say, you know, I'm going to say yes, 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 nod my head to provincial policy, because I think we should be putting forward what is the right policy for our communities. And if it doesn't meet up with the provincial policies, then we should be stating that, because I know darn well the other municipalities are doing that. And when I sat at that session, it was actually Hazel McCallion hosted it. When I sat in on that session on behalf of the region and Mississauga, you know, I heard that from every other one. We're willing to take some density, but it has to be reasonable, it has to be in the right place, and you have to be able to get from A to B. So I'm sorry I rambled on pretty long, Mr. Chair, but this is very near and dear to my heart. And I would hope that, you know, Councillor Parish had said that, I guess we didn't put her motion on today, but I would almost ask Councillor Parish and Mayor Thompson if you would make an amendment to the recommendations that are here and add a recommendation that this go to a newly established planning committee at the Region of Peel to review in depth all of the policies that are being proposed for the review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demerla.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to echo, I agree with a number of comments made by previous speakers. Two in particular resonated with me. I would second Councillor Dasco's idea of having educational briefings for councillors who might want it. And I really liked the way Councillor Sado framed it. You know, at the end of the day, as the local councillor, what I need to wrap my head around is what impact does this have on my ward, the applications that are coming through in my ward. So just to understand what that impact is, and of course the city of Mississauga. I also just wanted to say one more thing, which is, you know, one thing that is really, I guess, is an idea that has really started to get traction is the idea of building human scale. So you can intensify, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive. And so I would really like staff, and it's my request of staff, is to start putting that lens as well on everything that you bring forward as we build, as we intensify. How do we do it in a manner that is more human scale? That is definitely what the future is going to be. And, you know, I read a great line, it really resonated with me, which said that we need to start thinking in terms of human scale, because years from now, otherwise we will have just replaced horizontal urban sprawl with vertical sprawl, and you know that brings its own challenges. So to find that sweet spot, I was waiting to hear that word. I did not, so I would implore you to do that. And I would say to Mayor Thompson that as Caledon intensifies, you have a golden opportunity to do it in a manner that's human scale. It's not too late for Mississauga either, but definitely Caledon would have that opportunity, and I hope you would grab that. So that would be my three asks, would be to start thinking in terms of also human scale intensification. If we could get, as Councillor Dasco suggested, a briefing, and certainly that view of what impact would it have for the local area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parish.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson did call me on Tuesday, and I have to admit I was almost as overwhelmed as he was. He was disturbed and overwhelmed because he's got a shocking amount of development going into Caledon, and I get that. One of the things, as Councillor Dasco said, is our consultation was the night of our city planning meeting. So simple things like coordinating that have to happen. When you do consultations, and I'm not critical of our staff at all, the city staff says you're being extremely careful to include the lower tier planners, and everything's going quite smoothly. They did a 12-page little summary for us for Monday night at our planning committee meeting, which I have to admit was a very high overview. It didn't get into any of the detail that we're hearing today. But when you do a public consultation, you have genuine public interest. You have the interest of the developers who will all show up at those things. You'll have a very well-trained staff. What you're missing is the political little nut in the middle of the wheel. And I don't mean nut as in crazy, I mean holding the thing together. And I think the politicians have to be more involved in these consultations. There's two ways of doing that. You do virtual meetings all over the place, or you develop a planning committee meeting or planning committee. And that will be both for education. It'll be for having the Phil Kings of this world come in and say, okay, I'm the biggest builder in Mississauga of employment facilities. This is what I require. I require transportation. I require flat land. He's got very specific things that he's looking for. So I think it's important to have a planning committee. I think it's important to have the core members of that planning committee be the planning chairs from the 3 lower tier municipalities for sure, because they understand planning before we get started. And I think the meetings should be open to everybody, and they should be on a regular basis once a month, and they should be on a day or an evening that isn't in conflict with anything going on into the lower tier municipalities. And that's what Mayor Thompson and I were going to do. And I did a bit of research, as you probably suspect I would. We're the only region that doesn't have a planning committee. They have it in various permutations and combinations. Some of them put it in with economic development. Some of them put it in with housing. Some of them are standalone planning committees, but we're the only one that doesn't have one. So I asked Catherine Lockyer, what happened? Did we ever have one? Because I knew Councillor Sato said we did. And yeah, we did. And there was a tiny, perfect white-haired mayor that got rid of it because she was in the process of taking all the bricks out of the building to try and get rid of the region of Peel, which that was her dream. And it didn't happen, and it's not going to happen. And we got to start working together really well. So I would be happy to add that as a recommendation to this if it would be accepted to everybody. If not, we can do it in January. And Catherine and other staff are going to look at how we can shape it so that it's efficient, works well with staff, works well with all the councillors that are at the region. But I think that's what's missing in this report. And it's hard to become familiar with 400 pages when it is in the middle of a whole bunch of other things. So we need to have a day of every 2 weeks or a day a month where we meet a specific goal, which is to go through sections of this. And the councillors who know their areas the best can say to the staff, yep, that's a great plan on paper, but it's not going to work for the following reasons. And I think it saves the staff a lot of time. So I don't know how everybody feels about a really bad walk-on motion, which is in the middle of a report for receipt. But if everybody else is willing to pass the concept in principle, and then we come back with the finer details in the first meeting in January, and we go through it carefully and make sure it addresses everybody's concerns, I'd be happy to move that motion if the chair will accept it and the clerk will accept it. Thank you.
Councillor Parrish, if I can help, I'd be happy to accept it, but I like the idea of, you use the words, in principle, because I think I've got to punt it back to our staff here and maybe they'll, and exactly what do we want this thing to do and what do we want to achieve and what's its mandate and what's its goal? Because on the one hand, it sounds great. And on the other hand, here we are at the region dictating down what the locals are going to do. Do we stay at 35,000 feet and you're the ones that are the granular ones? So the way you've expressed it, I understand the concept, and this exercise today really speaks to it because this really is drinking from the hydro pool. There's no question. But I like the idea of in principle, but can staff go back, the CAO and everybody's clear on here's what this hydro is going to look like, and here's what we hope it's going to do, and all of the people who are responsible and accountable feel as though they're responsible and accountable for whatever this entity does. I don't know if the city manager thinks that makes sense or the clerk, but do you understand what I'm trying to, through to the city manager perhaps?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that would be helpful. I have just asked the clerk if she can do a benchmark of some of the other regions that have planning committees so that we can get their mandate and their terms of reference. And I guess is this an advisory committee to council? Is it a committee that would be set up for purposes of conducting the education sessions? Because I think there is great value, and I'm hearing a desire for more time to be able to have staff walk through the material, maybe focus on certain elements or aspects of it at a point in time so that we can hone and fine tune some of the more challenging pieces of it. You're absolutely right. It is a significant volume of material. And maybe one of the other things is also to make sure that council understands the consultation process that's happened. But I think it would be really helpful for us to kind of map this out to get the best benefit for the time spent. Because if it really is just to conduct a series of education sessions with council and to plan those, that's one element. If it's really to then have a committee that is going to make recommendations or advisory back to council in some official fashion, that has a slightly different makeup to it. So if we could get as much guidance as possible today, and then we can go away and do some additional work and thinking around it, and then come back to council in January with a proposal. That would be my ask.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'm going to come right back to you, Carolyn, but she's as usual, others have expressed it better than me. I love the phrase from the CEO, is this an advisory committee? And if the answer is absolutely not, we're not just here wasting our time. Okay, then what authority do we have to do whatever you want at the lower? I think that all has to be spelled out. So those types. Carolyn, back to you in terms of the guidance you'd give beyond in principle.
Well, if you looked at the original motion that we tried to get on, it says that council support in principle a standing committee of planning. A standing committee implies it's going to advise, it's going to make decisions, it's going to take those decisions back to the full council as we do with our city planning meetings. We're not there just to spend time. We're there to sift through things and make some short-term decisions. It's like the little LPAT liaison committee we had with ROPA 30. We made decisions with Mr. D'Agostino. You sat on it. We took his advice. It came back to council. We didn't approve anything without council's approval. But we did help him with advice, and we did help him with moving forward. So the second part of the motion was the composition in terms of reference for the Standing Committee of Planning be placed on the agenda of the first Region of Peel Council meeting in January 2021. So I like the idea of the city manager doing a little survey of the other large regions, and because they're all going through what we're going through, see what their planning committee terms of reference are and their compositions and so forth. But it's not just a little club where we can go and educate each other on what's going on or get a tighter view of what's going on. It's a committee that's going to work, and it's a committee that's going to be well representing all the areas. And I think a lot of Caledons should be on there. You guys know what you're doing. And you're taking the brunt of the new development, whereas Mississauga and Brampton are taking 5% more than the 50% recommended on infill. We're all taking our share. And I like what Councillor Sato said. Maybe we tell the province we don't want this big a number right now. Maybe we tell them that we'll look at it again, and once we get through to 2041, you might want to just go back with them and say we'd like to trim this. Just because they say you have to take that number doesn't mean you have to take it. I've never followed instructions in my life. So my answer to your question, Mr. Chair, is it's a functioning committee based roughly on the way we do our planning committees at the lower tier. And it's advisory, yes, but it's also going to make some decisions and bring them back to council. And none of those decisions would be ratified without council approval.
Carolyn, thank you very much for that. And I really appreciate the conversation. And I will then, as chair, rule, notwithstanding the agenda discussion earlier in the morning, that I find that to almost be a friendly amendment that in addition to hopefully receiving the regional plan that we've got for growth and management, that also we're considering this entity that we want to refer to staff to come back and say how would all the working parts work. And I'd be happy to take that as a friendly amendment, unless I really have to go through the rigmarole of opening up the question. But I think they're related, and I'm happy to take that question once we've moved receipt in the direction, because I'm willing to accept that they're interrelated and it keeps us all moving based upon the very good conversation that we've had. But more to discuss with everyone else when that's on the floor. My last speaker is Councillor Innes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Parrish and Mayor Thompson, for that recommendation, because I think that it is extremely worthy and probably a little late, to be honest. We probably should have started this months ago. So like my colleagues that have already spoken, it's a big report, extremely important for all of our municipalities. And Councillor Sato was mentioning about the impacts in her community, and I'm looking at it from the Caledon perspective of not just the impacts in Caledon, but how I'm going to now, my ward, how it's going to impact Councillor Dillon's ward, because the reality is that's 300,000 people, and if we don't get the job number right and those land banked right and use the right methodology, those people are traveling south to go to work. And we're not going to meet that 50% target of getting people off of our roads into public transit and other active transportation means. It is sort of the running joke, and no pun when I say running, is if you're going to buy a house in Caledon, get some running shoes. Because it is very difficult in the establishment that's given to us to meet that 50% target, but it is something that we're striving to do. So I guess one of the questions that I had was in regard to, you know, the settlement boundary expansions and the mapping that has been provided. It's been mentioned by Mayor Thompson and Councillor St. Clair about concerns for employment lands and ensuring that we have enough of employment lands to be fiscally responsible, not just in Caledon, but in Peel. We don't have enough as it stands. So I'm concerned that we're just taking the minimum of what we could for employment lands and boundary expansion. And I would just like staff to take that into consideration, because when I'm sitting in meetings over the past couple of years and I'm turning away businesses that are not logistic. These are businesses that Peel wants, let alone that we want to keep in Ontario. And we're turning them away because we don't have the land bank ready for them to go. This is a big problem that we should all be paying attention to. So I'd ask that, you know, that Caledon's doing they're creating a fiscal responsibility task force with the helps of, with Watson Consulting, to look at the fiscal part of our planning, and in particular our employment. And unfortunately, the timing coincides exactly with the timing of the region's, you know, official plan of public meetings, and that's unfortunate, because I think that work would have been valuable for you guys to have in advance. And it is very important. So I would like you guys to take into consideration that what is it, 1,200 hectares, additional hectares for employment lands, probably not enough. And to Councillor Groves' point, we're not looking at logistics. We need to make sure that we're building a diversified employment base throughout the entire region. And in the ward that I represent in particular, it is very important that we are diversifying that employment base, and we need to make sure that we have the land to be able to do that. So I guess the one question that I have is this a minimum? And when we come back and Caledon's done their fiscal responsibility review, and we've already had the open house, I'm suspecting, from the region, is there an opportunity to look at the delineation of employment land to make sure that we are designating enough employment lands? Because I suspect that the amount that we have right now, not enough. So that's my first question. I don't know if you want to answer that first, probably.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman, a couple of things there. First of all, you know, this is a new thing where the region is required to actually designate employment lands in its official plan. That stems from some of the changes that came from provincial policy through the last couple of iterations of the growth plan and the provincial policy statement. So we are required to actually designate employment lands in our official plan, and for the most part, that's fairly straightforward in existing areas where we've got long-standing designations for employment lands, and it is more challenging in the newer areas. And you'll see that the amount of land that we've shown in the land budget, that 1,200 hectares you referenced, and the distribution is based on sort of the basic requirements of the land budget from the province. So it's what's required to meet that land budget amount. There is an opportunity. There always has been an opportunity, or more flexibility, I should say, under provincial policy to plan longer term for employment lands beyond the planning horizon. And now, in the most recent iteration of the growth plan, they've actually indicated that those land budget amounts are a minimum that municipalities are required to plan for. So certainly there is an opportunity to take back some of the comments that we have been hearing, what we've heard today, and also when collectively we're looking at this through the further filter and lens of the financial analysis, and take that back and adjust things accordingly. So yes, we will definitely be thinking along those lines.
Okay, and I appreciate that, because I think that with that 20% of Caledon that's permitted to develop, we need to make sure that we have enough economic viability to sustain that other 80%. So that the rest of the region of Peel isn't picking up that cost. That's a huge landmass that we are responsible for on a tax assessment. And so I don't think that we should be looking at the minimum. when we're looking at these delineations of boundary expansions in regards to employment lands. I think that we should actually be going after much more than the bare minimum. In Caledon, I can't speak for Mississauga and Brampton, but I suspect it's relatively the same. In Caledon, we're nowhere near our optimum tax ratio. We're like 20% behind that optimum tax ratio. And the only way we're going to catch up, I know Mississauga and Brampton is doing better in that front than we are, but now is an opportunity for Caledon to be able to catch up. And that means more assessment for Peel Region. And that's better for all of us if Caledon has this opportunity to catch up in its employment growth. So I'm looking to this to be the opportunity for Caledon to play a little bit of catch up in regards to our assessment ratio, and saying that bare minimum is not enough. We need to actually account and designate for more, because once it's eaten up and developed, it's gone. So I'll leave that with you and look forward to that coming back. And I guess following up on that too, I'm just wondering, in regards to the smart freight study and work that the region is part of, and the goods movement corridor, how much of that information is actually playing into the determination of our employment land areas that we're looking to adapt?
Great question. Through to Adrian.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, certainly the work that our transportation planning folks and our goods movement task force, as is referenced in the report, is an input. It's certainly something that that research we're proud of, and we've provided that to our consultants. It's one piece that one piece of information that's sort of plugged in, along with the employment analysis that our consultants have done, the feedback that we've been getting from locals. So that's the way I would describe it. It's one piece of important research that's feeding into the broader recommendations that are flowing.
Okay. And I know Mayor Thompson briefly touched on already spoke to the MTSA, so I'll just briefly reiterate that those are very important. It's sort of the chicken and the egg, what comes first, but I would rather plan the density targets around those MTSA locations in Caledon, because our public transportation options are very limited as is. I think that that gives us an opportunity to eat up less land for residential and more for employment, to be honest, if we do higher density targets around those MTSA. So just leave that thought with you. And then lastly, it's just the mapping. I know Councillor Groves mentioned, Wildfield, and glad to see that those residential components are indicated on the mapping. And I think that, my understanding has always been that the community lands and the designation and the zoning of those are a lower tier responsibility. And so I just echo Mayor Thompson's sentiments and Councillor St. Clair's, that there really needs to be a very close working relationship between you and the town staff as we're going through our official plan process, and are the ones on the ground who actually have an understanding of the community fabric and network and how it works together and how the community wishes to grow. Councillor St. Clair brought up the agricultural community. Well, this plan annihilates the infrastructure that supports agriculture. So the reality is the agriculture that we know and see and understand today in Caledon, when this plan is realized, will never be in existence again. And so I think that we have to be a little bit more cautious in how we are planning that and supporting that. And if we want agricultural to remain viable in Peel, the pieces that are left of it, in particular in Caledon, we need to make sure that the infrastructure to support it is viable, that farm fragmentation isn't happening, and that the values of these lands are becoming so insurmountable that it's impossible for these farm families to make investments on their land to modernize, and limiting their diversification opportunities. So I just put that information out. I think that it's something I know through POG and those other groups that we've been talking about, but I think that we really have to think long and hard about the plan that's presented to us today. We need to make sure that the town of Caledon is in agreement, because some of those areas, some of those delineations, while they may make the most sense for servicing, they will ultimately destroy things like our agricultural community. and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So agree with a lot of the comments that are being said. Just to go back to what Councillor Sato was mentioning, you know, the intensification numbers are huge numbers for an area much like mine that doesn't have two-way all-day go as well. So, Councillor Sato, you want to march down to Queens Park? I'm with you. In terms of trying to get the get that finalized. I don't know. Well, we all know what the problem is, but we certainly need two-way all-day go in the areas that we represent. Build off of Councillor Dasco, appreciated the comments and supported. I support his just comments around the communication between all of us, and see if we can build off of that to provide some sufficient opportunity for stakeholders to provide their input as well. With respect, we're talking about some cross borders as well, and with Heritage Heights, I'd be remiss if I didn't start to wonder and to seek for staff's input on the evaluation of the lands north of Mayfield, west of Mississauga Road. And then based off the delegation that we heard today, is question to staff is the next version of the growth options, are they going to have the LPAT settlement included in them?
Through to staff.
I think Adrian might have been cut off the line. Yes, it definitely will include the ROPA 30 settlement in the next versions.
Okay. And then just with respect to Councillor Parrish and Mayor Thompson's motion, and I think that's, I'm not sure where to go with that. I think that it would be, send us in a better direction. The issues that, you know, I have, and I'm sure many have, when we're talking about employment in the double tier, there's certainly opportunities. I don't know what those what the solution to find them are, but it seems that I'll give you an example, and Bovaird Drive will be me in the future, but as of right now, we have Steeles Avenue, who's it's regional controlled, it's zoned by the region, a huge opportunity for redevelopment there, but the multi municipalities, lower and upper, you know, pose some of those issues to try and get that redevelopment underway. So it's listening, and I think this is what Councillor Parrish was saying, is listening to the lower tier with respect to their municipality and the councillors that represent those areas, and kind of implementing. So it's almost like the planning committee should almost get the minutes with respect to regional responsibilities from the lower tier to the upper tier. And I'm not sure, you can't have the whole minutes. That would just be a waste of time. But anything that with respect to regional responsibilities, you know, maybe they should automatically be going to that committee so that you fully understand the lower tier, and you know, I think in Caledon, Mississauga, and Brampton, we're all the same, where every member of council sits at planning at the lower tier. So you basically have their what they want to see going forward. So I hope that eventually is helping with the planning and the growth in the region of Peel as well.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
And I don't want anybody to yell and scream, but I did not mention, one of the things that our staff told us was that what we might suggest here is to increase the 65 ppj per hectare a little higher, and that doesn't eat up as much land. So I did mean to pass that on and I forgot, but I don't know if people start reacting badly to that, but I can still remember way back when I was on council the first time, the thought of semi-detached houses caused a frenzy in Caledon, that was the type of houses they wanted. So looking at apartments or looking at more intensification might not be what they want either. But I just wanted to pass that on. Our Jason Bevan said that the 65 was low, and if you go a little bit higher, you save more open space.
Thank you. And this is the.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I wanted to know if Adrian was back on, so I did have a couple questions in there.
I'm sorry, Michael. Yes. And Adrian, if you can, to address some of what Michael said, I don't see him on my screen, but perhaps Adrian, you're back. Give it a go.
Through Mr. Chair, yes, I'm back on. Sorry about that. Lost things for a little bit. And I just caught a part of what you were saying, Councillor. But in terms of being responsive to some of the local issues, certainly that is something that we take very seriously, and sort of as staff we're continuously trying to engage with local staff and taking that input, and would welcome more forums for that and more sharing of information as you suggested. I think there's a finite amount of time and resources, but that collaboration and coordination between the planning that we do at the regional level and how that flows down and implemented at the local level is a key relationship that that we need to work on.
Yes, and modernizing that somehow is something. Yeah, and then just to the evaluation of the urban opportunity for the lands to the north of Heritage Heights. That integration and that flow is something that I kind of need to know when we're currently undertaking the secondary planning of Heritage Heights as well. So is that something that you'll be looking into?
Absolutely. I think that the relationship between the settlement boundary expansion and the surrounding existing communities has been a key part of sort of where we've come to date in the recommendations. And as we go, in the draft, I should say, it's not a recommendation yet. In the draft settlement boundary expansion that we've brought forward for discussion and feedback today, and as we get further into it, looking at how that works at a regional level. Ultimately, the detailed land uses beyond sort of that minimum identification of employment land that we're required to do by the province, that detailed land use planning and what have you will be yet to come, and that'll be something that Caledon will need to do through their secondary planning and neighborhood planning process. And there's lots of layers to that, and as has been mentioned, a key one being how that local transit and interregional transit connects up, and some of those things that are being drivers to the urban form in Northwest Brampton will undoubtedly, I guess, influence what's appropriate to the north for sure.
Yes, yeah, but we want them at the table so that we can just work together. So and then simplifying kind of the regional controlled zones, zoning and the lower tier zoning to try and have a easier process in terms of redevelopment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that, and straightforward. And one of the there's lots of layers to that, and I think one of the opportunities through this process has been to hear from the locals some of the challenges that they're having in certain areas, and simplify things where we can. For sure, and I think on your point, having Caledon at the table, I think for that integration between what's going on the edge of Brampton and Caledon, even the work today where we're bringing forward a draft settlement boundary expansion, I think opens up the door for that dialogue when we're starting to see where with these 2051 numbers now, where those urban future land use is likely or headed direction it's headed in Caledon, I think opens up for the door for that dialogue between the municipalities in terms of making sure things are coordinated and integrated where it makes sense.
And, lastly, just great work to you and your staff for bringing this forward. I know a lot of work and a lot of effort went into this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to my next speaker, just to keep us in order, I'm hoping Mayor Thompson and Councillor Parrish will second our curfew extension motion that reads that Section 4.212 of the Procedural Bylaw 56-2019 as amended be waived in order that the December 10, 2020 council meeting may continue past 3:30. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Back to my list. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try to be brief. Riveting conversation. I think, Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon are each at their very different planning stages and growth stages. So this is what makes it challenging to do this as a region. For example, the major transit station areas, as you know, the city of Mississauga started the process to do the Clarkson transit station area. We've been at it for several years. I have developers who are basically ready to go as soon as this process is done. But like, in terms of this being pushed back or the length of time this is taking, it's really, really painful for all involved. My initial conversations on development in this particular area go back 6 years, right when I first became a councillor. So I just, we're ready to go on some things, but we're being delayed by the MCR and the MTSA and all of those policies, and focusing in on areas that don't even have basic road infrastructure. But in the south part of Mississauga, whether it's Port Credit, which I believe is next on the list for the MTSAs, and Clarkson, where we're going to be moving to those all-day two-way 15-minute GO service or 7-minute, whatever it is. We're ready to go. How can we speed up those elements of the process and get things done sooner? Because this process is just taking way too long. And those are some of my concerns. And I know that it's almost like we put too much into this. And I know that the province is really driving this, but this report was like eating an elephant. I can only digest it a little bit at a time. I don't know. I think that's more of a statement. It's probably rhetorical, but I think there's a high level of frustration after we've gone through at the local level, 2.5 years of a planning process already, and now we're just sitting and waiting, perhaps for another year or so, until the policies at the region can get finalized, and it's ridiculously frustrating.
Karen, thank you.
I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll try to bring it home and we'll save that elephant. I'll use this analogy instead. First, I'm going to ask for Mayor Thompson and Councillor Parrish to move receipt of the presentation, and then I think we're giving direction to staff. Number one is, notwithstanding the elephant, but we don't want the fire hose anymore. Can you come back to us with sort of glasses full of what we're doing going forward? And can you also flesh out this planning type committee that we want to put together, and you can understand its form, its function, its authority, et cetera, and how it'll work, all to be before us in January so that we have a plan going forward. And having said that, I understand Councillor Sinclair's just plopped in. Hopefully Alan and Carolyn are happy with that direction. Councillor Sinclair, to you, you're on my list.
Well, just in response to the last speaker, maybe there's a two-part approval here where Caledon's greenfield development, which is really challenging. We have to scratch build everything from original farm fields. Should not hold up Mississauga and Brampton urban renewals or improvements. So to the extent the regional official plan conforms with those urban areas, approve that and set out a work plan for dealing with Caledon in due course. Just a thought.
Thank you. And with that, while I was trying to cobble it together, I think staff have done a better job of me trying to encapsulate the words and the sentiment from Councillor Parrish and Mayor Thompson. And the motion I have before me from them on the matter reads that the next steps as outlined in the report of the Interim Commissioner of Public Works and Interim Chief Planner and Director, Regional Planning and Growth Management, titled PL 2041 Official Plan Review and Municipal Comprehensive Review, be endorsed. And further, should the PL 2041 Municipal Comprehensive Review Draft Regional Official Plan Amendment Statutory Consultation Report be delayed beyond spring 2021, that staff be authorized to undertake a statutory consultation for the proposed major transit station area amendment as a separate regional official plan amendment based on the policies and mapping included in the subject report, incorporating stakeholder feedback as appropriate. And further, that a copy of the subject report be reported to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, City of Brampton, Town of Caledon, City of Mississauga, conservation authorities, other municipalities adjacent to the region of Peel, and to the appropriate agencies. And further, that regional council support in principle a standing committee of planning, and further, that staff report to the January 14, 2021 regional council meeting on the composition and terms of reference for the proposed standing committee of planning. You have the motion, Councillor Sato. You're on my list to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Sato.
Yeah, thank you. I have concerns with the recommendation, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I do endorse the next steps that are outlined, because the next steps that are outlined don't actually take into consideration the discussion that we've had today. So, you know, by endorsing it, we're kind of saying everything that all of us have said today, forget about it because we agree with what you're proposing. You know, the comments about consultation, about education for members of council, those aren't in the next steps that we're being asked to endorse. So I would prefer if we receive the report today, not endorse it, because I think there's still a lot of answers that we're not getting. And that the only thing we do, and maybe receive the report, add in the clause about the establishment of the planning committee, and that staff be asked to come back in January and address a method or a strategy for addressing the concerns that were raised at today's meeting by members of council. If I don't know if you have a mover for the original motion, and if someone has, then I'll just vote against it. But I would, I guess in a way I'm saying receive and refer it back. So I think that motion would probably take precedence, but add in Councillor Parrish and Mayor Thompson's motion about a planning committee.
Yeah, Carolyn, next on my list.
You go down to, I agree with what Pat is saying. I think we receive it and refer it. Also, if you go down to the third recommendation on here, it says, and further, a copy of the subject report be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I don't think we should do that quite yet either.
Okay. So I've struck be endorsed and put received instead in the first clause. And as the mover, Councillor Parrish, I'm striking be forwarded to, I'm going to leave be forwarded to, but strike Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and just leave all the rest. Carolyn? And the clerk has a suggestion. Go ahead, then I'll come right back to Carolyn.
I would make a suggestion that we first just move a referral back to staff, and then we can deal with the motion to establish the planning committee as a separate motion.
Would that be acceptable, Councillor Parrish and Mr. Thompson, Mayor Thompson, sorry, that we refer the entire report back to staff, cognizant, because I think Councillor Sato is absolutely right. After that conversation, I don't think we should be endorsing it. So much here that to be referred back to staff and they can countenance for all of the conversation that we've had, and that the only true motion before us is that of the committee with regards to planning, and bring that back to us in January as to how it might work. Madam Clerk, that's the flavor of what we're aiming for. Councillor Parrish, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, it is, except I don't think we should be forwarding it to the ministry quite yet.
Agreed, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Councillor Paleshi, are you still on my list?
I am.
Go ahead.
And I think I can help because there is some information. Like we're endorsing a process, right? So, and I agree with not sending it to the ministry as of yet. I agree with not endorsing. Well, we're not really even endorsing the numbers yet. We're endorsing the process. I would think maybe if it does help, that we move receipt in support of this today with the comments that have been heard for the next version to come back for council's endorsement. I think that way we continue on with this process.
I hear you. I'm going to go to Mayor Thompson next as the seconder of the motion.
Mr. Chair, point of order. I've moved a referral. So don't we have to vote on that first or speak just to the referral?
Speak just to the referral, which is debatable. Yes.
Okay,
thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Yes, I say not to the minister, but I say the referral isn't necessary because this is a draft. This is a process going through. And I do believe we're putting recommendations and what we need to do to keep moving forward as we progress. I don't want to be losing steps here on a timeline that we need to get. I understand where Carolyn Raz or Councillor Raz is going, but I don't want to be self-serving either. But I got a lot of employment land that I need to get on track somehow too. So we need to keep moving forward as we meet the deadline. I don't think we're ready to meet with to send it to the minister yet. But speaking to the referral, this is just a draft. If this was getting closer to a final document, yeah, I would refer it back. But I think this is still a draft that they're bringing us up to speed. Here's where we're at. Here's the time and place. This is where we're caught. Here's our recommendations as how we keep moving forward. I understand where Councillor Sato's coming, but I think there's a lot of stuff we can get, but I don't want to get staff to all of a sudden just slow this thing down. We got a lot of work to get through here, but we're just telling them where the gaps are and where we need to be part of that.
Okay, so Alan, before I go back to Councillor Sato, is it then as simple as in the first clause where it said endorse, you would instead want it to be received so that the process ensues and then everything else falls into place?
It is.
I think that's what you're telling me.
Absolutely, and let staff come back to see how this committee is and how we keep making the steps. They've asked us for our opinion. We've given our opinions here today. I want to keep moving forward. To me, it looks like a draft. And if that's what the report is, I don't see why we need to refer it.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents worth.
You've made clear that if the referral fails, that's what you'll have before me. Councillor Sato, would you like to put your motion of referral?
Yes, my motion is receipt and referral and staff come back, taking into account the comments that were made today with more specific steps, outline of more specific
and
steps.
Councillor Sato, I think I heard you clear. You said receipt and referral, and maybe that makes Mayor Thompson happy that it keep very good. So the motion of referral is one of receipt of the report and referral and all those other with regards to excluding the ministry, et cetera, the standing committee to come back, et cetera, et cetera. Madam Clerk, for the recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Palacio, you back on my list?
I am, just with respect to the timelines, because I agree with Councillor Thompson. I think that's what I was trying to say was we want staff to take into account everything that has been said to come back in the next version, which is still a draft. So I think that's getting what everybody wants, but I'd like to hear from staff on staff's side of the point on timelines and stuff.
Yeah, so perhaps through to Adrian. Adrian, receipt of the report achieves one goal, referral back to you, and we're hoping that in January you can come back with all those moving parts we've discussed. Adrian, does that work?
Yeah, I think it does. I think, Mr. Chairman, through you, the main objective of, as we've said, in bringing this material forward was to provide council with an update on the work to date, to get your feedback, to bring the material out in a public forum, and allow stakeholders to review the material, and that's now been achieved. Certainly, we have been listening to all the feedback, and we'll be taking that back and incorporating it into the work that we're doing, into the broader process. And I think we've also heard the direction about thinking through with others, obviously, the direction around the planning committee and that, and how we can improve our, I guess, our flow of this detailed, complex, and comprehensive information to council through that forum. That may adjust sort of our work plan and our timelines a little bit in terms of sort of how we bring that material forward. But in a broad brush, the timelines of the technical work that we need to do, that remains, will remain pretty much on track.
Okay, thank you. So the motion before me is that of receipt and referral with all of the conditions and all the questions we want answered to come back in January as moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Parish. Madam Clerk, the vote over to you.
Thank you. Now, this does not require a recorded vote, so we'll start by asking if there's any objections to the referral.
Hearing no objections, it carries.
Okay, and then we'll deal with the motion on the standing committee separately. The motion is moved by Councillor Parish and seconded by Mayor Thompson that the regional council support in principle the standing committee of planning, and further that staff report to the January 14, 2021 regional council meeting on the composition and terms of reference for the proposed standing committee of planning. And this will require recorded votes.
As moved by Councillor Parish, seconded by Mayor Thompson, a recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Dimerla?
Yes.
Councillor Dimerla in favor. Councillor Nasco?
Yes.
Councillor Nasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
Favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parish?
Yes.
Councillor Parish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor?
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, that deals with all the presentations. We're on to the items that were held by members. Under 11, items related to enterprise programs and services. 11.2, Crane Swing Agreement. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. For both 11.2 and 11.3, so my question, or I guess I just want reassurance to staff for both of these projects. They run along, of course, Dixie, and there is a multi-use trail on that side, on the west side of Dixie, that runs in particular where for item 11.3, but for both that runs along there in the past and right now currently with both of these developments underway. I just want reassurance, and I hope it's in this in both of these agreements that any impacts to the multi-use trail and or not only any impacts, but pedestrians and cyclists be made aware of what's happening on the site. I have had calls from residents living in the area and also those that access that multi-use trail to access bus stops and or walk in and around the Rockwood Mall and the Rockwood, the plaza that's right there. And then further down at the, across from the plaza that's across from the Killam project, that the multi-use trail has been blocked from time to time by varying vehicles that are being used to access to aid in the development, these two development projects. So I just want to ensure that in both cases, the responsible parties make sure that they erect and notify anyone that's using the multi-use trail, and or if what's going on, and or if there's going to be any vehicles that impede or block the multi-use trail in this section of where their development is happening, that they be clearly marked with all safety precautions. So basically that's what my ask was for both 11.2 and 11.3. So I don't know if staff can speak to that or if I can work with them offline. I'm of course willing to move it. I just wanted to raise it as this has been an issue. This has been an issue along here with with the multi-use trail with these two products. With these two developments to date.
Thank you. I see Catherine on the list and perhaps Andrea Warren. Catherine first.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Fonseca. The crane swing agreements on this agenda deal with the swing over the regional road. The balance of the development is through the development services at Mississauga, as well as comments from the region of Peel, but this swing agreement is particular to the swing over the road.
Okay, perhaps Andrea, Acting Commissioner Warren, you might like to speak to that too. Andrea Warren, if you wanted to take a moment and speak to that as well before I go back to Councillor Fonseca.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Fonseca. Further to Commissioner Lockyer's comments, the swing easement agreements are fairly new to the region of Peel in terms of really haven't had much opportunity actually to have to enter into them. So while the city of Brampton and the city of Mississauga have a history of using them, we actually haven't had a whole lot of opportunity where these cranes actually been swinging over regional roads. So we are in a learning process. And to Catherine's comments, it is strictly focused on the air rights in this instance. But just to assure you that we would be happy to follow up with the local municipal staff in order to facilitate a conversation and to see if there's any resolution that we can help support.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me that time. And I'm happy to speak with you further offline, and I'm happy to move both 11.2 and 11.3. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe I required a recorded vote on each. Can I take both at once? We're going to deal with then a recorded vote on 11.2 and 11.3 as moved by Councillor Fonseca, seconded by Mayor Crombie. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown? Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demurla? I believe she indicated that she had to leave. Thank you. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
Favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
In favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor?
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Those two items carry. On to item 17.2, 360 City Centre Drive Affordable Housing Project Shared Facilities Agreement. Councillor Kovac.
Yeah, thank you for holding this, Mr. Chair. Not sure if Commissioner Sheehy, perhaps Adrian Smith, Chief Planner would want to weigh in. It was just simply as far as the authorizing needed to enter into this shared facilities agreement to control use, operation, and maintenance, repair, and replacement of shared facilities. There are three development components that were referenced. What are you referencing there, just for clarity's sake? And secondly, wanted to ask about section within the report where it says, although Daniels is negotiating the agreement, they will not be performing the condominium components obligations in perpetuity. Instead, they will be assigning the condominium components duties to a condominium corporation that will be formed later. Any idea what is meant by later? Would we have an idea at this point when later might be?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Kovacs. The three components are our rental project, the commercial space, and Daniel's condominium space. And in terms of later, I would have to get an update for you as to the time frame on when we anticipate that will be in place. So perhaps I could just follow up for you.
That would be great. Thank you. I guess I would just add in closing, I think this is shown to be a really good example of when the city, the region, and in this case, a developer, in coming together, it seemed to be quite a successful joint project, and maybe an example of what could go right with regard to affordable housing projects. So well done to you, Janice, and your team, and thank you for the report.
Thank you. A recorded vote as moved by Councillor Kovac, seconded by Councillor Mahoney. You have the resolution before you. Madam Clerk, if you'd take the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. And Councillor Demerla had to leave the meeting. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yeah.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
Favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Palashi?
Yes.
Councillor Palashi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes, yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor, and that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Brings us down to notices of motion dealt with 22.1, 22.2. Motion regarding Regional Council composition bylaw as requested by Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, just members of council, just do more because of sort of the window of opportunity. We unanimously approved and ratified Brampton's motion to add 2 more seats, and that was unanimously approved at council yesterday. And as we know that we have the December 31st window, so essentially what this does is ensures that a special meeting gets called following the public meeting, so we can sort of ratify this and get this to the province beforehand.
Thank you. That is a motion that I would require at this time. Would I have a seconder for such a motion? Madam Clerk? Oh, actually, sorry, that's right. There is probably a simpler way to get there. And Councillor Medeiros, you've expressed it well, and I recall what the sentiment of council was. If it is the wish of council, recognizing that we have the public meeting in the morning, and I know we need some time, minutes have to be taken, but the clerk has advised me that we could be ready to go for that special council session that same day at 1:30. And given the sentiment of council has been made very, very clear to me, I would feel it appropriate as regional chair on my own accord to call for that special council meeting on that date at 1:30, following the public meeting that morning. So, Madam Clerk, that is how I would propose to go forward. I have speakers to the list, but procedurally, what would happen next?
Procedurally, you could just, as chair, call a special meeting and direct the clerk to have the notices sent out, and we can have those sent to council by tomorrow. And then we would just ask if Councillor Medeiros could withdraw his motion.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to withdraw it.
Very good. And there's two speakers to the matter that I'll entertain now. Councillor Sato and Innes. Councillor Sato, you're off the list. Councillor Innes.
No, I came off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Innes.
No, I came off.
Okay, so with that, under the direction of the chair, that is sorted out. And to be very, very clear, we've already constituted the public meeting that morning. And to be appropriate, certain procedures have to follow from that meeting. Minutes have to be taken. The matter has to be before us as a matter of record that afternoon. So I am hereby calling a special council meeting on the afternoon of Thursday, December 17 at 1:30 to deal with the motion regarding regional council composition. Thank you. Believe that brings us down to the bylaws, Madam Clerk. I have the motion before me as moved by Mayor Brown, seconded by Mayor Crombie, that the bylaws listed on December 10, 2020 Regional Council agenda, being bylaw 77, 2020 to 81, 2020 inclusive, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the deputy regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Madam Clerk, that takes us to the in camera. So over to the staff, if you can make sure we're properly in camera. Okay. Okay, we are back out of camera. Madam Clerk, just to, I'll use that phrase, out of an abundance of caution, I will ask you to take in turn what needs to be dealt with stemming from the in-camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll deal with items 24.4, 24.5, and 24.6 separately. The first motion I have before me is, I guess I just need a mover and a seconder. So I'll say moved by Councillor Dasco and seconded by Councillor Raz. That the recommendation contained within the confidential report listed as item 24.4 on the December 10th, 2020 Regional Council agenda be approved and become public upon adoption. And that recommendation is that the Region of Peel divest from the direct delivery of special needs resourcing, supports, and childcare to focus on and enhance its role as service system manager to improve the quality, accountability, efficiency, and consistency of special needs resourcing services in Peel. And that requires a recorded vote, so I'll begin with Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown? Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie? Mayor Crombie? Councillor Demerla had to leave. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco is in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac? Councillor Kovac? Councillor Mahoney?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Thank you. Councillor Mahoney? Councillor Mahoney?
He had to
Councillor
leave the meeting.
Oh, thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor McFadden in favor. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes, and everybody look at the sunset.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor
Oh.
Sato?
Yes, that's pretty.
Councillor Sato in
Romantic,
favor.
Karen.
Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
In favor.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente? Councillor Vicente?
In favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor.
Yes.
Thank you. And that carries.
Move on to the next in-camera item to be dealt with in public. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this is in regards to item 24.5, that direction given to the regional solicitor not to proceed in relation to item 24.5 on the December 10th, 2020 Regional Council agenda be approved and voted upon in accordance with the Municipal Act.
And that would have been moved by Dillon and Paleshi.
That is correct. We'll take a recorded vote. Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown? Oh, Mayor Brown had to leave. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie, I believe, had to leave as well. Councillor Dermola also had to leave. Councillor Dasco?
No.
Councillor Dasco opposed. Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fonseca? Councillor Fortini?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
No.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Oh my God.
Councillor Mahoney?
And if everybody can make sure they're on mute, other than when you're addressed by the clerk, please be sure you're on mute. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yep.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi in favor. Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
No.
Councillor Raz opposed. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
No.
Councillor Sinclair opposed. Councillor Starr? Councillor Starr? Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Chair, it's Chris Fonseca. If you could record me in a yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that carries. Is that the oral update listed as item 24.6 be received, and we can just ask if there's any objections.
All those in favor, are there any opposed to receipt of that in-camera oral report? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, that works.
That works.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Okay, and I just need,
Now we're on to the bylaws relating to the in-camera that you dealt with. I need the additional 2. Yes, so first, let me deal with 82-2020, moved by Councillor Dasco, seconded by Councillor Rass, that bylaw 82-2020 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held December 10, 2020, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region Appeal bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and the Deputy Regional Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All those in favor? None opposed? That's carried. And before I call for adjournment, the clerk did want to remind you about our budget binders and how we hope to get them to you. Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. Chair. In preparation of the budget meetings that will happen next year, we will be couriering the budget binders to council members at their home address. And we would ask that if you've updated your address since the term of council began, that you send an email to Regional Clerk so that we can update your addresses to ensure that the binders are sent correctly to your address. And the expected date is January the 7th. So we're expecting to courier them by January the 7th to your homes.
Sorry,
Okay.
Councillor Dillon, may I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor, on that point, or any, go ahead.
No, yeah, my internet went out. Did my motion and the one from me and Plessy pass?
Yes, as moved by yourself as well. And I think I heard your vote on that one. We
I
caught
did,
you at
but
the right.
that's- yeah,
Very
I
good.
just at the
All
end
good
it
to
went
go.
out.
That passed as per your signature on it and the seconders accordingly. Councillor Raz, did you have something else?
Yeah, I was just hoping, is there any way we can get, I know the budget binders, we won't physically get them till the 6th, but I mean, we have some time over the holidays and nobody's going anywhere, so it'd be great if we could get them sooner, even electronically.
Okay, let the chair deal with that, that if available electronically, let's push that button immediately when available, and then for the physical tome when it comes as quick as possible as well. Okay, very good. With that, Stephen,
Sorry, Chair.
Commissioner, yes.
Sorry, Chair. It's Medeiros. Just regarding last inquiry, will the bylaw be ready at that special meeting for us to approve if possible?
The answer, I'm told, is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, Commissioner Van Offwegen, you had something?
Yeah, if the electronic version is ready, we'll try to send it out to council. We'll send it out to council as quickly as possible. The way the print production is now, it's likely it won't be ready until the first week of January to meet the January 7th timeline that we had previously communicated with council. And I wouldn't really want to ruin everybody's Christmas holiday.
I hear you. Though I must say the pressure's on. I was going to say, I must say the pressure's on, though. I heard our Brampton folks came in with the big O. So if they've already tacked a 0 on the board, pressure for the rest of us. We'll see how that goes. Okay, with that, thank you for all your patience. I now have the privilege of a motion from Councillor Raz, seconded by Councillor Sato, that the December 10, 2020 Regional Council meeting be adjourned. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you to all and the staff in here who did not get to see the sunset. Thank you.